TV anchor is broadcasting news, and then a silhouette of a man appears on the title screen, but who is he? While this silhouette appeared, the anchor says it's time to move on to other news, the theme of which is out of control, violent broadcasts of the recently appeared and gaining worldwide popularity channel. In the direction of View Tunnel, the world's first free video hosting, receives a large amount of criticism. The picture on the screen changes. A photo of the same, new scandalous channel appears. The TV presenter disappears, but his voice is still heard. He says that, nevertheless, more than 10 million people around the world have already subscribed to this channel. His videos are gaining millions of views, and revenues have reached a 9-digit amount. But the person who runs the channel does not show his face. He hides it behind a mask. The picture changes again, and the screen shows a photo of people who are part of his group. But since this is confidential information, the faces and names of these people were encrypted by customs clearance. This channel is a rating of the so-called gangsters among young people. The picture is changed again and shows a group of a dozen people beating each other with animal cruelty, some with their hands and some with a bat. And all because the channel promises rewards and provokes people to fight with each other or directly with the streamer, thereby inciting mass disorder. A message appears on the channel stating that the NeoMask broadcast will soon begin live broadcasting, to view which you need to click Confirm. After a while, the mysterious provocateur himself appears on the screen, wearing a strange mask that can change the image, a purple suit. A stranger greeted everyone and happily announced that their bright and cool NeoMask was with the audience again. The stranger is on a deserted street near a high-rise building surrounded by a fence. The NeoMask is sitting in the middle of the road, holding a selfie stick phone with a live stream turned on to remain incognito. The guy is using a mask. He says that today they are in the most famous place in the country. In front of them is the tech district. As the camera focuses on him, the neo-masked man holds up 2 photographs and shows them to the audience, showing 2 men who look rather unpleasant. The neo-masked man says that these are their new victims, and they are criminals. The criminal Kim Hyun-tae is ranked number 32 in the rankings, and the reward for this bad guy is 500,000 won. And Yong Sang-gil, the highest-ranked criminal, is ranked 122 with a reward of 700,000 won. But after throwing away the 2 pictures of the criminals, the Neo-Mask waved and said in a mysterious and intriguing way that the audience was unlikely to be interested in such sixes as these 2. Neo-Mask took out another photo of a young man, and judging by the occupation of all the victims, this man was also a member of a group of criminals, and today he is the main character of Yoo Jinmin, and is ranked 58th in the ranking, which is much higher than his predecessors, and NeoMask offers a reward of 150,000 won. After learning that Kim Tae-min decided to start hunting these 3 candidates, NeoMask came to this place to film everything and see with his own eyes. Behind NeoMask, a real mess was happening. People were rushing at each other. Someone was already unconscious, someone was more lucky, and NeoMask was calmly filming everything that was happening live. And one of these participants was one of those who were hunted, and the voice of the NeoMask joyfully shouted that Kim Tae-min, who was ranked 68th in the ranking, had just received a big hit. The guy was lying on the ground unconscious, and covered in bruises and scratches, and even with a swollen cheek, his nose was bleeding. Viewers in the live comments were already vigorously discussing what had happened. It seems that NeoMask's mask changes depending on his emotions. He laughed out loud and said that Kim Tae-min asked him to take everything off, saying that he would hunt down those who dared to take him on, and said that he would defeat them all himself, and was left as a fool. This whole situation was very amusing for NeoMask. It seems that he is playing with a sense of excitement. Sitting down next to Kim Tae-min and raising the camera higher to see everything, NeoMask turned the guy's head so that the audience could properly see the outcome of the fight and evaluate it properly. And the guy was still unconscious. He got a good beating, and it didn't bother him at all. NeoMask didn't care about the guy's condition. He told the audience to look at this bastard. He came to this place from far away to make money, and in the end, he got the first number. He had come all this way, and all for the sake of getting punched in the face. Lifting up and grabbing Kim Taemin's face so that it was twisted, Neo Mask began to call out to the guy, and mockingly asked how he was. And he answered that he didn't look good, you see, and said that it looked like Kim Taemin would fall in the rankings. And no matter how much Neo Mask shook the guy, he still remained unconscious. While Neo Mask was playing with Kim Taemin's body, someone called out to Neon in a curt tone. Neo Mask noticed and lowered the camera. It was the same two criminals who were in the photo, and for whom Neo Mask had announced a reward and started the hunt a few minutes ago. It was Yu Jinmin who spoke to Neo Mask, saying that Neo Mask had no idea how many scum like Neo Mask wanted to catch him. He had to get rid of them, while the other criminals smiled menacingly and remained silent. When the Neo Mask got up, he could not believe his eyes. He was trapped. He was looked at by dozens of evil eyes that had long wanted to get even with him. Some shouted that they would tear off his ugly mask and cut his face into pieces. Others called him a carrion, said that he was finished, and all approached him sneaking like animals that had trapped their prey. The Neo Mask was not at all happy with this appearance of friends, and did not understand where they all came from. But it seems that the Neo Mask is not afraid at all. Moreover, he cheerfully said that he offers these two criminals to give a reward for those who came to catch him. I winked at the mask, said, "If you add up all this money, they will all have enough for ice cream." A strange guy. He is directly threatened to kill, and he jokes and offers ice cream. But Yu Jinmin did not agree to such a generous offer, saying that they would do without, and he has long been annoyed by the antics of the Neo Mask. So his time had come. The guy was quite determined. So the Neo Mask has long been an eyesore to all the criminals of the place. And then men gathered near Yu Jinmin, and they all saw only one target, the Neo Mask. And Yu Jinmin turned to them and offered to remove the mask from this handsome man. He realized that his accomplices were waiting for this. They were not just here to talk. The guy, pretending to be very scared, putting the camera on the selfie camera on his shoulder, began to mock the criminals. He said, "Oh my God, what should he do? What should he do?" The Neo Mask was either fearless or crazy, alone against so many people. Here anyone at least planned an escape plan, and did not laugh, frankly speaking, death in the eyes. But then his gaze became serious and direct, and the Neo Mask said only one word, "I came up with it." Throwing his arms up to the sky, the guy began to speak with a smile. "Manager, come and clean up the mess." Tearing his gaze away from the seemingly crazy Neo Mask, who remained with his hands up, the young man looked around as if he heard something, and then one of the crowd fell screaming on the road, while the others, clearly confused by what had happened, stared at this poor man with a genuine look. And when they saw the cause of their companion's condition, they turned even paler, for in front of them stood a girl holding something in her hands, and something suggested that it was with this object that she had struck the criminal on the head. 'Twas indeed a girl, but it seemed to be no ordinary girl, as her red, devilish eyes betrayed, looking at these criminals with anger and hatred. On the one hand, she was elegant, slender, like an ordinary girl, but on the other hand, she was deceitful. What kind of girl would willingly confront a whole gang without fear? And what was even stranger was that she had knocked that guy off balance with an ordinary math book, and his accomplices realized this, but still couldn't believe that she had done it with an ordinary book. The girl was wearing a mask that covered half of her face, one side of which was turquoise and the other red, as if to emphasize the two sides. None of the company could believe that an ordinary girl could beat and knock down their friend. And even with an ordinary math book, the girl wasted no time. With a terrifying laugh that even the crowd became scared, rushed straight to this crowd, taking the book with her. "If you make the girl angry, she will beat you to death with a tea bag." And it seems that when they saw this beauty, everyone was scared, because they stood in one place, afraid to move. But still there was one desperate man who rushed with his fists at the girl. With cursing shouts and an angry look, but the girl easily dodged the blow and kicked the man in the stomach and threw him over her. He did not expect it. The girl was quite good at defending herself, and no worse at attacking. But she did not stop with a simple blow, and with all her strength she kneed the attacker directly in the jaw, and with such force that he threw his head back. It is unlikely that he remained conscious after that. The girl acted very quickly and accurately struck. The moment after the blow, the man fell on the road with his nose smashed to pieces. The criminals were shocked. They froze in place with a unique expression on their faces. Someone angry, someone scared and seemingly ready to run away on all four sides, and someone just did not understand. What happened? The girl stood over the unconscious man, with a book in her hands, as if enjoying the view and the work she had done, began to laugh at first, and then, most surprisingly, began to sing, as if she had not just turned off the man, but was just playing like a little child in Catch Me. Now the girl scared the whole gang more than ever. She really had an ominous look, and the girl did not look like a normal person. Looking at the stranger as if she were a ghost straight out of hell, the whole gang was sweating 10 rivers of sweat, turned off the man, and then began to sing over him, or maybe even to sing a funeral service. No one was as brave as they had been before she appeared. Now it is clear why Neomask was not afraid, with such a defender who dealt with everyone in turn. But there were no brave ones to attack. She attacked them herself, without waiting for an invitation, and meanwhile, Neomask again broadcasted live to this massacre. He said that Kim's followers had donated 50,000 won, and now that our mismanager is here, let's see who else gets beaten up. With a sigh of endless gratitude, Neomask thanked Kim for the 50,000 won. He didn't care what was going on behind him. He was sure his manager would handle the problem with ease. The Neomask said that today their good old Neon was not planning to hunt, but since it happened that the beast came to the hunter and they dared to challenge him to a fight, he asked everyone to pay attention and to be ready for the show. And then he turned to those who were left, to the criminals for whom there was no reward, but now they would be paid 1 million for a blow, and the criminals heard this and were scared to death, and now their courage was gone, and they realized that they had gotten into a bad situation, and they hardly wanted to be victims. And now, turning to those for whom the reward and the hunt had already been announced, the Neomask raised the reward amount 300 times, which the criminals did not like very much, and there were already problems with those who wanted to make money, and now there would be 10 times more of them. After evaluating each in monetary terms, the Neomask urged the audience to prepare their fists and go forward for the money, especially since now there is a real chance to earn very well. The system is like accumulated bonuses. Now the guys were looking at each other, wondering what to do, each of them sweating well, knowing what was coming, and they hardly wanted to die for anyone. Life was more precious. And now everyone who came to help and teach the Neomask a lesson ran away, not wanting to take part in this anymore. And the criminal who led them, scared for his life, began to shout after them, calling them cruel names, but the guys didn't care. They were saving their skin. And Yu Jinman himself was not very eager to fight, and seemed to decide to run away. But something stopped him. He heard the Neomask broadcasting live, saying that before he could finish his remark, the main 6 had already rushed to escape like rats from a sinking ship. The guy was angry when he heard this. His honor was hurt, and unable to stand it, he turned around and began to fly directly at the Neomask, shouting that even if he died today, it would only be when he killed him. But this did not bother the Neomask. He did not even move. The guy's face was angry, and his eyes darkened. That's what crime brings. Being already in a centimeter from his target, Yu Jinman met a Neomask fist flying into his jaw, and his own flew past the target. The guy showed no emotion, only indifference. He did not even finish the live broadcast, but still had time to talk to the audience. He mockingly said to the camera that he dodged at the last moment, and immediately Yu Jinman received a blow. The guy was coughing after the blow, twisted in half from the pain, holding his stomach and cursing at the Neomask with all possible curse words. And the latter, satisfied with the result, pointed the camera directly at the criminal, and with a joyful expression told his friends on the air that it was time to proceed to the execution. But without another word, the Neo-Mask went into action, setting up the camera more conveniently so that everything could be seen. The guy rushed towards the young man, and with one kick knocked the criminal down, and he instantly bent over. After knocking down the young man, the Neo-Mask sat on top of the criminal and began to furiously beat the soul out of the young man's chest, and he lay on the ground and could do nothing, barely restrained himself from screaming, and judging by the look he was getting, the Neo-Mask would cripple him if not kill him. And the Neo-Mask with a horrifying smile struck blow after blow, not sparing the criminal a minute. Yu Jinmin took hold of his head. It looked like he had hit it well on the road, and the Neo-Mask, having finished with the beatings, took the guy by the hand while he did not understand anything, and said in a too calm voice that it would hurt a little. Well, usually when they say that, it is the opposite. It will hurt unbearably. The guy only growled in response, and then he heard the crunch of fingers. A face full of pain and torment appeared on the Neo-Mask. Yu Jinmin screamed in pain, and the Neo-Mask smiled with joy. He liked to torment this criminal. While the boy was holding his broken arm and in pain, the Neo-Mask leaned over Yu Jinmin with the same terrifying smile and said that a few days ago he had received a complaint against him, which said that this criminal had tortured innocent female students, raped, blackmailed, assaulted. The list was long. That's why the Neo-Mask had put this scumbag on the hunt. Someone decided that he could do whatever he wanted and not be punished for it. But despite these atrocities, because this scumbag was underage, he never received any proper punishment. The Neo-Mask was saying, "What a wonderful country they have. Damn it, a criminal walks freely on the ground, does what he wants, and he was not even arrested." Leaning right into the face of Yu Jinmin, the Neo-Mask hissed in his face that he hated to see trash like Yu Jinmin running around. So since this criminal hadn't been taught how to behave, the Neo-Mask would teach Yu Jinmin discipline through the horror and pain of this bastard. Now Yu Jinmin felt like he was in the shoes of those girls, and he didn't like the role of victim very much. The poor guy's face was twisted. Picking up the criminal by the hair and holding his hand under his jaw, the Neo-Mask held him so that his face was clearly visible on the live broadcast, and asked the girls who were also present on the air if there were any of them who were offended by this bastard. And in confirmation, messages from the girls immediately appeared on the broadcast. But Yu Jinmin did not pay attention. This criminal was only concerned about his broken arm. And Neo-Mask, not paying any attention to the criminal, spoke to his viewers in the camera and made an interesting offer. He offered to double his actions for each donation of 1,000. Neo-Mask will hit him twice, and by the way, the donations that will be thrown to his personal account for today will go to pay for the treatment and rehabilitation of the injured girl. And then, without wasting time, the audience began to throw donations one by one, and the Neo-Mask was happy to thank for the generosity. But someone will not be easy looking at the number of donations. And then the Neo-Mask began to look for something in his pants pockets. He spoke every action, and now he took out a universal pocket of the Neo-Mask. Dad, the multifunctional stainless steel brass knuckles of true education, and on the hands of the Neo-Mask really shone beautiful and deadly brass knuckles. He was pleased with the look of his hands, crossing his arms. The Neo-Mask showed them to the camera to show what object he would use to educate this bad guy. And seeing this beauty on Neo-Mask's hands, the terror finally woke up on Yu Jinmin's face. Even his pupils narrowed. Meanwhile, Neo-Mask said that now the training party begins. Wasting no time, the Neo-Mask with a wild, terrifying expression began to act as he said, his hands moving by themselves to teach these bandits a lesson, and began to strike after strike at the young Jinmin. He warned that nothing would help. Even if he defended himself, he would still get a good beating. After that, he would hardly want to hurt girls again. But the girl, approaching the Neo-Mask, just watched sadly as the Neo-Mask beat the criminal, so hard that blood dripped from his hands and flew in all directions. The Neo-Mask kept saying that his hands moved by themselves, for all the children and adults, and the girl thought that this crazy man was at it again. When there was no more room for life on Yu Jinmin, his eyes swelled. Blood poured from his nose and tears stood out in his eyes. He begged the Neo-Mask to stop, saying that he was wrong, asking for mercy. But for Neo-Mask, the words of Yu Jinmen had no meaning. He did not understand anything. Asking for mercy. He thought only about how to save his soul. Because he already realized that he would not survive, Neo-Mask filmed all this with a small camera attached to his chest with straps. But before he could say anything, the Neo-Mask simply called out to the Jinmen, drawing attention to his person, and at the same time he reached for his mask, seemingly deciding to show them something. And when he opened his face, a real devil was looking at Yu Jinmen, with a mask that looked like smoke or steam, and a face that was quite scary. Seeing him so close, Yu Jinmen seemed to feel the breath of death. But what breath? It was death itself. The Neo-Mask only said one thing: don't resist, and he will kill him faster. A great prospect. At least he will suffer less, as much as possible in this situation. And the Neo-Mask was not going to let him die an easy death, especially a painless one. And then the picture was a treat for the eyes. The young Jinman who had recently threatened to kill Neo-Mask, being too confident, now lay beaten on the ground, shedding tears. As soon as the Neo-Mask brought his arm over Yu Jinmen's head to strike him again, his arm was stopped by the same girl, who said that enough was enough. Yu Jinmen was defeated. It was time to end, and she still hid her face behind the mask, just like the Neo-Mask. The girl looked directly at the Neo-Mask with her calm red eyes, asking him to calm down. She hardly felt sorry for the criminal. She was probably tired of watching it. The guy stopped and turned towards the girl, still being on emotions. He decided to catch his breath at the same time. Knocking the stupidity out of the head of a minor fool is a rather difficult process. After thinking about the situation, Neo-Mask turned back to Yu Jinmen, grabbing him by the hair while he was crying and bleeding. Neo-Mask told this poor gangster to listen very carefully. To atone for his actions, Yu Jinmen must return all the money to the students to begin with. And if Neo-Mask ever found out that he was picking on others again, or engaging in any kind of gangster behavior again, he should remember that Neo-Mask will haunt him until he goes to his grave. The Jinmen should understand that Neo-Mask, like him, lives only for such moments. The guy did not even squeak or resist all this time, seeing the hope of getting out of this game at least alive, but not in one piece. Bruises, fractures, and frozen blood on his face will remind him of this day and this moment for a long time. Finally, the Neo-Mask was chatting with his audience, still holding this fool by the hair, who was whining and shedding tears and assuring him that he would not do it again. And then, hearing the sound of a police siren, the Neo-Mask realized they were coming to him, and made a scared face, saying that if the cops caught him, the Neo-Mask would be finished, but he was only pretending to be scared. Again, addressing his fans, Neo-Mask said that today's broadcast was over, and it was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Neo-Mask said, thumbs up, subscribe to his channel, and click on the bell, and showed a symbol that is quite common in their country. It means like. Neo-Mask was not in a hurry to end the broadcast. He asked if his friends liked today's broadcast. And by the way, sneakers, leggings, and a hat, just like their Miss Manager, they can buy in the monthly catalog of the Yushin store, a good way to earn money and use self-promotion. Neo-Mask encouraged the viewers to click on the link below to the Yushin store. Neo-Mask was happy to offer to buy some things there. It was already evening. There was no one in the park. Even the lights were on, and someone's shadow was standing near the outhouse, as if something was leaning against the wall to rest. It was a Neo-Mask. It looked like he had to run quite a bit, running away from the police, and finally he decided to rest here, breathing heavily. He took off his mask, and you could see on his face that he was sweating a lot while running here. And when he took off the mask, he felt a great relief. One can only imagine how hot it was. He breathed a sigh of relief. After catching his breath and putting on his glasses, he turned to a girl named Ji-hee, asking if she was feeling well. The boy was quite cute-looking and very young. And then, turning around, the Neo-Mask saw a girl near the corner of the room. It seemed to be Ji-hee, also a rather nice girl, blonde, short, holding a rather large backpack, The girl seemed to be stealing around the corner. Realizing that everything was fine, she approached the Neo-Mask to help him take off his sweatshirt. He didn't mind. After all the running around, it was unlikely that the guy had the strength to even take off his clothes. So he bent down to meet his partner, and she took hold of the sleeves of the sweatshirt and pulled it towards her. Ji-hye pulled off Neo-Mask's clothes and stood waiting for him to get dressed, while Neo-Mask put on a white shirt and fastened the last buttons, laughing. He said that he still couldn't get used to her, when Ji-hye was a manager and when she wasn't. But the girl looked at him and said, really, he couldn't get used to it. Julie said, how can she get used to the fact that he and the neon nuclear psychopath are the same person? By the way, she's also his manager, and in general, what does nuclear psychopath mean? Describing the girl, it is impossible to pass by without noticing her bright red eyes, which were no longer angry, rather gentle. Now she was a completely different person, calm and gentle. While Neo-Mask was still getting dressed, Ji-hye looked at his clothes with some curiosity, and suddenly noticed that she had told Neo-Mask to bring the other managers with him. Neo-Mask said that Siha and Tae-young were on probation, and he slapped her on the head, and Ji-hye called him a cudgel and said that she was actually on probation as well. Stroking his head after the blow, Neo-Mask said gently that Ji-hye would be the first to go, even if she didn't study. Recalling recent events, he should be wary of making fun of the girl who had hit him with a math book and dispersed the whole gang. Handing Neo-Mask some clothes, the girl said that the clothes from the sponsors were already in such a terrible condition. And even if she wanted to, she could not afford them. But Neo-Mask gladly assured us that he would get a suit for Ji-hye, and thanks to today's broadcast, they will receive supplies from the clothing manufacturer. The girl did not expect this. She had been dreaming of a suit for so long, and now she has a chance to get it, because their broadcasts are watched by many people, and Neo-Mask and Ji-hye can't keep up with fashion. Neo-Mask plans to get the latest jeans, cap, sneakers, belt, and a branded shirt. Looking at Neo-Mask with gratitude, Ji-hye said that she leaves this matter to the guy, even called him the boss. A dark room with a door that opens quietly and shows the silhouette of a guy, but you can't see who he is from a distance. Now it is clear that it seems to be a Neo-Mask. He went inside. The room is well furnished. A spacious living room, large windows overlooking the evening city, large beautiful chandeliers, and in the middle of the living room, a large white sofa, which seems to have been unoccupied for a long time. The Neo-Mask entered the room. It was decorated in calm, cold colors and made to look like wood. A low lamp near the chest of drawers. The guy looks tired but happy. He is finally home after such a hard, busy day. As soon as he came in, the Neo-Mask turned to Siri and told her to read the messages for the day, and Siri immediately reacted to the Neo-Mask's words and said that there was a message from the chief director of the Dukil Park. Siri was connected to a device that looked like a portable speaker, and next to it was a tray of sweets. When the boy stripped completely naked and went to the shower, and was enveloped in a pleasant warm steam, Siri turned on a voice message on command, saying that Neon had struck again, and that the director of Park Dukil had sent the Neo-Mask letters from students at high school in District Essequangs that the boy had asked for. Director Park Duckley has captured all the major gangsters and even the Sixes, so when the information is confirmed, the director is waiting for a deposit from Neo-Mask. Now that the steam has cleared a little, we can look at the guy a little closer. As you can see, his body is quite slender and muscular, and it looks like there are battle scars on his back. Coming out of the shower, clean in body and fresh in mind, the guy was already dressed in a home suit and drying his hair. It was already dark outside and the city was illuminated by the lights of lanterns and billboards. The TV in the room was right in front of the window and the news was on. When he saw it, the boy froze. He could see what it was about, and he draped a towel over his shoulders and listened intently. The screen showed news about Neo-Mask, showing a map on the screen. The news showed the status of Neo-Mask crime across the country for 24 hours. It was live, and different colors on the map indicated different areas. Red was severe, colored zones were special organizations. Green was cleared areas. Neo-Mask was becoming more and more popular in the news rankings, And when he saw the news, he was not surprised, but something in the window caught his attention. Neomask saw a high-rise building that shone from top to bottom with a black light, like a beacon among other houses in the night, perhaps showing someone the way. But on closer inspection, it became clear that this high-rise was shining from selective windows, as if specially chosen, with the top shining the strongest, making shapes out of the light. A little lower down, windows of 2 stories were lit in a row, and then in a scattered pattern, and the bottom was completely dark. In one of the windows stood a man's figure, his back turned to the room, half naked and obviously looking at something. He was a blond guy, with broad shoulders and a muscular body structure. His face was half hidden in the darkness. The Neomask and this guy seemed to see each other, and they looked directly into each other's eyes, and there was nothing friendly about it. The guy named Daniel was having a party at the pool in the high-rise building, and one of the guests called out to Daniel, asking him why he was standing there and inviting him to have a good time. Behind him was a crowd of people, some drinking, some dancing. Some of the guests were in the pool with layers of people floating on the water, and the party was in full swing. The guy turned away from the window, leaving behind only the night city, on his toes, barefoot, headed for the company. The Neomask angrily squeezed the towel around his shoulders. Looking at this tall building, he seemed to know perfectly well who was there. The Neomask threatened angrily, looking at this building. Tell me to show the price of fun to some troll. School is the period when we learn to live, to contact with people, to solve problems, to learn something new, to make friends. Some for a while, and some stay for decades. For each student in the school program, the most exciting stage is the exams, because the diploma at the end of school depends on them. Well, in this school, the results of the exams for the first semester came. The school is very large, 4 floors, and is hidden among the high-rise buildings, so it takes only a couple of minutes to get to school for those students who live here. For each exam, there are names of students, and under each of these names are the students' scores for all subjects. All the students ran up excitedly to look at the results of the exams, including Neomask. And finally, we know his real name, Sunbin. And the girl standing next to him looking at the scores was surprised, because for her the guy was like a nerd, and she was surprised by his low scores. And the guy said that when Sunbin just transferred a month later, he thought that they were looking at a ferry of entrance exams. But it seems that Sunbin does not care much about his scores. Turning to his classmates, he indifferently replied that he knew and saw the results, and he was really trying, but nothing was working. But his friends did not mock him. On the contrary, they supported him. His girlfriend said that it was not a big deal, and nowadays it is possible to live without studying, and a classmate put his hand on Sunbin's shoulder and suggested that he register on View Tuntel. The classmate said that there are channels where people record themselves studying, and they don't have to say anything. They just read a book, for example. But the guy did not miss the moment to make a joke about Sunbin. He said that if the young man took off his glasses, he would look very presentable. Who knows? Maybe it would work. He suddenly slapped the joker, laughing, saying what nonsense the guy was talking. Seemed to put his hand well, the guy was bent down. And he fell to his knees. It seemed to be a school bully. He asked if the boy really wanted to become a blogger, and he just denied it. And observing the situation in the classroom, namely that no one came forward to defend or help the victim, they were afraid of this bully because he was really quite tall and strong. And then the bully's eyes fell on Sunbin, and judging by his eyes, he had already found his next victim. And then the neo-masked man called out to him, sharply grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back to his side. With an evil smile, and still holding his hair, he asked the neo-mask if he was the same idiot who had recently transferred to them. The guy was very confident, pulling back. He clearly hadn't resisted yet, and he was one of those who felt impunity at war, and enjoyed it. With a wry smile and obvious pleasure in his superiority over the Sunbin, he told him to rely only on himself, and asked if he understood. Sunbin remained silent, and the thug, realizing that he would not be able to calm himself down thanks to this boy, turned and ran towards the other students, shouting at them, asking what they were looking at. They were clearly frightened by this sudden change of location. Sunbin calmly walked over to his injured friend and helped him up, and asked him how he was feeling. The boy was still holding his head with his hand, which seemed to be still sore from the blow. Sunbin said that even in the best schools in the world, there are boys like this bully. The boy, still holding his head, turned to Sunbin and said that he was right, that without a tiger, a fox rules the forest. Meanwhile, the bully was not amused. He snatched the phone from the hands of the guy he was flying towards, and with genuine pleasure, even madness, threw it with all his might on the floor. The guy was shocked by this behavior, and his classmate told Sunbin that he was not even a member of any local gang, which meant that Neomask was unlikely to take him on. But that would be good. It's high time to teach this bully a lesson, who feels he has complete impunity. But Sunbin turned to the boy's side and wondered if it was time to take on the bastard. The Neomask didn't seem to be wearing ordinary glasses. It looked like he had a camera hidden inside. He just said, "We'll see." Meanwhile, the bully was not calming down and had already found a new victim, and the slop he was holding was afraid to move. Would the Neomask still come? The day was coming to an end. The sky was beginning to turn pink, which meant that evening had already come, and soon the whole city would fall asleep in the arms of night. When he got home and threw his backpack on the couch, Sunbin collapsed on the couch, exhausted, and the day was hard, and he had these problems with the bully. The image of this bad boy popped up in the Neomask's head. He seemed to be getting tired of the guy, and yet it was time to do something about it. Otherwise, this bully would go on and on without being stopped. Lying on the couch, Sunbin thought about what to do. Maybe pretend that someone had reported him and punish this bad guy. His thoughts were spinning one after another, his anger fighting with his mind. But someone pulled the Neomask out of his thoughts, and it made him get up from the couch. There was no one in the room. Maybe a voice came from the corridor, and the boy asked who it was. When he went out to meet the guests, Sunbin found his partner in the company of rather stout men, one of whom was holding a package of gifts and said that it was time for a housewarming party. The guests put the bacon on a handheld grill, specially set up so that all the fat would drip into a cup, and there was rice and spices on the table to go with the bacon. Everyone sat down at the table. Sunbin, as the host, helped to set the table. But Jihai was not happy. She seemed to be in a bad mood, because she made comments on everything. So what kind of housewarming party was it that served bacon to the guests, or whether it was necessary to splatter butter all over the table? And anyway, the Sunbin moved every 2 or 3 months. Why did they have to throw parties every time? But everyone was too busy putting food on their plates with a portion of rice. The burly man told Jihei to just take it as a get-together with friends, and then asked the server to serve a protein shake while holding a cabbage, and Jihei interrupted him and said that he didn't need a protein shake if he hadn't even eaten rice yet, or if he wanted to lose muscle. But then one of the guests almost forced food into the Sunbin. He kept giving him food and building a tower out of it. When Jihai saw this show, she couldn't believe her eyes and asked if they were really building a tower. But the man said that thanks to Sunbei, he had earned a lot of money, and with his eyes closed and his hands folded in front of him as if in prayer, he turned to Sunbei, calling her boss and begging her to earn even more this year. Hearing the conversation about money, Jiesia joined in, wondering how much money they had made in sales this month, including advertising and copyright income. The man, who was almost forcibly shoving food into the sunchoke, with a sly but satisfied look on his face, pointed to the number 3 on his fingers. His face was half covered by a shadow, making his expression even more mysterious. The girl saw the amount, was stunned, could not believe her eyes, and demanded a raise. And then another of the company put an unknown red jar on the table and began to conduct an advertising campaign. He presented a new plant-based weapon. If his comrades got it, it would burn. Ji-hee did not remain silent and said that the guy was putting his chemicals on the table again. The girl went back to talking about the income, saying that she was also contributing. So where was her share? And Sunbin laughed out loud. The meal was over. Only empty bowls remained on the table, and an empty grill where fresh bacon had been grilling recently. Everyone was well fed. And then juice was offered. Some agreed and some did not and just sat there in silence. Sunbin stood up from the table and said he was going to go to his room to rest for a while, but the group asked him to come back sooner as they had brought a board game. Ji-hee looked at Sunbaek and thought about something, but a voice broke out of her thoughts and offered her pear juice, guaranteeing that she would like it. The boy entered a dark room with only a computer providing light. This room looked like a secret office, and the darkness gave it a mysterious feel. It was indeed an office with notes and calculations hanging on the wall, and a whiteboard with notes in different colors and somebody's photos on it. Sunbin's hand reached into a drawer in the desk and pulled out a photograph of a little girl lying on the desk. Sunbin looked at the photo with a kind of sadness, as if this girl was close to him. But he was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of Ji-hee, who was standing at the door, leaning on it, watching Sunbin and speaking. She asked about their new goals, whether the boy had gathered all the necessary information. The thought of a new assignment amused the Sunbin a little. He assured her that the information was ready, and as soon as the fourth manager gave the go-ahead, they would begin shooting. And the guy looked at his mask, apparently missing his work. And Ji-hee asked what the Neo Mask would do after he caught all the guys from Troll Fam, what his plans for the future were. The guy thought about it and answered that the money that would remain would go to student scholarships, and he was thinking of investing. The girl looked away sadly. The girl said that it would be better to stop possible attacks by those who like to mock others, because the fact is that such minor bandits reduce the reputation of workers and couriers. In addition, with these words, the girl abruptly put a mask on the boy. He did not expect this gesture while sitting in front of the computer and looking at the statistics. Ji-hee turned the bachelor sharply towards her, so hard that he almost lost his balance on the chair. Leaning in as close to the boy as she could, she said she asked him what he was going to do next. She couldn't believe they would meet again after he caught all the bad guys from Troll Fam. Laughing, the mask immediately reacted to Sunbin's emotion, and the Neo Mask said that it was too much. Ji-hee, does she really see him as just a neon? But the girl realized that he was only trying to change the subject with these jokes, and she understood why, and it made her feel uncomfortable. With complete seriousness, she leaned towards Sunbin, and taking her hand to the mask said that it seemed to her that living in the future was not in his plans at all, and it not only scared her, but also made her angry. All the seriousness of this conversation was reflected in Ji-hee's face, and was mirrored in the boy's, who was still smiling. Meanwhile, the big man and his friend stood outside the door, listening to the conversation, one just staring at the floor, the other twirling a pistol in his hand, and heard Sunbin say that if we could solve this problem in our country and fully protect the innocent students, then when the time came, Sunbin would like to open his own chain of fast food restaurants. Looking at his emotions when he spoke about it, it was clear that this is his lifelong dream. But not just any restaurants. He wanted to open them in prisons. His idea was to have them only for gangsters. He even said with some joy that they would take their excrement and put it in burgers. And before he could finish, Ji-hee turned away in disgust and waved her hands, saying how disgusting it was and really not much fun. Judging by how much Sunbin hated bandits, it wasn't that hard to figure out. The girl angrily headed for the exit of the room, shouting that because of the guy now cannot eat burgers, calling him what the world is, and he was pleased with his prank. Just laughed. But after calming down, the girl thought, and said that she wanted him to start a new life after the trollfish was captured. Sunbin stopped laughing when he heard these words, and seemed to think the girl said that they were the criminals and not the Neo Mask. Ji-hee made every effort to convince the guy not to do anything stupid, and to continue living. Hearing this, the Neo Mask thought about it and remained silent, and next to him was a photo of a little girl. If he kept this photo, it was very valuable to him. The guy seriously folded his hands in his lap and said that in South Korea, because of these scum, many people cannot live as they used to, even if they did not commit a crime. Sunbin was completely down. He was upset. But he still assured Ji-hee that he shouldn't worry about him, because as long as there is at least one stupid criminal in the world, the guy will be immortal. And the axes of his mask glowed blue. These words seemed to calm the girl down a little. She decided not to take out the Neo Mask anymore, and said that Dukil promised to buy ice cream, so she offered to try it. And closing the door, she left. The guy liked the idea very much. He even forgot that he was still sitting with the mask on his head. Sometimes someone was having a not-so-censorious dialogue in a fast food restaurant, and a rather large guy was saying that if they put an ad on it, the chef would get a lot of customers. And the guy in front of him interrupted and continued his sentence. And he will earn a lot of money, won't he? Next to this man were two of his companions. They were talking to the man they called the chef. He was standing next to a girl who was wearing a uniform of an employee of this establishment, and they both stood and listened attentively. And behind the man were the preparations for the dishes. It looked like they came in the middle of the working day. The kitchen was quite clean, bright, and transparent. The guy said that he understood the point of the conversation, but he didn't like the idea, and he and the girl were not going to do it. They were clearly not friendly after such proposals and conversations. And then one of the bandits noticed the guy who had just walked into the middle of the conversation and was unexpected to see this scene. He did not like the fact that someone could hear their conversation. Extra ears are useless, and the fate of the witness is unenviable. But turning to his colleagues with anger in his voice, he said that it was enough, we had to go. Hinting that someone could hear them, the guy's grin did not bode well. And with the most fake friendly smile, he turned around and headed towards the exit, saying that they would meet the boss again. The man who had been talking before looked at his partner suspiciously, and the boss said with a genuinely angry face and tone that he would call the police if they dared to come back, at least one more time. As they left the restaurant, one of the comrades said that the old fools were still fighting back, and his boss said with a cheerful expression that they would set fire to the place and that would be the end of it, and laughed out loud, while his partner said that he really liked their chicken, but that it would be a lot of fun. At this time, the man who was saying goodbye to the chef approached them and said, pointing to the restaurant, that he had seen a guy from high school here. It looks like he works here, and he was trying to remember his name. I think it was Suman. Meanwhile, Suman looked out of the window with fear, looking towards the man. He seemed to notice that the gangster was gesturing to the restaurant and realized that this did not bode well. Glaring at Suman and getting on his motorcycle, the man threateningly told his friends to find out what school Suman was attending, which seemed to bother him. Sunbin went to a grocery store called Goo. The large windows and doors show that the store is quite large and spacious. Once inside, they can see the advertisements, the main one being a Neo mask who is called by Jihai, who says hello to them, and Sunbai asks what's new. But when he doesn't answer, she asks if Sunbai has eaten at all, and that he is stuffing his stomach with convenience foods again. Holding up one of the convenience foods, he told Jihai that it was quite filling, and as you can see, the package also had a Neo mask on it. The girl didn't like it, and she asked him about the food that Jihai had prepared for the housewarming party, whether he had eaten it at all, and if he had thrown it away. Jihai threatened to kill him, but Sunbai laughed and said that he had eaten it all, and that he had to go. The girl didn't like the short farewell, but still she exhaled a sigh into the phone, and said goodbye to the boy as he was leaving the store with his purchases. As Sunbin walked home, he thought that it had been a year since they created the Neomask channel, and it had become very popular. But the trollfish were still gaining strength, and if Wyfin wanted to reduce the influence of the trollfish, the Neomask channel should attract more attention. The guy realized that he had no choice. He had to show the trolls their place. The guy's gaze became serious and determined. He was really pissed off with these trolls. Suddenly, the boy stopped in the middle of the road. His thoughts took him far away. But then, out of his thoughts, the boy was pulled out by a noise. He was all alone in the middle of the street. It was already late at night. The high street lights were not on in any window. The city was asleep. The only source of light was a lamppost. When he came around the corner, the boy quietly looked out from behind it. The sunbin was lucky to be covered by barrels. They blended well with the darkness, and a picture appeared before him. A man had fallen to the ground. His face was not visible, only his hair was red, and from the fact that he was breathing very heavily, it was possible to understand that he was either running very fast or being beaten. Now it was possible to see that the guy was cornered and barely breathing, and he was surrounded by a gang that was clearly not in the mood for just talking and being friendly. Each of them was in their own vehicle. Someone was standing with a bat in his hand. It was a completely deserted place except for these guys. An ideal place to kill someone without leaving a trace. Two of the bandits were laughing at their victim. They were calling him names, saying that when he dyed his hair, he immediately became cool. But the guy was silent. He was trying to catch his breath and gather his strength. The guy was wearing a rather original purple sweater with a dragon pattern. One of the company laughing threatened that if the guy didn't get to his feet in 5 minutes, he would be in trouble. Before the guy could answer that he understood his fate, his offender received a fist across the jaw at the same second, and judging by the expression on the bandit's face, it was quite heavy. And it didn't seem like it. The attacker was thrown to the ground, and his accomplice was quite surprised, looking at the guy who was standing on his feet as if nothing had happened, as if he had not been beaten, and said that the attacker was too confident and was digging into someone else's hair in vain. The guy was full of energy in an instant, ready for any fight, and mockingly asked why everyone was so down, sad or something. He said that it was not obvious that red is the color of power and aggression, and the guy at the same moment was already attacking the attackers with his fists, and with red eyes, angry as the devil. Now the victim was not he, but his attackers. One by one, he knocked the attackers to the ground, with such force that they could not even get up, and those who attacked immediately became the first to receive blows to the jaw. But then the attention of Sunbin was drawn to a mark that seemed familiar to him. Seeing the mark of the skull, the Neo-Mask suspected that these hooligans were from the Kim Dooman gang, so he took out a headset and attached it to his ear, and the mark never left his head. And now it is clear why Sunbin needed the headset. He turned on the emergency live broadcast and greeted the viewers, saying that they had just received a tip from an anonymous person that several gangsters were planning to beat the teenager. Sunbin filmed everything that was happening on camera. The fight continued. One of the attackers tried to beat the guy with the dragon, but he very cleverly dodged the blows. The comments under the broadcast said that the viewers were very much looking forward to this broadcast, and someone was unlucky and had only 3% of the battery left. Someone laughed happily that there was finally another broadcast, and Sunbin said that even 5 criminals could not cope with one guy. There was even one among the attackers who could not stand it and cried. So it turns out that if you threaten, everyone is brave, and if you answer for your actions, they immediately cry. And Sunbin remembered, asked what the reward was for them, and laughed. The viewers of the live broadcast, looking at the shame of this gang, offered to reduce the reward to 21 and laughed. Someone recognized their neighborhood in the video and asked if it was true, and someone joked that if you collect all the rewards for these robbers, he would not even be able to buy a board. Meanwhile, the fight was gaining momentum. Looking at it all through the phone screen, the Neo-Mask noticed that the guy with red hair was doing well, alone against the whole crowd, and this interested the Neo-Mask. Looking at how the guy killed the whole group, and now striking after striking another criminal, the man he had beaten earlier, lying on the sidewalk, cursed at him and, grabbing a bat, angrily shouted that he would kill him. But the guy, having finished with this scumbag, stopped. He heard the words of this robber and was already preparing to defend himself against his attacks. The man frantically rushed towards the guy with a bat in his hands and tried to strike him on the head, but the guy turned away in time, and the bat passed him by. This made the guy very angry. He was about to strike back. His eyes were burning with anger. The Neo-Mask was shocked by what he saw, because it was almost impossible to dodge the blow like that, and he watched what was happening like a fascinated man. And then the guy could not be restrained. He was not a joke, and it would be better for these fools to run away where the eyes see. The guy put all his strength into the blow he gave to the fool, who dared to rush at him with a bat from behind, getting hit in the jaw. The criminal flew back quite well. Someone shouted with furious anger at his men. It was the same big man, sitting on his motorcycle, saying that he had told them to get ready a long time ago. And they were still here. Useless pieces of garbage. He didn't care what they were doing here, even after seeing this carnage. But he noticed this guy, and he called out to him. And the guy called out to him. The man's name was Mensa. And if this guy knew his name, then they knew each other. At least vaguely. Neo-Mask heard that this boy knew the man's name, And now he knew his name was Mensu, and he thought, somewhere Sunbin had heard this name before, and it seems he had heard it in some advertisement. And as far as Sunbin knew, this man could only shout, but he never got into a fight, so he should not worry about him, although the man looked quite ominous. But it was of little use. But for some reason, when he saw Mensa, the guy just cursed, and seemed surprised by his appearance. One of the criminals, addressing his boss, apologized and said that he was on his way to a meeting when he encountered this guy, so he had to stay behind to teach him good manners. It seems that these criminals were afraid, or at least respected their boss, because as soon as he appeared, the fight immediately stopped. The man only listened while sitting on his motorcycle, but when he noticed the guy, all his courage evaporated, and he asked if it was Ju Seijin. But the man standing next to him didn't seem to care who it was or what he was doing. It wasn't his business for now. But Ju Seijin didn't seem to care about Mensa. He wasn't afraid of him. He even greeted him with a smile and said that it was the donut himself. It seems that the way Ju Seijin called him made Mensa very angry. He said that the guy had already gotten him and ordered his subordinate to call the others, and the guy looked at Ju Seijin and turned pale and could only manage to squeeze out that he was going to dial. But Ju Seijin didn't care at all. He just laughed evilly and asked what kind of circus the man was putting on. And meanwhile, his subordinates turned their motorcycles around and headed off somewhere. The boy tried harder and harder to anger the man and told him to come down to him and beg for mercy. Ju Seijin showed that he was not afraid of Mensu. Mengsu was acting like a clown, showing off how menacing and dangerous he was, swearing at Ju Seijin, yelling at his subordinate to let go of Mengsu so he could beat him up. But the comedy was that no one was holding him down. His subordinate was a little shocked and confused and didn't know how to react. As it turned out, Mengsu was a coward and was only trying to show how dangerous he was, as most people would say, just a cheap ploy. One of the gang saw this and could hardly stop himself from laughing, but he couldn't help but smile wryly, and anyone in his place would have been able to do the same. It was truly comical. Sunbin saw the tragic comedy as well, and he was laughing himself, but he couldn't help but smile, saying that Mensa was more interesting than he thought, and now that the broadcast was shaky, the channel's popularity would rise to unprecedented levels. Ju Seijin realized that Mensa wasn't coming down, and he was bored, so he might as well see the circus. But then he heard the sound of motorcycles, rushing at full speed toward Ju Seijin. Backup arrived on motorcycles, and Mensa sent his subordinate to fetch them. Their vehicles bore the same skull mark as the others in the gang, and they all looked quite menacing. All of these men headed toward Ju Seijin's car and trapped him, blinding his eyes with the light of the streetlights, so bright that it was impossible to see anything. Mensu smiled wryly, obviously pleased with what was happening, and told Ju Seijin that he should try to escape, that from that day on he would be going to school in a wheelchair, and called him names, and the Neo-Mask's words were confirmed, that he could only show himself to be cool and would never actually fight. The guy admitted that he was cornered. Dozens of men on motorcycles were looking at him in full readiness, waiting for a command like lapdogs. Some of them were lounging on the handlebars. Others were just waiting for a command, ready to rush into battle. Others didn't like it at all, but they were all just waiting for the boss to decide. Well, the guy didn't show fear, but he knew he was in trouble and needed to think of a plan of retreat. But then one of the gang opened the Neo-Mask channel, and at first he did not understand what he was showing, and then turned to the tires, asking if it was him, and Mensu looked at him frightened and asked what kind of channel it was. But the guy didn't pay him any attention, just said with some kind of joy that they were live, and asked if he thought people liked the fact that they wanted to beat up a teenager. He couldn't believe his eyes. Someone was watching them from behind for so long, and he was filming them live, and there were already a lot of comments, and it was unlikely that the viewers liked what was happening. The guy cheerfully shouted to Mensa that he was on the live broadcast of Neo-Mask, but Mensa was not very happy about it. The opportunity to be seen in a bad light all over the country was not very good, given that Mensa also acts in advertising. It could be very bad for his reputation, and make advertising agents refuse him, and it would be the end of his career. But Ju Seijin did not miss the opportunity to tease Mensa by shouting on air that the little Mensa from Sando High School was the country's top donut, which was a disgrace to Mensa, and he humiliated him as much as he could by emphasizing his imperfect appearance and figure. What Ju Seijin did was as angry as a person could get, and Mensa was almost salivating, his face twisted with anger, making the Mesna even more ugly. He could only manage a curse word at Ju Seijin, his eyes welling up with blood, and he bared his teeth as hard as he could toward the boy, as if to grab his throat. But given his cowardice, of course Mensa wouldn't do that. And of course Mensu yelled to George to grab both Ju Seijin and the man who was filming the whole thing live, and everyone in the room rushed toward Ju Seijin like puppies. But the boy knew it would be very difficult or even impossible to get rid of them all. Few people noticed the neon, and he realized it and laughed. Someone wrote on the air that the guy should run away as soon as possible, while others said that the Neo mask was too noticeable, and someone else wondered if the show was over. While everyone else was very busy with Ju Seijin, two of the gang were catching the Neo mask. But the guy didn't seem to care at all, and in fact he was enjoying the situation. The evening was getting interesting. He told the audience that the Neo mask was with them, and that was it for today. They would meet in the next episodes, and turned off the camera. Seeing the defeat of his subordinates, Mensa was crying like a madman, not understanding what was wrong with them today. He really didn't like the fact that they were losing. Ju Seijin instantly turned into a bloodthirsty beast that swept away anyone who stood on his way. One of them was the criminal Menghu, who was kicked in the face by Ju Seijin, saying that he was hungry. It seemed to be about the slaughter. The guy was taking great pleasure in breaking the noses of his attackers, and looked like a beast indeed. The donut fell from such a blow and could not get up from the ground. It seemed that he was unconscious. The guy was very pleased with the result. He told the man that he would go home and order a delivery of chicken legs, and said that he and the man would see each other soon. Meanwhile, Neo Mask was running at full speed away from his pursuers, who were shouting after him that Neo Mask should be killed, and anyone else who came across him. Being caught would mean the end of everything. For Neo Mask, his channel, all the work on the troll gang, and all the other criminals who were still free and safe. Ju Seijin was also running as fast as he could from his pursuers, because he couldn't kill them all. One of them would knock him down, and then the others would come up, and that would be the end of him. He would just be trampled. Sunbin, running away from the pursuers, jumped on the roof of the building to hide from them. He did it so easily, as if the guy had done it more than once. Maybe it is. Because to hunt criminals and keep them in fear of the Neo Mask, he must be able to do such tricks. As soon as Sunbin jumped on the roof and lay down so that he would not be seen, the attackers on motorcycles passed by, and they were looking for the boy. And when one of them drove right under the Sunbin, he jumped out at the unsuspecting man. The man was scared to death when he was jumped on top of him, and the Sunbin took advantage of the opportunity, when the man was confused, and grabbed him by the neck and pulled him towards him. The Sunbin threw him off the motorcycle and began to strangle him, holding him with all his strength. The man was screaming for him to let go, but the Neo Mask only wanted him to suffocate. The motorcycle remained lying overturned on the road with the engine and lights on. The choking man realized that he would not escape. In his eyes there was no hope for salvation. The Neo Mask was strangling him with something similar to a mask. The man was sweating from the stuffiness. It was not a pleasant death, to be strangled. And then, with his last breath, the man weakened. He lowered his arms and legs and did not move anymore. But the Neo Mask still held him, perhaps thinking that the man was pretending to be dead to save himself. But the man was dead. His pupils rolled under his eyelids, and tears stood in his eyes and froze without falling. The mask remained on the face of the strangled man. He was indeed dead. Working for the wrong person and in the wrong company had ruined him. But no one was to blame but himself, and that was what he had fought for. The Sunbin stood up and walked away from the dead man, and stood for a moment looking at him. The guy looked at his victim, and seemed to be thinking about something. He took off the dead man's jacket, mask, cap, and clothes to hide who he was, because the criminals know that it was the Neo-Mask who filmed them and saw him running away. And if they caught the guy, they would not miss the chance to reveal his identity. And word would get around among the bandits that they caught the Neo-Mask, and everyone will immediately rush to take revenge for everything, perhaps for their comrades. And if not, these criminals will definitely make the Sunbin work for them, blackmailing him with the fact that they will reveal his secret, and then he will definitely be finished. With his face completely covered, the guy could continue his work, and now he wondered where that interesting guy, meaning Ju Sejin, had gone. Meanwhile, he was still running away from his pursuers, and as you can see, he was already very tired. Because he was breathing heavily, the guy was on the roof of a building. After jumping down from it, in a remote area where there was not a single living soul, the guy stopped to rest, and as he noticed, it seems that he had broken away from his pursuers. There were only cars, streetlights, and Ju Sejin himself. And in the high-rise buildings where there were no lights on, not everyone was still asleep in the dead of night. But that was not to be. Barely catching his breath, the boy cursed when he heard the shouts of the pursuers that one of them had found him. The boy cursed to himself. After running such a long distance, Ju Sejin was hardly eager to run again. He was already sweating well. And meanwhile, the pursuers were getting closer because they were not running but driving. The boy was exhausted. He could only see the bandits approaching, and he was scared. But then, out of nowhere, one of the pursuers fell on his head with a wooden box, very similar to a table box, and hit the driver right in the head, so he didn't realize what had happened. His head was thrown back, so the Neo-Mask found where Ju Sejin had run to. But seeing that he was already being chased, he decided to help. He found someone's dresser on the roof, and he couldn't think of anything better than to drop a box from this object on the head of the pursuer. And in such a situation, the Neo-Mask found a way out of the materials at hand. Hiding his face, he was sure that he would not be recognized, so he could help without fear of being exposed. And the Sunbin dropped the boxes from the roof one by one. This caused a real commotion on the road, as one person fell and everyone fell. Receiving a new batch of blows to the head and body from the boxes, the lucky ones were more fortunate. And because of this obstacle, they were all very angry, because the help from the Neo-Masks had made their task very difficult. Ju Sejin could not believe his happiness. He laughed, perhaps hysterically. But still, the guy did not understand what it was and where it came from. But the guy did not care. He had a chance to escape. The whole situation was only in his favor, calling the attackers assholes. The guy was going to run away until they came to their senses from what had happened. But then it seems someone came to his senses, out of nowhere at full speed on a motorcycle that was clearly out of size, carrying a Mensa with a bat in his hand, while he was driving a motorcycle with the other, and seemed to be very angry. Mensa Ju Sejin was not expecting to see anyone, and he was clearly shocked. Mengsu was pleased to catch up with the boy and shouted that he wanted him to die. The guy was shocked and couldn't move. He just watched the crazy Mensa flying towards him. He only wanted to kill the guy. When the Mensa caught up with his victim, he was not going to miss a chance to get even with him. But when he saw the man, the Neo-Mask rushed to Ju Sejin's aid and ran across the roof to meet him. But he couldn't leave Ju Sejin alone. While Ju Sejin could not move from shock and fear, he watched the donut rushing towards him. A Neo-Mask was already flying towards him in the sky. He was not expecting to see him, but the Neo-Mask was not paying attention to him yet. There was only one target to stop, and the unsuspecting Mensa was kicked in the face again. His nose was definitely broken, and it would be a miracle if he survived. But it was unlikely. The man was very unlucky. The blow from the Neo-Mask threw Mensa back a few meters. It took a lot of strength to throw such a big man, but the Neo-Mask didn't seem to care. He landed calmly on the sidewalk, not even stirring. After only a minute of looking behind him at the guy, the Neo-Mask told him to follow him. Ju Sejin turned his head, not understanding what had happened, and still in shock to and fro, looking at the Mensa and then at the Neo-Mask, not knowing what to do or where to go. But there was no time to ask. The Neo-Mask had already rushed up the stairs without even turning around. Apparently, he had no doubt that the boy would follow him, and he was right. The boy did come to a little bit of his senses, enough to run after the Neo-Mask. They ran along the empty street thinking that everything was behind them, because there was no one to hear or see. The darkness of the night helped them to hide. But they were found, and the man who turned out to be running after them told the others where they had gone. When the motorcycle's light fell on the boys, the Neo-Mask was almost around the corner, unlike Ju Sejin, who was just running down the stairs, and he growled angrily. How many more were there? It was really too many. How many they had already killed, and the criminals had not diminished. The Neo-Mask answered his question as soon as the boy caught up with him. The Neo-Mask said he had seen about 20 criminals, but that wasn't even a third of the No-Pack gang. Ju Sejin couldn't believe his ears. No-Pack, they were really here. Noppaku is a famous gang of hooligans, founded by those bullies and Kim Dooming. Most likely, it's an organization, not a gang, delivery service, fast food restaurants, karaoke bars, and even computer rooms, all of which are used by students, and Noppaku tries to pretend to be a trading company that mainly owns and operates stores. Neo-Mask explained that they earn money by blackmailing students and shop owners. If the latter refuse to pay the so-called trade tax, Noppaku closely follow them and intimidate all students who go to these shops. On the other hand, if the shop owners pay the trade tax, the No-Pack blackmail students to go only to such shops. In short, if they pay, the business flourishes. If they don't, the business declines. But in any case, students are involved. They are intimidated in one way or another. The guy was furious when he heard the full story about them. They were already pissing him off, especially after they almost killed him. But Ju Sejin was also interested in how Neo-Mask knew all this. But before Neo-Mask could answer, they were exposed again, and Ju Sejin couldn't be angry anymore because there was nowhere else to go. It seemed like they wouldn't be left alone. All the exits were completely blocked, not even giving them a chance to escape, and motorcycle lights were shining on them from behind, in front, and to the side. Ju Sejin shouted to Neo-Mask that they were trapped, and he thought that Neo-Mask knew where to run. As if Neo-Mask did not see that they were trapped, they were simply driven into it. The criminals who lured them stood waiting for orders. And then one of the gang shouted to take Neo-Mask and Ju Sejin, and the criminals rushed towards the boys as if at the sound of a gunshot, with a terrible rage in their eyes, because they made them run well, complicating the whole thing. Neo-Mask quickly assessed the situation and turned to Ju Sejin and said that he would take care of the ones on the left, and the guy would be left to the right. The guy repeated without moving. And now it is clear why he asked, because which of these two right sides to deal with first? After all, wherever you look, there were these robbers. Moreover, there were several of them on each side, and the street in which they were driven was divided into 4 sides, 2 for each of the guys. Wasting no time, the Neo-Mask struck first. The first one who tried to attack him, and he flew away. And Ju Sejin did not stand idly by. But it was impossible, he was muttering to himself, why he had run after the Neo-Mask, but he had learned useful information, and his fist was already flying towards the attacker. That desperate man attacked with a bat in his hands, but it didn't help him. He didn't even have time to raise it over the guy, and immediately received a massive fist right in the jaw. Each guy had excellent self-defense techniques, and it had never failed them. Besides, it seems that they were quite strong, agile, and dexterous. The fight was brutal and bloody, and all the attackers stuck to Sunbin and Ju Sejin. Sunbin deftly dodged the attacks of the criminals and put them on the ground one by one. He even managed to put 3 men on the ground with 1 kick, and they clearly did not expect it. Ju Sejin was not far behind Neo-Mask. He also put enemies on the ground with surprising accuracy, and at this time he finished off another enemy. The guy was already well tired, but he was holding his own, because there was no way out. If Ju Sejin did not fight back, they would kill him. The guys worked intensively to put down the enemies, even though sometimes Submin and Ju Sejin would strike at the criminals at the same time, and they would be shoved aside, taking on new victims, while Ju Sejin, like a true warrior, or perhaps a dragon as the one embroidered on his shirt, his eyes burned with hatred, he repelled the attack of the blond man right in the jaw, which turned him to the other side. But the Neo-Mask was dealing with the red-haired man who was twisted in half by the fact that the guy hit him, right in the chest. so hard that he couldn't even breathe. Perhaps the air was blocked in his lungs. The next moment, when the Neo-Mask had already dealt with the red-haired man and was catching his breath before the next attack, which was sure to come, the criminals wasted no time. The red-haired Ju Sejin, having dealt with his blonde friend like a real dragon, was already flying towards the other attackers with fury in his eyes. And then when Ju Sejin bent down, the Neo-Mask jumped on the guy's back, using him as a lift. He leaped over Ju Sejin and with one kick knocked down all the men who were already heading toward the boys, and they all fell on top of each other and onto the sidewalk. Neo-Mask and Ju Sejin took the opportunity to run into the street. Away from these attackers, Neo-Mask pulled his mask away from his face so that he could be heard, shouted to Ju Sejin to run after him quickly, and the guy with anger in his voice, and running with all his might through the dark night street, said that, God forbid Neo-Mask make another mistake. Finally, Ju Sejin and Neo-Mask managed to break away from the pursuers and stopped in the park near the simulators. They were completely exhausted. Ju Sejin almost fell off his feet and bent down to catch his breath, and Neo-Mask did the same. It seems that there was no chase after them, and they can finally at least have a little rest because they had all night, more than 1 hour, to fight off the attackers and stay safe. Finally, after catching his breath from the chase, Ju Sejin, though he didn't know who he was, said he was very grateful for the help and asked if they had met before. And the Neo-Mask meanwhile tried to cover his face with a cap, perhaps to avoid giving himself away, because it was said that it was the Neo-Mask who was broadcasting, so Ju Sejin could suspect that it was him. But it was much simpler than that. Neo-Mask was just very sick, and yet he couldn't resist running to the gym. Ju Sejin, a little shocked by what had happened, asked cautiously if the guy was really that sick. He threw up because the mask was the reason. The criminal who wore it smoked a lot, and the Neo-Mask said it smelled bad, and why no smoking criminal brushes his teeth. Looking at the Neo-Mask's face, he was very pale, and he pulled the mask away in disgust. Looking at this unfortunate mask with disgust, the Neo-Mask covered his nose and said that they didn't feel that their breath smelled very bad, and Ju Jin couldn't help but laugh, so hard that tears started to fall. The guy thought it was not just rage, and he was right. Seeing what had happened, he looked around and stopped at the vending machine. Recalling the massacre, he thought that compared to those jackals, the red-haired boy was much stronger and more resilient. He fought like a real dragon, with anger and determination. The gang would remember him for a long time. It was a shock for them that 2 boys could resist and escape from these criminals, alive and unharmed. But the Neo-Mask thought that there was something even cooler. His mind conjured up images of the recent massacre, of the desperation and fury with which they had fought side by side. A remarkable duo who had surprisingly managed to resist, fight back, and survive the slaughter. And then a tin can with a drink flew towards Neo-Mask, and Sunbin deftly intercepted it in the air, as if automatically. But he did not understand what had happened. It was Ju Sejin. He was calmly opening the same can in his hands, and in a happy voice he said to Sungbin to drink. The guy's treat. Sungbin was clearly happy to have a long-awaited refreshing drink, and thanked him happily. And then Ju Sejin, with a fervor in his voice and determination in his eyes, said that he looked like a neon mask in battle, didn't he? He looked as if he didn't care about the fight, the weather, or the escape from his pursuers. But Sungbin just drank his drink quietly and silently, and didn't want to answer. He listened to Ju Sejin talk about Neo-Mask, that is, about Sungbin himself. If only he knew that his idol was standing right in front of him. He said that Neo-Mask had fought so well in the last live broadcast, and he was thinking of starting a crime hunt, and asked Sungbin if Neo-Mask would understand him, because he also wanted to get a reward. But as the conversation dropped and the conversation was diverted, Sunbaek asked him if he noticed that Ju Sejin and that fat Mengsu guy were acquaintances, and the guy indifferently replied that he and Mengsu had studied together, and admitted that they often made kids cry, and asked why he wanted to know if Sunbaek was jealous. But Sunbaek was in no mood to joke, and he asked cautiously but curiously If Ju Sejin was a bully, and if he was one himself, the fact that he was well known among the gangsters should have been alarming, especially since Ju Sejin had admitted to having bullied children in the past. But the boy laughed calmly and replied, squeezing the drink can, that he had no connection with the criminals, that it was just a childish prank, and that he was too good to do such nonsense, a boy with a hard character. But he would not do such things. Hearing Ju Sejin praising himself and calling him cute, Sunbak laughed a little, and Ju Sejin noticed and said that he was already laughing at him, and that was at their first meeting. In any case, Ju Sejin thanked him again, and asked the name of his rescuer, and he introduced himself, and extended his hand to Sunbin to meet him. He was quite friendly to the guy, and wanted to get to know him. The Sunbin also kindly extended his hand to meet him, but he was still interested in this guy. Turning to go about his business, or perhaps just home, Ju Sejin said that he now owed Cha Sunbin a favor, and if they met again, he would have to treat him to rice or something like that. Sunbin also started toward home, and politely waited a little while for Ju Sejin to say goodbye. Looking after the boy, who was already quite far away, Sunbin noticed that he was right. The boy was really interesting, and for some reason it seemed that this was not the last time they had met. And only now the guy remembered his rice which he had bought in the supermarket, but because of all these events he left it in a place unknown. It seems that he will be without dinner tonight. The western part of Seoul, the area of the most frequent attacks, the hideout of the Nopak gang, was a building that looked like a garage, with two doors, one bigger and one smaller, the bigger one for large cars, and the smaller one for people. Examining one of the motorcycles which seemed to be broken, a man sitting next to it said that nothing would help him. The motorcycle was hopelessly broken, and there was no point in repairing it. The man picked up a yellow lighter and started a fire, but without doing anything with it, he closed it back up, as if he was playing with it, thinking about something. In the middle of the garage was a beautiful black car which seemed to be quite expensive. Next to it were two motorcycles, almost identical, and in a chair in front of the man sitting on the floor was a figure. It was Mensa, and in front of him was his colleague with whom he had been in the fast food restaurant, offering his services, let's say, and threatening the boss. The man standing in front of him was holding a couple of nuts. He said that despite the fact that he had warned him, it was addressed to Mensa. The man was standing in the shadows, but he was clearly visible. He was a young man, very serious, and he was wearing interesting pants with large slits in the knees. He continued to talk, and Mensa even had help from their six. But despite this, he still did not finish the job. Mensu was sweating profusely. He realized that because he had failed the task, the man was now in trouble. He was afraid to say anything, and the guy kept saying that even if Mensu told him that these idiots would pay for their own treatment, they still need money to pay for the repair of 21 of the 60 bikes. The boy was playing with a lighter in front of the Mensa. The boy sat sadly over a pile of metal in a box with other tools, looking sad. And the man said that because of the breakdowns, 21 of the gang were unable to do their jobs. Another man was sitting on the side of the Mensa and playing with a knife, obviously trying to scare the man, who was afraid to move, but still said that it meant that they would not be able to do anything during the 3 days it would take to repair the bikes. The man sitting on the side of the Mensa with his knife out smiled crookedly and laughed, looking directly at the Mensa. His expression was rather strange, perhaps due to the light in the room. The man standing next to the guy who was trying to do something was watching him closely, and he finally asked him if he knew what to do with the motorcycle. But the guy just answered that Dooman had paid for the repairs, and that they were one of the attackers who had chased Ju Sejin and Neomask. Holding a small wrench in his hands, the guy said that it was all because of the stupid Mensa, and he had read that everything should work if there was a little bit of slack in one place. The guy was visibly nervous. The guy was still very young. It seemed that he was afraid of getting beaten up if he didn't fix the bike. Looking at the way Mensu was stuttering, addressing the Dooman, and looking at him with such hope, one would think that Mensu was not the boss, but just one of the puppets who followed orders. He said that how could it be? Those bastards had no right to look down on Nopaku. But he stopped talking when a man with a gun in his hand approached him. It scared the Mensa quite a bit, and the man said that those stupid bastards were not their main problem. If the guys from the Troll fam found out about what happened, he could imagine how ridiculous the Noppaku would look. A man came up to him almost close, obviously with something heavy in his hands, addressing Mensa. It was one of the main gang leaders, Troll fam, Noppaku, Kim Doomin, a tall, rather formidable man who clearly had not a little blood on his hands but the spirit of sins. The man looked to be about 30 years old, and his body was quite muscular, as his clothes could not hide the obvious, neither a t-shirt nor even a jacket. It was clear that he was very strong. Doomin slowly approached Mensa like a beast to a victim. He enjoyed his fear. Mensa could only squeeze out his name, but interrupting him, Kim Doomin said threateningly, "Take care," calling Mensa unpleasant names, who was already afraid and his pupils were narrowed. Kim Doomin's eyes showed an unhealthy gleam and excitement, and he swung his hand at Mensa with a fervor that looked like a very heavy metal disc, and Kim Doomin told Mensa that if he got hit on the head with this thing, he would not have a chance to survive. Seeing the metal above him, Mensa could only scream. Tears were rolling down his face, and he looked terrified, as if he had seen his death. And it was true. A man like the leader of a gang would not just threaten, he would act to justify his title and place. Otherwise, he would be removed from this town. So the question was either him or him, and for the man the choice was obvious. And then a liquid splashed everywhere in the garage. No, it was not Mensa's blood, but Kim Doomin decided to make fun of the man, to enjoy the moment when he trembled with fear. For Kim Doomin it was just a game. It was the engine oil from the broken motorcycle. It stained the floor and the key in his hands, as well as the clothes of the guy who tried to repair the vehicle. The guy cursed and said that this motorcycle was beyond repair. All the work was in vain. Now there was nothing to be done. A very large and beautiful city. High-rise buildings. Today is a bright, sunny day. No fuss, not even a sign of people, calm, measured everyday life. The guy is talking on the tablet. He is tall, blond, well-built, with deep-set eyes, a straight nose and a sharp chin, typical male features. He is wearing light-colored pants, a black sweater, and a green jacket that suits him very well. He was very serious and reserved. The man was given the task of gathering information on Chu Se-jin and managed to dig up some information on him. A little blunt, but he fights well enough and has a good reputation. Because of his fighting skills, he's being considered as the new manager. But if he's the right man for the job, editor Kite Han was also a candidate at one point. Sunbin was the one who was considering Chu Se-jin as the new manager. The guy sat back and thought about it, while his partner listened patiently. Sunbin said that as far as he knew, a manager is someone who acts as his bodyguard, and editors are like mercenaries. Both sides need to be strong enough. Sunbin and his colleague were talking at Sunbin's house. In order to work in a team with a Neo mask, the candidate who is selected for both the role of manager and editor must be able to control himself, keep his mouth shut, and know who to say what to. The Suban, being a top-secret person, cannot afford to hire a manager who will reveal his identity. As for the editors who are only paid, they need to be able to crush the opponent completely, like Keitha Han does. But Neo Mask is still looking at him. Chu Se-jin has good basic skills and intuition, and he seems like a good person, but something is bothering him. In order to understand whether Chu Se-jin has enough self-control to become a manager, Sunbai thinks they need to take a closer look. He gets up from the couch and starts thinking about the new candidate. After thinking about the situation, Sunbin said that he would leave it to his partner to find out more about the Nopak gang. Smiling with satisfaction, his partner replied that he had just understood his boss. The meeting ended and everyone went about their business. A boy in a high school uniform walks down the school corridor, calmly, confidently. The corridor is empty. No one is interfering with his way to class. Entering the classroom, he greeted everyone. It was Chu Se-jin, and his classmates greeted him back as if they were the only ones in the class. The boys whispered to each other and asked Ju Seong why he didn't read or answer the messages, but he didn't understand what messages they were talking about because he hadn't seen anything, and he asked his friends what was wrong. They turned to the guy and showed him the phone with the video of Ju Sejin beating one of the criminals that night, and the friends asked if he had appeared on the Neo Mask channel, but what to ask if it was already clear that it was Sejin. The guy didn't know what to say, so he was a little embarrassed and hesitated, and only asked if they had seen everything. The guys couldn't believe it was true, and one of his two classmates said proudly that he was right, and it was really a Sejin. A moment of glory for the young man. It's good if he doesn't get eaten up by this popularity. The classmate said that he needed to tell Sumin, and then someone appeared at the door and heard the conversation. It was Sumin, and he was immediately called by his classmate, who turned to Ju Sejin, and the boy was just about to tell him what he had just seen and learned. Sumin didn't look very good. His cheek was covered with a band-aid, and they immediately noticed it and asked him what happened to his face, if he had a fight with someone. But he just joked that he had fallen out of bed, somehow not very lucky to fall, even if the wound had to be covered. But Ju Sejin looked at the boy and thought about something, as if he knew what had happened. The gangsters gathered near the garage cooperative. Some were heading for their motorcycles. Some were just standing there, and some were ready to go. Their bikes were ready for adventure. A blond boy, sitting on the bike, lazily asked Tesob if he had taken care of the piglet Mensa, and Tesob replied that he had come right after the hospital where he was now. Gimduman turned to him and ordered him to tell everyone that if they did not bring money to repair their bikes, they would be in trouble. The others were ordered to stay and prepare to make a routine visit to their neighborhoods. At that time, Sumin was walking calmly to school as usual. It was a beautiful day, friendly people on the street were few and far between, and the advertising signs were burning brightly on the shops, as if luring passers-by inside like a beast to prey on them. But then someone's voice called his name, and the boy did not like the person who called him. On such a nice sunny day, nothing would bode well for trouble. But as luck would have it, Sumin was stopped by the very people responsible for the day going wrong, a gang, and before the sun could rise, they were right there, tracking the guy. And this only portends trouble. There were like 4 of them, and good things were not to be expected. With a fake joyful smile, the man said that he had returned. It was the same one who had been in the fast food restaurant, and when he saw Sumin, he ordered to find out who he was. The guy obediently approached. He realized that there was nowhere to run, they would catch up. He obviously did not know how to fight. Too calm and quiet a guy, approaching. The guy on the left asked if it was the same bitch, and the guy on the right confirmed, and said that this guy's eatery brings a lot of money. The guy was scared. He could not say a word, afraid to say something wrong, and they all mocked the guy, saying that this restaurant was tasteless. The other just laughed. When the offender approached Sumin, he immediately asked if his parents were still not ready to sign a marketing contract with them, so the people in the restaurant who kicked the offenders out were Sumin's parents. The boy was obviously very afraid of these criminals, but he found the strength to finally say something. But he could not inform his parents about the decision. Then, with all the strength he could muster, Tesab slapped the boy in the face. It was not that he did not expect the criminals to do this, but he did not think that he would be slapped so quickly. And so, putting his arm around his neck as if to hug him, he said that he should think more about his parents, and said to imagine how upset they would be when Sumin came home every day with a broken face, which is to say that the criminals realized that they would not get close to the restaurant owners, decided to work and act more radically, and went after their son, because what parents would not do whatever the criminals needed to protect their child. Having finished hinting at threats, Tesab asked Sumin if he understood everything, and he nodded with tears in his eyes. There was no way out but to agree. Otherwise, he would be killed. But before the criminals could do anything to him, Ju Sejin flew into the street shouting at Sumin, letting him know that he was here, that help was coming, and the criminals saw him immediately, unlikely to have forgotten what happened that fateful night. But still some of the team did not know him, so he was a newcomer. But it was as if Tesob did not hear Ju Sejin's voice, and still did not let go of Sumin. Angrily shouting at the criminals who were holding Sumin, Ju Sejin said, "What the hell were they doing to him? This guy owed him money, so they had to let Sumin go. Otherwise, Ju Sejin would not be held responsible for his actions." Now at last, Tesab noticed the familiar voice and image of the guy. The guys from the gang immediately began to show off their regalia, who they were, and told him to go away. But Ju Sejin made it clear that he didn't care who they were. He was completely calm, and didn't pay attention to the threats and curses. And yet, one of the gang, the most immortal one, seemed to get Ju Seong the most with his curses, and immediately got punched in the face. His friend standing not far away was slightly surprised. And then there were threats from Sejin. He said that he would break the face of this bastard, who did not have time to do anything as he immediately received another punch in the face and from the leg, which hurt many times more. It seems to be the most shameful and weakest member of the team of criminals. Watching this, Taesab and Dooman were furious that their accomplice had dared to lay a hand, or even a foot on them. While Ju Sejin was busy staring into the eyes of his recent acquaintances, the same guy who had been standing not far from his friend immediately began to approach him from behind, and was already punching him in the face. But before he could even get up and do anything, Ju Sejin immediately turned around and gave him a good punch, so hard that the fool was turned around and went flying down. Standing up with a swollen cheek after such a blow, it is not surprising that he cursed at Ju Sejin, and it is already clear that he is afraid of the guy, and really wants to take revenge for this blow. But the offender's pontifications evaporated as soon as Ju Sejin leaned over, and without even a word, with his own eyes, hinted that he should shut up. Otherwise, next time he would not just get a slap on the cheek, but would lie down, and no one would be able to pick him up. Still, after asking him again what he had said, Ju Sejin described the blow as a fairly light one, but the criminal did not think so. He was knocked back again, but Sejin did not seem to care. And then, as if waking up and realizing who was in front of them, he turned to Kim Dooman and said that this guy, but before he could finish his sentence, Dooman did it for him, saying that he was one of the guys who had smashed the Mensa guys, and thanks to whom they now had half of their bikes inoperable. The guys were obviously not happy that this guy had come to them, because firstly, it meant problems for them, given his calmness and the scale of the tragedy after the meeting with Sejin. And secondly, he interrupted the conversation, so to speak, of the criminals with the Sumin, and did not allow them to finish what they had started. After assessing the situation, Kim Dooming only said that everything was clear, and he was obviously already preparing a plan to get rid of this problem with Ju Sejin. While Ju Sejin was having fun with the guy he had recently put down with a single punch, and was about to pick him up to teach him a lesson again, one of the gang, and it looked like it was Ju Sejin, called out to him and went straight to the guy, while the others stayed behind and just watched. Kim Doomin came up to Ju Sejin and asked him if he was the one who caused them problems yesterday, and Ju Sejin did not hide it. He was completely calm and confident, and after calling Kim Doomin, he said that it was him, and asked what he wanted to do to him now. The way Ju Sejin spoke to Kim Doomin was very unpleasant and angry, and he didn't think that the guy would dare to talk to him like that. Looking at the man, Ju Sejin suddenly realized who he was, but decided to ask him if he was really the leader of the Nopak. The man did not conceal his irritation, but when the Count said his name, he said that he was from Songdo College. But Ju Seong didn't care who he was or where he was from. He said that he had named his shag to emphasize where it started. The man was obviously very hurt by this, but he kept quiet, and Ju Seong continued to say that Kim Dooman was trying to intimidate him, and joked that these idiots had read too many comic books about school bullies. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. After hearing the conversation between the boys and seeing Kim Doomin's reaction, he picked up the phone and asked Dooman if he should call the Sixes. This amused Ju Sejin, who looked over Kim Doomin's shoulder at Tai Saab and said, "What kind of gangsters are they that can't face each other?" Ju Sejin mocked Taesab, saying that he was so afraid for his ass, and laughed. While the man could not say a word in anger, but in all the fights the two did only one thing. They called the Six, and never once did they go out to fight the enemy, but sent someone else. Zamin stood behind the gang while they were busy with their long-awaited victim, and Taesab shut up and stood behind Kim Dooman, and Dooman raised his hand as if to threaten him, saying that Ju Sejin must be crazy, and laughed. The boy didn't deny Kim Dooming's words. He was even amused, why not? Because only a person who was fearless would be slightly or completely insane. And at the moment, Ju Sejin was giving these fools only two options. He pointed his fingers in front of Kim Doomin and made a picture of the number 2, and said, "The first option is that they leave and Ju Sejin doesn't touch them or beat them, but the second option is less pleasant, they run away. But after he beats the whole gang, so it's their choice." Kim Doomin didn't like this at all. He was angry because how dare they put conditions on him, the leader of the gang, and threatened to beat him up. And Kim Doomin showed with his whole appearance that he was not afraid of Ju Sejin. Maybe so, but still a hint of doubt was in his eyes. It was worth remembering what happened last night. The guy put down a lot of people with Neo masks, and now he threatens them. But the man has no right to allow himself to show even a little excitement. He did all the work. He led the whole squad of criminals, and if they realize that the main one gave in, he will be removed from this position. They will stop respecting and listening to the Doomin. As Ju Sejin approached Doomin, he stopped right next to his ear, and it was clear that Ju Sejin was a little shorter than Doomin, but he was hardly inferior in strength. The boy's eyes darkened, and looking at Kim Dooming, Ju Sejin confidently said that he was stronger than him. The boy was clearly not going to back down. It was not in his nature, especially since he wanted to help Suman. And if he backed down, those bastards would never leave the boy alone, nor his parents. These words really touched a nerve with Kim Doomin. His eyes became animalistic, angry. His eyes were bloodshot. No one dared to say such things to him, let alone talk to the leader of the gang in such a tone. It was like being spat in his face. Ju Sejin thought of trying to resolve the situation in a more peaceful way, if at all possible, judging by the mood of Kim Doomin after such threats, so he offered to end the conversation on good terms, promising to stay out of Kim Doomin's sight, and he would stay out of his sight, and patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. He reminded him of yesterday's fight, and told him to think that if his 6 men had not started a massacre in which they themselves had been beaten, none of this would have happened. So instead of stretching this story, they would either start fighting for life and death now, or they leave it all behind and never see each other again. Which is not a bad option, because everyone will be safe and sound. And as last night showed, Ju Sejin can easily stand up to this group, because there are only 4 of them. Not like last time, there are more than 20 of them, so there's a chance they won't come back alive. Standing in front of Kim Doomin, the guy asked with a smile if they had an agreement, but the man was still silent. Maybe he decided to think about it and not risk his men. Or maybe he wanted to outsmart them, and then gather the men to kill Ju Sejin, catching him somewhere along the way. Both men stood with their hands in their pockets. They clearly did not trust each other. By taking his hands out of his pockets, it looked like Kim Dooming had thought it over and was ready to make a decision. Ju Sejin waited impatiently to see what Kim Dooming, the famous bandleader, would say. His eyes were penetrating, and he was about to decide whether they would either part ways and live or face off in a deadly battle. And there was only one way out, either way. Tae-sub also looked at Suman and Ju Sejin expectantly, waiting only for his boss to respond. He was ready to rush into battle at any moment. Sumin, on the other hand, was dreading the announcement of the decision, because his life depended on it. After thinking about the possible consequences, Kim Dooming decided to look at the situation from a different angle. He was not desperate or stupid, and he walked over to Ju Sejin, put his hand on his shoulder, and closed his eyes with a smile, as if he could not believe what he was saying, and had to admit that Ju Sejin was smarter than his subordinates. He passed Ju Sejin and walked away slowly, and shouted to his men to follow him, while Ju Sejin watched in silence as Kim Dooming's figure moved away. Tae-sub followed his master, silently passing Ju Sejin, glancing at him one last time, obviously wondering why his boss had decided not to pick a fight, and Ju Sejin only glanced back at him with one eye. As the group disappeared around the corner, Ju Sejin breathed a sigh of relief and said that they were easier to negotiate with than he had expected. At that moment, a pale, scared-to-death Suman approached him, stammering and thanking him for saving him from his misfortune. Ja Seong realized that the boys had picked on him because of his parents' fast food joint, and he said that he had asked him in elementary school to tell Ju Seong about such things, but he still preferred to endure it himself. But the boy didn't realize that if Ju Seong hadn't acted in time to notice the criminals, he would have gotten out of there with his life. But Sumin said he didn't want to get him involved in this shit. And Ju Sejin put his arm around his neck and said that childhood friends can share a little bit of trouble. It would be easier. He looked at Sumin and laughed and asked him if he was really tough when he was asking the gang leader to choose, but he didn't say anything. Kim Sumin and Ju Sejin walked away from that unfortunate place, along the street, past the shops. And Sumin turned to Ju Sejin and said that he was done eating junk food and asked him to go eat tteokbokki at his house. Tteokbokki is fried rice sausages. The guy jumped up and down with joy and asked if Sumin had a treat. Ju Sejin told him that his parents make a very special eomukuk, or fish cake, which is seafood on skewers cooked in a rich broth. Kim Dooming was playing with his lighter when he was interrupted by a voice addressing Dooming, saying that he was really going to let that bastard go. But the man ignored him and continued to say that if Kim Dooman ordered him to, he would run him over when the boys finished their work. This time the man responded by saying that getting rid of the bastard, referring to Ju Sejin, was a waste of time. Kim Dooman sat in his chair, thinking and contemplating his next plans and actions, and ordered Tae Sob to pay attention to the repairs until the news of yesterday's incident reached the Trollfather's ears, and for some reason, Mensa and another man were hanging in front of Kim Dooman. Kim Dooman, with an angry expression, threatened to eat the bastard piece by piece. The man sat looking at the emptiness in front of him, just clicking on something in front of him. It was either a garage or a barn, quite spacious but empty. In front of Kim Dooman, there were only 2 sofas and a low table, on which the man put his feet. The only thing that could be heard throughout the barn was a lighter that Kim Dooman was playing with, as he was thinking about something, and it seemed to help. But then a boy appeared at the door and interrupted Kim Dooman's thoughts, asking if he was still here, if his teacher would be angry because he was not in class. But the boy was too lazy to look up at the person standing there. But he suddenly laughed out loud, and the laughter echoed throughout the garage. Kim Dooman called the boy an idiot who was interested in what teachers and parents would say, but Kim Dooman didn't give a damn. But then a guy sitting in front of him, a rather odd-looking guy with dark green hair, put his leg up on the couch and leaned forward a little, laughed and said he was kidding. He said if it wasn't for their parents who kept stopping them and their teachers, even he didn't know how many of them would have been left disabled. Hearing this, Kim Dooman said that, by the way, could a dream make another boy disabled? And the boy smiled and realized who the year was about, and told Kim Dooman that he was talking about the red-haired guy that the T-Sob was talking about, and asked if it would be enough if he would beat him until he died, and laughed out loud again. But strange as it was, Kim Dooman did not agree this time. It seemed that Dooman had come up with something more horrible than just death, as evidenced by the fire in his eyes, which grew stronger at the thought of Ju Sejin. It was a bright, pleasant day, not a single gray cloud in the sky, and the summer terrace, a beautiful purple color, had been set up outside the Go Shop, where Neo Mask had stopped by to buy a snack before the slaughterhouse. But so far no one was there. Perhaps it was too early, or perhaps the vacationers had just left, but we would never know. Sunbin was standing at the counter, looking at the assortment of the store, and behind him a guy was looking at his phone, and it seems he was so absorbed that he didn't notice anyone else. Someone said hello on his phone. It was the Neomask channel. He was explaining their reward system for newcomers who had just signed up for the channel, who were being bullied at school, and his manager was in the video, wearing a mask as she should. The Neomask was saying that they were announcing a reward for all the idiots who laugh in the comments under the bullying video. They only needed their social media contacts, and as soon as they became known, any teenager who sent a video of himself beating up these bullies would receive a reward from their company. And in the video there was a short excerpt of a teenager who was apparently being bullied and beaten by a bully. He was screaming for the boy to die, and laughing at it, and for some reason he said that today he would have nuggets for lunch. The video showed Kim Jo-il. His arsenal included extortion, harassment of girls, the usual problem student. A reward of 400,000 won was put up for him. If translated into dollars, it would be 364. The policy was that psychos hunt psychos. The neo-mask pointed his thumb down. He said, "Your friend is a real scumbag, for whom a reward has been put up, but you are afraid that you will not be able to cope. Join with others and fight to get the reward." In this way, the neo-mask wanted to motivate the victims to finally become hunters. Just then, someone called out to Cha Sunbin, distracting him from the display of goods he was looking at. It was Ju Sejin. He had not forgotten his savior, and now he was very glad to meet him. He had not expected that they lived in the same district of the city. Ju Sejin said that it had been a few days and that Kim Dooman was nowhere to be seen, and it seemed that he had told Cha Sunbin about the incident with the Sungmin the other day, and Ju Sejin thought that maybe Kim Dooman had realized his mistake and had drilled that lesson into his head, realizing the situation he was in. Ju Sejin finished his burger and said that he thought about destroying their business or whatever they were doing, but he would probably leave it to Neo-Mask Cha Sunbin, who said that it was all very well and good that Ju Sejin wanted to get this mafia out of the way, but he said that he shouldn't get involved in this swamp that would drag down anyone who dared to approach it. But Ju Sejin was too confident. He didn't understand why Cha Sunbaik was saying that. He was sure that those bastards were completely terrified to see him, and he asked Cha Sunbaik if he didn't believe in his strength, considering how they had defeated an army of criminals together a few days ago. He glared at Ju Sejin and said that being alone, without support and connections in the right circle, it would be impossible to defeat them, and it would be better for Ju Sejin to stop before it was too late, at least for the sake of his friend who was innocent. But they would be on his trail. The boy was a little shocked at what he heard, and he seemed to realize that Cha Sunbin knew more than he was saying, because there was a reason he was talking him out of this stupid idea. After the incident, Ju Sejin saw his friend Musin off every day, and this time he assured him that the lunatics had stopped coming to them, and Musin said that Ju Sejin didn't have to see him off. Ju Sejin said that he hadn't planned anything, and it was just a coincidence, but he was going to buy tteokbokki at their fast food restaurant. Sumin heard this and happily said that his father said that if Ju Sejin wanted to eat, they would buy him a meal because he had saved their son. And they were very grateful to the boy, but Ju Sejin thanked him and refused, saying that he would lose respect for himself if he did not pay for what he was eating, and Sumin just laughed and called him a fool, but he was just joking, not out of spite. As they walked to the fast food restaurant, Sumin stopped, obviously thinking about something. He told Ju Sejin that he would buy them drinks, and told them to choose, but Ju Sejin was embarrassed and tried to dissuade Sumin from the idea, but he stood his ground and said that he would choose the drinks himself. But Ju Sejin kept trying to dissuade him, and during this argument, they did not even notice that a motorcycle was behind them. Someone was watching their friends closely. Knowing his friend's taste, Sumin bought them each a soda. The fact that they had been friends since childhood spoke for itself. They knew each other well. The guy caught the can but was somehow embarrassed. It was obvious that he was uncomfortable, but was grateful to his friend for the drink. But then, by the will of fate, the fact that he was catching the can drew his attention to something that surprised and frightened him. He heard the wheels of a motorcycle whistling as it was rushing toward them, and there was a man with a familiar hairstyle, Kim Jo-il, holding a bat in one hand with nails in it, and a fool could see why he needed this instrument of death, while his other hand was holding the handlebars of the motorcycle, which was already smoking from under the wheels, and his face was hidden behind a mask. Unfortunately, he saw the man as he was running away, which meant only one thing. Zumin was mangled, and God help him if he was alive. His broken glasses were lying on the sidewalk. Barely out of his stupor, Ju Sejin could only scream and run to his friend. It seems that Cha Sunbin was standing at a bus stop, waiting for a bus when his phone rang. Cha Sunbin picked up the phone, and what he heard was clearly not pleasant. He was shocked to hear about his friend, Ju Sejin. He asked where Ju Seong was now, and he was lost in a street. Now it is clear where he was. Ju Seong was walking from the hospital where Sumin was. He was told that the glass did not hit his retina and visual nerve cells. but he almost lost his sight. This news from the doctors stunned Jusheng. He could not recover. He was reproached with the thought that despite all his efforts, he could not save his friend from trouble. His parents arrived at the hospital the moment they learned about what had happened. They didn't even have time to change. They arrived in what they were wearing. And what kind of outfits could they be talking about when their son was done this to? His mother said that those who did this to him were real scum, and they seemed to be guessing whose hands it was. The man seemed to be either an investigator or a police officer. He told the parents that they were finding out who did it, using the CCTV cameras installed on the street and in the neighboring establishments. At that time, someone was watching them and listening to the conversation. It was Ju Sejin. He was listening to what the investigator was saying. He was near room 31 for a reason. Ju Sejin looked sadly into the room. His face was not there after what had happened. In a lonely, snow-white ward, Suman was lying on a bed. His eyes were bandaged, and after what had happened, he was unlikely to see anything at all. And this case was on the conscience of this bastard Kim Jo-il. He did not care who he injured, and unfortunately, one of these victims was Suman. After leaving the hospital and walking down the street, Ju Sejin could not stand the emotions, anger, despair, regret, and slammed his fist right into the wall, which made the chips fall. Ju Sejin tried to drown out these emotions through pain, but it was not so easy. He kept punching and punching, repeating to himself the unfortunate Nopak, Kim Dooman, all of whom were involved in this crime, and Ju Sejin would gladly get even with them all. The guy was furious. He couldn't remember himself, and he was screaming at everything that they were all fucking bastards. It was in this state that Cha Sun-bin found him. The answer came naturally. He should start with the Neo-mask. Cha Sun-bin asked as calmly as possible that, as he could see, Ju Sejin was very unhappy, and he was very unhappy his friend had been injured and was lying unconscious in the hospital. Ju Sejin saw his new friend, and it seems that now Cha Sun-bin has a plan and a proposal. When Ju Sejin saw Jae Sun-bin, he said that he had come at the right time, because he must know where those Nopak bastards were hiding. But he was not in a state to go to them, and he was furious. Cha Sun-bak replied calmly, but there was something else behind this calmness, and Sun-bak was in no hurry to reveal the cards, and for now he asked what the boy wanted to do when he found them. Ju Sejin flew up to Cha Sun-bin with a furious and wild look, and shouted that his friend was almost blind because of these bastards, and he would kill them. But Cha Sun-bin asked the boy to cool down. Cha Sun-bin was telling the truth. He was a Neo-mask. He was acting very cautiously because he knew how dangerous this organization was, and he had connections and people who worked with him, and Ju Sejin was going to go after this organization with his bare hands. It was certain death, instant death, and they would not take long to deal with him. But the guy didn't seem to believe his own eyes and ears, and every word that Cha Sun-bin said, that he couldn't cope with these criminals, made Ju Sejin's anger grow more and more. Ju Sejin called out to Chae Sun-bin and reached out his hand to the side of his neck, ready to kill anyone who stood in the way and did not want to help. And grabbing Cha Sung-bin by the gate, he said that the man had almost lost his sight because of these bastards, speaking as if he was sure that Cha Sung-bin had not heard him the first time, and did not understand why and for whom the boy wanted to take revenge. But this didn't bother Cha Sun-bin. He just said that did Ju Sejin think that the bastards who had done this, and maimed more than one person before his friend would care about his health and possible loss of sight, that he was an obstacle to be removed by the gang. Ju Sejin was already looking at Cha Sun-bak with hatred, and calling him names. He only wanted the boy to tell him where to find them, but Cha Sun-bak ignored the cursing. He understood why, and his angry look did not hurt him. Jae Sung-bin continued to stand his ground, saying that he should stop, at least for the sake of his friend, because if he thought about it, if Ju Sejin kept pushing, his friend might get killed. This made Ju Sejin even angrier. He could only growl, he couldn't even say anything. And right now these bastards were in their garage. It was already evening, which meant that everyone was already there. They were having a mini party, with drinks and snacks, and everyone was there, including Kim Dooman, Taesub, the now infamous Kim Jo-il, and a few other guys who were involved. having fun and hanging out, listening to their friends' stories about the ambush. Kim Jo-il was contorting Suman's face to show that he had hit him directly in the eye with his weapon, and the fact that his comrade might have been blinded seemed like a deadly game to them. They will distort and tease his parents, who are ready to cry at any moment if they are reminded of what happened to their child. They will compare who did better and laugh. There is no other way to describe them but scum. Talking about how cool they are will only excite them and cheer them up. One of the jackals said that if a guy thinks that their guys fight worse than him, then Ju Sejin is not in his right mind. And he thinks that Ju Sejin let them go, and not they let him go, said the fat pig who can barely move his carcass from side to side. Chasun Bin said that these bastards don't know what defeat is. Ju Sejin can believe him. They won't stop until they want to, or until they are stopped. They are stuck on the fact that for the first time in their lives, their gang couldn't handle two guys, and that they survived and managed to deal them a serious blow to their ego by killing half of the gang. Seeing JK at his feet, Sejin said that until they were squashed like cockroaches, they would not calm down. And now he could confidently say that the whole gang was crazy, and it was even clearer when they almost gouged out the eyes of Jusung's friend. A normal person would not do such a thing in his life, and certainly would not gloat over what he had done, and over the unfortunate. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, Cha Sunbin said, "That's why Ju Sejin can't defeat these thieves." These words echoed in Ju Sejin's mind, repeated over and over again. He could not win, but the boy did not want to believe it, and it seems that he did not think that if he rushed into the lair of the snakes, they would simply kill him. But he didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to think about it. And he ran towards Chae Sunbin screaming, shouting. How could he know about it? Calling everyone names. And he was shocked by the reaction. As soon as Ju Sejin put his hand over Cha Sunbai, the latter immediately intercepted it, not allowing him to do what he had planned. Cha Sunbai was strong enough to stop Ju Sejin. Ju Sejin was furious, unable to speak a word, and tried to pull his hand out of Cha Sunbaek's grasp, but his grip was too tight, as if the boy had just used all his strength to hold him. Chae Sunbaek was adamant, and asked if Ju Sejin wanted to test him. But he said that he was a psycho himself. His gaze was hard as a rock, not a single muscle in his face flinched, and all the muscles in his body tensed to the maximum. It looked like a fight might happen between the two men. Two very strong men. If they got into a fight, it would be impossible to guess who would win. Neomask is live again. He greeted all the viewers, asking how they are doing, and messages started pouring in on Neomask's page. Neomask said that due to popular demand, today they would finally be interviewing their main weapon, the fabulous manager Joy. There were many messages to her, some saying she was beautiful, some asking if she was in his school, some asking how she was doing, some even asking if she had a boyfriend. It seemed someone had their eye on Joy. She was sitting in front of the camera and did not look happy with this participation. The Neomask stood next to her and waited, but Joy did not want to talk. She crossed her arms in front of her and looked straight ahead, and it looked like she was very angry, not justifying her nickname Joy. Neomask was the first to break the silence. He turned to the girl, who was still silent and did not want to talk. And then she finally got tired of it, and Joy got up and walked away. Neomask asked her to say something, some greeting for her fans, something like, "Hello friends, I am Joy," but she did not respond to anything. Neomask asked where she went, but the girl did not answer. The Neomask was completely confused, not knowing what to do. The Joy walked away without even looking back. Apparently, she doesn't like too much attention. She doesn't like cameras. Popularity is not for her. And then we heard her voice, angry to the point of being angry. And the Neomask put up his hands as if he was going to defend himself from someone, maybe his own manager. And yes, she was flying at him with an angry Joy. How ironic, she was holding a bat, aiming it directly at the Neomask, and shouting that she had warned him that there would be no interview, and swearing at the guy with all the words she knew, and the Neomask was running away, shouting Joy, Joy, but she did not react. And then a rather funny picture appeared on the air, on which it was written, that due to the injuries received, the neo-mask was forced to take a break for one day. There was nothing to make the girl angry, so he took off in full. One can only imagine how they raised the mood of the entire audience of the live broadcast. Someone watched the live broadcast and could hardly breathe with laughter, and when a picture appeared on the phone screen, on which a child was drawing, and it was reported about the urgent completion of the broadcast, still laughing with all his might, someone said that they were crazy, but still it was very interesting to watch how the neo-mask ran away from the camera, escaping from the fury that was flying at him with a bat. In front of a fast food restaurant, there were 2 motorcycles, and as you could tell by the markings on the vehicles, they were the people of the KDP. They were the ones who were watching the broadcast and laughing, one of them in a black sweatshirt, almost begging his friend to switch to something else. Otherwise, he would die of laughter, and his friend said that it was time to go, otherwise their chicken would get cold, and the guy replied that even if it did, the stupid owner would not tell the KDP anything. It was a pretty good neighborhood, but it was getting late in the afternoon, and there was no one on the street except for the few shops that hadn't closed yet. Cha Submin still held Ju Sejin's hand with a meter-long grip, and he kept trying to get away, but he was held too tightly, and nothing happened. Looking directly into Ju Sejin's eyes, Chae Sunbin calmly said that he wanted to check it out. He was also a psycho, although the guy said it calmly. There was a hint of threat in his voice. Ju Sejin was starting to get annoyed with him because he couldn't calm down and just listen to Chae Sunbin, and he could understand. The anger that was in him and would not let go made him growl at Cha Sunbin, whom he was still holding, and this made him very angry. But still, after pulling his hand away, or perhaps Cha Sunbin just let him go, Ju Sejin brought his hand back with screams. He really wanted to kill Cha Sunbin, but he stood in one place like a stone. But Ju Sejin stopped himself in time and finally began to calm down a little. And exhaling, he said that if Cha Sunbin was trying his best to get into trouble, then he would. But Ju Sejin did not calm down. And even more so, he became even more agitated. And judging by the expression on Cha Sunbin's face, he was getting tired of it too. Ju Sejin's gaze became hard and impenetrable, and he was determined to teach Cha Sunbin a lesson, for not only not wanting to help with the information he clearly had, but also for trying to interfere, and he calmly but still irritably told Cha Sunbin to take off his glasses. It was evening. The city was calming down a little bit and plunging into peace and sleep. Someone is waiting at home for a hot dinner, and loved ones will meet at the door, and all the fatigue of the day will pass as if it had never happened. A quiet conversation over dinner and a cup of coffee will cheer you up, and someone is waiting for a pet who, as soon as the owner comes, will immediately rush to his feet and arms, will caress and demand attention. But at Cha Sunbin's home, colleagues were gathering, not even knowing that they would see each other there. Entering the apartment, Ji-hai saw her colleague sitting peacefully at his tablet doing his work. Seeing him, Ji-hai called out, clearly interested in the fact that the guy was here at all, and he smiled a little lazily, calling the girl by name and asking why she came to Cha Sunbin. The girl said that she often came here when the library was out of space, and that there was plenty of space at the Chae Sungbin's house, many rooms and all empty, and asked her partner where the Chae Sungbin was, but before she asked, the guy was already immersed in his work again. He didn't even turn to the girl and said that he had gone to meet Ju Sejin. It seemed that this guy's friend had suffered because of the revenge of the Nopak gang. The girl even forgot that she was pouring coffee from shock. She opened her mouth at the news but still asked if he was the guy who had fought with Chu Sunbin. Now she understood what kind of work it was. The guy was sitting there playing the fight game as if it was not enough in his life, and asked Ji-hai, as the manager, who was better, the local hero Kite Han, or the beast with the sixth sense Ju Sejin. The picture shows a fight between the two gangsters, and there was a third, but he is resting. Ji-hai said that she would rather not use these lame names. She is for the one who fights better, and they should be liked by Sunbai first. Ji-hai was heading to a colleague's house with a hot drink in hand, and the guy was sitting there thinking. He thought that both of them were fighting on the same level, but maybe not. Maybe Kite Han was better. A wonderful game that makes you think about it so much. The man said that after meeting him, he realized that he was a pretty nice guy, and when he saw Ji-hai holding a hot drink, he thanked the girl, and she asked if he was the one in the video of 5 against 1. So it was not a game, but real people in the video, and the guy was studying them, so he was still doing work. The man confirmed Ji-hai's guesses and said that Kite Khan reminded him of himself in his youth. The guy was clearly showing off to the girl. Maybe he wanted to impress her, but Ji-hai was already standing with her back to him and only nodded. She had known this friend for days, so she knew there was no point in arguing. He continued to show off what in his youth was called the Bulgwangdong Fist, a neighborhood in Seoul, South Korea. When the guy was attacked by enemies, he simply struck back and began to show Ji-hai how to do it and swing his fists left and right. At this time, a real fight broke out between Cha Sunbin and Ju Sejin. The boys fought in a terrible battle, and neither wanted to lose, because both were equal in strength and with equal ambitions. But the goals were still different. Ju Sejin had revenge in mind, and Cha Sunbin wanted to protect his friend from rash actions that would only lead him to a fatal mistake. Ji Sejin was punched in the jaw with all his might, so hard that it turned him in the other direction, but did not calm him down, but rather ignited a fire of rage. Jae Sungbin didn't seem to be giving it his all, because he didn't mean Ju Sejin any harm. He was just trying to talk him out of it, though it was a strange way to do it, and Jae Sungbin was mostly defensive and rarely attacked back. Ju Sejin tried to punch Cha Sunbin in the jaw, but his hand went high above the boy's head. He managed to duck and miss the punch. At that moment, Cha Sunbin had the opportunity to grab Ju Sejin by the collar of his shirt, and seeing the reaction, the guy could not think that Cha Sunbin would be able to turn around and grab him. And then, holding the collar of his shirt with one hand and the edge of his pants with the other, just above the knee, Cha Sunbin did a trick that allowed him to turn around and swing his knee directly into Zhao Sejin's face, but it didn't work out, because Sejin put his hands up in time and bent his arms to protect his face, but it was still not pleasant. From such a blow to the hands, Ju Sejin was hurt. He grimaced but did not show it, but it was clear that the guy was already in this fight. Ju Sejin was not going to give up, and thanks to this attack, Cha Sunbin was able to grab him by the collar of his clothes, and Cha Sunbin saw it. And then Ju Sejin turned around with all his strength and anger, holding Cha Sunbin, and lifted him up in the air above him. The only thing Cha Sunbin could do in this situation was to curse at Ju Sejin, but cursing didn't help, and Chae Sungbin was already flying over Ju Sung's head, and he missed the chance to help himself, and grabbed the hem of his friend's shirt and pulled it down with him. And only now did Ju Sung see this manipulation on Ju Sung's part, and he had to admit that he had not expected it. It takes a very agile person to be able to grab hold of a garment in midair, knowing that it will not be very pleasant to fall, and throw it over his head. But when he threw Cha Sungbin over himself, he didn't fall as Ju Sejin expected. He managed to turn around and land on his feet, pulling his own sweater over Ju Sejin's nose, and he just cursed, and Cha Sungbin didn't waste any time in getting out of his clothes, and ran toward him with all his speed. But then Cha Sunbin seemed to change his mind. He stopped right in front of his friend, looking directly at him, exposing himself to an open attack. Ju Sejin, seeing this, as if he could not believe his eyes and his luck, immediately decided to seize the opportunity. He rushed towards Cha Sungbin, but his fist was already flying rapidly towards Cha Sunbin's face, who was standing there, not moving. But then Ju Sejin stopped just a centimeter away from his friend's face. Ju Sejin looked at Cha Sunbin as if he could not believe that he could not hit him, although his eyes were filled with anger towards everyone and everything around him. But he could not hit a man who was innocent. And Cha Sunbin breathed out a sigh of relief. He suspected that Ju Sejin would not be able to hit him like that if Cha Sunbin just stood there in front of him without doing anything. But it was only a suspicion, and if the guy was wrong, he would be lying unconscious on the ground with a broken nose. Cha Sunbin looked at his friend with some kind of gentle compassion and said, "That's why he can't beat those bad guys. This was a test." Ju Sejin took his hand away from Cha Sunbin and brought it over his head as if he had just realized what he could have done. and Cha Sunbin continued to say that the boy would go to fight them, and then another of his friends would be hurt. Ju Sejin remained silent at this remark, realizing that his friend was right. Only now it was clear that the fight had not gone without a trace. A large, dark bruise flaunted under Cha Sunbin's eye, and the boy himself looked at Ju Sejin carefully, saying that he was just a dumbass who couldn't even hit someone he had met a week ago. Although Cha Sunbin was glad that he didn't get hit in the face, on the other hand, if he couldn't hit one of the criminals, it would be a great success for them, and for Ju Sejin it would be a sure death, because they would kill him if they had the chance. Ju Sejin's words managed to hurt him, and it made him angry. So the man said that Cha Sunbin was just like him, and why did he rush to help him? Jae Sungbin wondered for a moment whether he should trust Ju Sejin, because they had just almost hurt each other, and though they stopped in time and Ju Sejin was unable to hit the boy, it was hard to trust a new person with a secret, because if the secret was revealed, the boy would talk, and then everyone, including the Neo Mask and his colleagues, would be finished. But remembering that night, how they fought side by side, how they worked as a team and protected each other, remembering the amazing accuracy and strength with which Ju Sejin fought back, there was a certain amount of trust, because in general, the guy could take the opportunity to throw all the criminals on Cha Sunbei and disappear into the darkness. He could escape, and Cha Sunbei would be finished because none of his managers knew where he was. After thinking and making a decision, Cha Sunbin calmly put on his glasses and said that he thought that Ju Sunbin would be a good manager. The guy was a little surprised by this answer, and said, as if to ask what kind of manager he was talking about, if Ju Sungbin was putting himself on the same level as Neo Mask, or even thinking that he was Neo Mask. Without laughing, Ju Sungbin confirmed Ju Sejin's words. Now the guy looked different in Ju Sejin's eyes, because finally, Chae Sunbin had made up his mind and revealed who he was. Standing in front of Ju Sejin was the same Neo Mask, standing on the water, its reflection showing the truth of Chae Sunbin's essence, who he really was. He was a Neo Mask. Ju Sejin turned pale at the news. He never thought that he would ever meet someone and fight with them, but he could see the boy's surprise in the Neo Mask's eyepiece. He couldn't believe it, and said that he was saying that Cha Sunbai was a real Neo Mask. Neo Mask said that those fools didn't even realize it. But did he really think that his appearance in that live broadcast and saving Ju Sejin was just a coincidence? And now that he thought about it, Ju Sejin said that now that Jae Sunbin had told him, things were starting to make sense. Jae Sungbin had said that Ju Sejin was very naive, but now he wanted proof that Chi Sungbin was really a Neo Mask. But Cha Sunbin seemed to be expecting this question, so he smiled and said, "What's the point of lying?" and told Ju Sejin to stay out of the NOPAC, and they ended up fighting. Ju Sejin's hands began to tremble, and Cha Sunbin noticed that, and asked if he was a Neo Mask. And Ju Sejin said that if he was really a Neo Mask, he could hide the manager's identity and defeat NOPAC. It seemed that the guy already had a plan in his head. Ju Sejin looked at the Neo Mask with some joy and hope, and told all the other people who can't defend themselves, like Suman, that they will be safe, and together they can stop NOPAC. And if Cha Sunbin is really Neo Mask, then he can call on other managers and editors to stop their illegal machinations. And that would be the advertising slogan, "There will be no other way. No one will leave alive." Despite the channel's policy of education, Neon Mask Channel has recently received reports of repeated attempts at hooliganism. No matter how many Neo Mask warned and how many he taught and caught, not everyone learned the lesson. Neo Mask was frankly surprised by the thirst for revenge that he could not say a word, but only thought about something, and remained silent, looking directly at Ju Sejin. Meanwhile, Jae Sungbin's colleague was still thinking about the two candidates, Kim Hyuntae and Jae Sungbin, and wondering if it would be easier to accept the strength of both candidates. But Ji-hai was not listening to him. She was busy with her work. A stack of books was on the table next to her, and she was writing something in her notebook. But the man did not calm down, picking up the phone. He kept asking why he should choose one, while Jae Sungbin said that he liked them both. Finally, After paying a little attention to what her colleague was saying, Ji-hai said that Jae Sung-bin prefers a core team of no more than 5 people, including himself. But the guy said, "Doesn't that mean the 5 people who are the best at working together?" The girl just looked at the man as if he was pissing her off and interrupting her work. Ji-hai replied that they had to know the streets of hell, know how to hide and keep their mouths shut, and that no matter how many enemies there were, even if there were 10 or 100 or 5 people, they could handle them. Hell is the term Koreans use to describe their country, a reference to the federal caste system of the Joseon dynasty and the inequality in society between the haves and have-nots in our time. This is what the girl was writing, or we can say drawing. They form an impenetrable corner of defense that allows for a quick counterattack. Now the guy began to understand, and he asked if this was a tactic from foreign special forces, so he would have to choose one of the representatives. But the guy was curious about the criteria by which Cha Soon-bin chose them. The girl was distracted from her writing, took a pen and put it over her upper lip, trying to hold it in place, making a mustache. Ji-hee said that Cha Sun-bin always repeated that he demanded from his collaborators what he did not have. But the guy did not seem to understand that Chae Sun-bin did not have it. And the girl began to explain. First of all, it was restraint, and Ji-hai made a rather modest and gentle face, still playing with the pen and putting the gova on her hand. If a person can't keep secrets or battle order, then everything will come to an end. Because everyone wears masks, hide their identities, and as soon as they are revealed, they will be found and destroyed, Cha Soon-bin told Ju Sejin. Seeing how careless and hot he was, and this thirst for revenge could push a guy to make a fatal mistake, Ju Sejin stood and listened to the Neo-Mask calmly and attentively, apparently still unable to believe that he was the Neo-Mask. And Cha Soon-bek was saying this so that Ju Sejin would understand why he was not suitable for this role, the role of manager. And Ju Sejin looked at Soon-bek with fear in his eyes, afraid that he would not really take him to the team, because someone who is ruled by emotions is no different from those stupid hooligans. He would only ruin everything. Jae Sung-bin turned to leave, but then he turned around and said that Ju-sung was a good manager, and Jae Sung-bin tried to find a word to say so, as not to offend the boy too much, but he said that he was not competent. The boy stood there, not knowing what to do. On the one hand, he did not want to impose and bother Jae Sung-bin, but on the other hand, the chance for revenge on those bastards was slipping through his fingers, and their crime could go unpunished, and how many more would suffer at their hands. Again, the hospital. For many people it is not the most pleasant place, which is associated with pain, illness, for some with death. So many people do not like to go there. But no matter how it was, in everyone's life there comes a time when he has to go there. If not go himself, then bring someone. Despite the beautiful sunny day, there is not a cloud in the sky, but for someone who is in serious condition, or for someone who goes to visit this person, there is nothing joyful in this day. Someone is holding a phone and pausing a video from the Neon Mask channel, a selection of the best of the year 2020. Someone was just delighted to see it. In this video, Neo Mask attached an action camera to himself and broke into the apartment of the hooligans, beat 3 of them alone, and saved the girl they had lured there or brought there. The hooligans were definitely not happy with the sudden appearance of Neo Mask, who disrupted all their plans. After rewinding the first video, the viewer saw the following moment, which was so funny and burst into laughter, when the Neo Mask came to the computer lab to punish the bully. And for a second he was scared when he saw the number of this guy's friends, and then it turned out that they were his fans and sent a complaint to get his autograph, and the viewer laughed again, what fans will do to see their idol. But the next video was just a legend. Neo Mask caught some hooligans who did not pay for food, and the guy made them eat until they threw up, and then they paid for everything that they ate. Neo Mask stood over them like a warden and made sure they ate properly. The poor things were hungry. Ju Sejin came to Suman's room, but he already had visitors, and the boy was sitting on the bed with his eyes bandaged. One of the visitors shouted happily when he saw Ju Sejin at the door. Ju Sejin approached his childhood friend and the visitors and asked them what they were doing. and they replied that since Suman couldn't see yet and they couldn't play computer together, they decided to watch Neomask channel together, since Suman could hear what was said in the videos. The guys were in a great mood, probably after watching those videos. But then Ju Sejin caught his friend's eye because of his disfigured face and asked what was wrong with him. The visitors hurried out of the room, saying goodbye to Suman and asking Ju Sejin to come for a few minutes. Suman said goodbye to his friends and was very grateful that they had come, and Ju Sejin, not understanding what was going on, agreed to leave. The friends quickly went to the corridor and waited for Ju Sejin. The guy's cheek was now taped up after the previous scare. When they followed their friends into the corridor, they immediately began to ask what had happened to Ju Sejin and why his face was taped and so beaten up. The boys assumed that it was Noppaku, but Ju Sejin only denied it, but said nothing else. The corridor in which they stood was completely empty, so they could talk without fear of anyone hearing. Ju Seong immediately changed the subject to another outfit and asked if he had heard anything from the police. The friend immediately realized that Ju Seong would not say anything, so he did not ask, so it was not something he wanted to share, and decided to keep quiet. Since Noppaku is an unofficial business, the police only question students, but who would dare to talk after what happened? Because after such an incident, Noppaku probably decided to intimidate students so that they would not say anything, and they would wait for them wherever they wanted. So there was nothing to take from these members of society. They are also afraid. The guy said that this was just his opinion, but the police should have tried to help at least once, and not wait for the situation to take such a turn. They urged to call them as soon as a fight or harassment is brewing, but it is easier said than done, as if the attacker will wait until the victim calls the police. He will be beaten and left unconscious somewhere in the same moment, and the phone will be smashed to leave no trace. But everyone understood that even if this happened and these bastards were caught, they would be released the next day, and some police officers were even openly angry when they received calls. When they were released, the criminals would immediately go in search of the person who had filed the complaint, or simply called. Ju Sejin said that adults don't care about their problems, and his friend looked at him sadly. But it was true. They only start to complain and do something when someone's bones are broken or killed, and then they will just say they didn't know anything. Hearing a familiar voice, Suman asked if it was really Ju Sejin, and asked if the boys had already left. The boy only confirmed it, going back into his friend's room, sitting down next to his friend, who was still sitting on the bed. But when he heard the sound, he turned his head to that side. Ju Sejin asked how Suman was feeling. The boy said that the operation was successful, and the doctor said that everything would be fine and he had nothing to worry about, and laughed. Knowing that Ju Sejin loved soda, Suman handed him a can. The boy thanked him and asked when his parents would be coming, and Suman replied that they said after the cafe closed. And then the guy called out to Ju Sejin, and he turned to his friend, and Suman, without laughing, being completely serious, said that just in case Ju Sejin did not even think of taking revenge on Noppaku, the police intervened. Noppaku will not contact their fast food restaurant for now. And then, cheering up, the guy said that maybe later, when he was healthy, he would tell Neomask about it all. Hearing the familiar pseudonym, Ju Sejin looked at his friend sadly, but kept silent. Ju Sejin immediately remembered their last conversation, when Cha Sunbin had told him that he was not competent to be his manager. Jo Young said his name to himself with a touch of sadness and a touch of regret. The Megazone store is pretty unremarkable if you just walk by without looking back, and probably hard to find even with a sign. Someone cursing and saying something about a stupid computer hit him right in the monitor, with such force that the equipment was no longer usable. The screen was cracked and the red stripes were visible, which meant only one thing. It would have to be repaired. It was two friends of the criminals who were walking around, and this was not a store but a computer center. People who did not have their own equipment came here. The guy who broke the monitor was walking out laughing, and his colleague behind him said that his friend's hands were growing in the wrong place, and laughed out loud. And his friend sent him away. Those sitting at the table were afraid to look out. Most likely they knew who they were, but decided to keep their heads down. And then the guy in the red blouse had an idea, and he voiced it to his friend, suggested going to karaoke, and his colleague, clearly agreeing to it, said that he liked it there because thanks to the Dooman, everything was free for them there, and laughed. I wonder who and where these scum would be if they had not been taken under his wing by this very Dooman. When one of the criminals came out of the establishment, he saw a rather familiar figure, while the other was lighting a cigarette, and pointed out to his friend an old acquaintance sitting on their motorcycle. A very familiar sweatshirt, purple with a golden dragon embroidered on it, red hair like fire. It was Ju Seijin. He was sitting on the vehicle waiting for the owner, and judging by the look on his face, he was not with good intentions. And in the garage cooperative, as soon as dusk fell, there was a meeting. In front of the building there were dozens of motorcycles, all of different colors, but they all had the same skull sign, indicating that they belonged to the Dooman gang. Inside there were a lot of people, all of them standing in front of their leaders, two of whom were sitting in front of their subordinates on sofas, some with their legs up on the table, some with their feet on the floor, and some standing. It was quite noisy. The noise was coming from everywhere, and there was a pile of money on the table. The phone that was lying at the feet of one of the main gang members was playing cheerful music, and quite loudly. Kim Doo-mie himself was lying back on the table with his leg up, eyes closed, enjoying this man, and not only him, but also their prey. A pile of money in bundles was lying on the table in front of him. The table was quite beautiful, made to look like marble. The distribution of the money began. They were called one by one and given their share. 3 people distributed the amount. First, the Gimjeon district. The first manager, Kim Sang-ir, handed over a golden envelope. Then the second announced, Gimjeon district. The second manager, Park Dong-ju, and the third handed over a white envelope, Borum apartment complex. The third manager, Yu Kwang-ir. Zo-heung cursed and said how much money was there. Looking at his phone, his friend agreed, counting the money from the list on the phone, saying that this month's payments were quite large. Kim Dooman, looking at his phone, told his friend to send him a photo on Instagram. He wanted his people to see it, and said that when the calculations were finished, they could take their share, asking the Sohan how many bikes had already been repaired. Kim Dooman posted a photo on Instagram and admired it, and Sohan said that this guy had repaired more than 10 bikes in just 1 month, and his universal wrench, which he made himself, works wonders. Turning to Sohung, who showed no interest in the distribution of the money and was quietly eating ice cream, Kim Dooman handed him his share and said that he had worked hard this month. Seeing how much money the Kim Dooman handed to the son, the criminal immediately leaned over and said that now he had to take him somewhere, and laughed, but the boy ignored him and stuck the money in his pocket. He continued to eat his ice cream, and Kim Dooman told him to leave him alone. That Seo Hyun would use the money to buy a wheelchair for his mother, but it seemed like a worthless purchase for the criminal, and he sarcastically said what a loyal son of a bitch he was. And then he received a message on his phone that confused him, or at least did not like it. On the phone screen were messages, names, and quite large sums of money next to each of them. As soon as he saw the message, he told him to call the manager of the shopping district, Jae-han. To the sound of the music, a rather large man appeared. He didn't look scary or angry. You could say he looked like a cute chubby, very similar to a chinchilla, but some of the gang kept their eyes on him. Maybe someone liked him, or maybe they just saw him for the first time. And then Kim Jo-il approached this big guy, and leaning funny in front of the man who was holding his hands behind his back, asked who he was. He hadn't seen him before. The guy calmly replied that he had come to replace Mensa Henam. Henam is a respectful address of a junior member of the team to a senior member, but this did not satisfy the criminal's question. And then the T-sub also approached the man and brazenly started slapping him on the head, saying that no one cares who he replaced, whether it was a mensa or a plate of food, and whether he wanted to greet his superiors first, and called the guy a fool, and said that the guy had really pocketed 30,000 won. It seems that this pontificating got tired of the man, and he exhaled with difficulty, and the officer noticed and immediately questioned him about his actions. He said, "If you can't breathe in this room, you should put a sign on the door saying, 'No breathing.'" And the guy behind him immediately grabbed his shoulder. He was obviously afraid of these people, and started to pull the man's shoulder, telling him to say it was his fault and apologize before they all died because of him. But the man lost his patience and pushed the boy away from him, telling him not to touch him and to get lost somewhere. And Tesab, not believing his ears or eyes that someone from the gang dared to contradict him, said that the boy was really crazy. "It's no use Tesab fighting against this man. He's twice as big as this criminal." And Kim Jo-il decided to make fun of him and said, "Wasn't he going to raise Pema's kids when he became a vegetable? He's too kind." And they parted ways, and he called him a rotten man and laughed. This made Tae-sob angry, but he seemed to have no other skills but to threaten, and he turned to Kim Jo-il with a rhetorical question about what he had said. But the man did not hesitate and continued to mock, saying that when Tae-sob was angry, his eyes almost bugged out. And he laughed out loud, and Tae-sob yelled at Kim Jo-il to shut up. The man stood there calmly, not even saying a word to Tae-sob. But he got really angry and said that the man stole the money because Mensu believed in him. And did this idiot tell him that he was stronger than them? Or did the man think he could overcome Tae-sob, who was now pointing the phone at his stomach? Jovik said he hadn't said that, but Tae-sob wouldn't calm down, saying that, then why the hell was he behaving like that in front of his superiors? The man just could not stand it anymore. He shouted at Tae-sob that he had gotten to him, and shouted so hard that the criminal jumped back, which once again proves that Tae-sob is just a prankster and knows nothing else. But when he felt the scrutiny of Kim Do-min, who was sitting not far away, the guy was afraid that he saw everything, and that would be a problem. One of the gang leaders was afraid of a subordinate. No shame. Kim Do-min looked at Tae-soba with a murderous look, clearly hinting that either he would show that he was not a coward, or he was finished. And then, turning back to the man, Tae-sob kicked the man to the floor, cursing at him with all his might. And as soon as the man falls to the ground, in front of him, he immediately grabs him by the hair and pulls him away. And the man just screams. But he still has strength. He is not completely hopeless. Tae-sob seemed to have gone mad. He kept punching the man in the stomach, not giving him a chance to get up, and he was screaming that how dare he talk to his boss like that. Only idiots have bread, everyone is crazy. Now Tae-sob really got into it, and showed his strength to the fullest, grabbing the man by the hair and turning him around. Tae-sob shouted into the crowd, "They think that the guy is weak if he talks to them in a nice way, bastards," and threatened that if he catches another rat in his eyes, everyone here will remain vegetables until the end of their days. Bastards. The man realized that it was better for him not to make a fuss and not to remind about himself, and sat quietly. But the educational work was interrupted by a voice behind him, and the whole gang turned sharply towards the source of the voice, and stood shocked. Ju Seijin stood in the doorway to the garage, and looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, he asked why everyone was so serious, but no one made a sound. They all remembered this guy. Well, but despite the new guest, Tae-sob didn't think of letting go of his victim, and raised his head toward the gang. Ju-song said with a wicked smile that the losers who couldn't fight at all didn't even have the shelter of the poor. So Ju-song knocked and knocked, but no one answered. They didn't even hear. Yet Ju-song found their lair and arrived just in time to see everyone there. But it seems that not everyone knew Ju Seijin, so they didn't fall under his hand. There were two criminals who looked at Ju Seijin and asked who he was. And then everyone saw that all the newly repaired bikes were lying on the ground behind Ju Seijin, and it was certainly the boy's work, which clearly indicated that Ju Seijin did not come in peace, and clearly not just to talk. All this in the darkness of the night was illuminated by a single lamp, and it was really a bit poor for such a large-scale organization, but it was probably designed that way, so as not to draw attention to their hideout once again. Kim Jo-il looked at Ju Seijin with curiosity and some respect. He wasn't afraid to come right to their lair alone. It showed great courage, but also great stupidity, alone against the whole gang that was getting the money. But Tae-sob barked at Ju Seijin with anger, saying that he wanted to show off. Or was he in such a hurry to die, you idiot? I threatened that I would easily send Ju Seijin to the ward directly to his friend. But hearing this, Ju Seijin was not only not afraid, but he did not listen to the threat. And moreover, he laughed right in my face and told me to shut up, calling me a coward. Looking at the company in front of him, Ju Seong said without even the slightest hint of respect that the so-called criminals and hooligans were always trying to follow the cool kids. Looking at two of the company members, the ones who asked who had come to visit them, Ju Seong said that they thought that riding motorcycles without helmets and cutting others off on the road was very cool, and laughed, or that they all looked very stylish when they smoked their electronic cigarettes, which they bought with their so-called salary. But when he noticed a man with a large dragon tattoo on his shoulder, he said, "Do they think that by getting a tattoo with stolen money they will become stronger, and if they gather in large noisy companies, they will all become very loyal at once?" And Ju Seong was absolutely right, because no tattoo in the world can turn a coward and a weakling into a good person in an instant. And every team, no matter how strong it seems, has its own rat. Ju Seijin decided to finish them off, and it seems that he was not just saying all this. He wanted to provoke the gang, but why? He said that this gang was just a pathetic bunch of losers living in a world of illusions, scum with rotten brains and no ability to earn an honest living, and he started laughing at them. It seems that Ju Seijin had a plan, because it is suicide to speak with such words without a plan. Ju Seung's eyes were bloodshot from Ju Seung's words. He called the guy a name, and ordered his men to bring the bastard to him, pointing at Ju Seung. Now the problems began. With wild eyes like animals on the hunt, the whole gang rushed at Ju Seijin, each wanting not only to make him answer for his words, but also to curry favor with the bosses. And the boy watched the scene. He was again wearing his purple dragon shirt, probably to make him easier to recognize. Satisfied with his work, Ju Seijin smiled with satisfaction as he watched the criminals fly in his direction like mad dogs. But Ju Seijin did what the criminals did not expect. He did not run to meet them as he would have done before. He did not fight. He turned to run away. Judging by the sly look, everything was going according to plan. Everything was just right. Seeing this, the criminals became even more confident, and one of the gang shouted to his subordinates that this bastard was running away, to catch him immediately, while Ju Seijin, who was almost smoking from under his feet from such speed, jumped over motorcycles and almost broke away from his pursuers. But he did not run away any further, but jumped over the motorcycles and turned toward the attacker who was catching up with him, and followed Ju Seijin to jump over the motorcycles. But before he could do so, he was punched by Ju Seijin right in the jaw, and the blow literally knocked him back off his bike. But before Ju Seong could knock the other one to the ground, two more criminals began to attack him from both sides. Both of them were shouting curses at Ju Seong, and the guy was already prepared to fight back. Clenching his fists and focusing his eyes on the approaching attackers, he thought about who would get the first crack at him. The first to attack was a guy in a burgundy sweatshirt who put his leg over Ju Seijin's head but couldn't reach him, and the guy turned around in time and punched him in the nose, which was unlikely to survive such a blow. While the whole group was trying to get Ju Seijin, the management was watching them from inside. They themselves did not engage in the fight. T-Sub scolded the guy with all the words he knew. Kim Jo-il shouted that he needed to go in from the back. The only one who did not care about this circus was Kim Do-min. He was sitting quietly in the same chair, putting his foot on his leg, and was silent. Looking at it all from the sidelines and especially watching Ji Se-jin with interest, Kim Jo-il said that this was the guy who was with the blind man when he flew at him and injured him. And looking at him in awe, he said that Ji Se-jin was a very good fighter. And then he heard Kim Do-min's voice behind him, mockingly saying that he saw everything going very well under Tae-sob's leadership, and Tae-sob tensed up as if he was afraid of Kim Do-min. And then, looking in the direction of Tae-sob, Kim Do-min said that if they let this guy live, he would kill them all himself. Now that Tae-sob realized the seriousness of the situation, it seemed that Ju Se-jin had gotten him. The big return of Neo-Mask was upon us, and dozens of messages were already pouring in, most of them about weapons. some about the fact that they hadn't been on the air for a long time. Neo Mask said that today there was a new guest on the air. The guy was clearly not happy that he was brought on the air, as well as Jai Hee. Joy, it was an interview with the manager of Some. Neo Mask was as always cheerful and in a good mood, which cannot be said about his colleague. And the Neo Mask holding the microphone asked the manager the first question from the live broadcast. He was asked if he was armed. Otaku, without saying a word, in the mask of the Neo Mask flew a trickle of some green liquid directly from the gun. And then the Neo Mask fell to the floor and began to swing on it, because this liquid began to burn, and the eyes of the mask gouged out. But the manager, sad, did not care. He just sighed quietly to the side, lowering the gun. They were in the same room in which Neo Max and the manager, Joy, were fighting. After wiping the liquid from his mask, Neo Mask kept up with manager Sadness and asked the second question that interested the audience, whether the manager could do anything without his weapon, and received an answer in the form of some gas in the face from some other weapon. And it turned out to be smoke with a smell that made the Neo Mask vomit right on the air. And the manager turned away and did not say a word. The third question, which seemed to be of interest to the female part of the audience, the Neo Mask was afraid to ask, because he had already suffered twice from the manager's weapon, but still asked if he had a girlfriend. But before the Neo Mask could ask, his hand in which he held the microphone already trembled, and the manager took out a control panel with a monitor in which the Neo Mask was clearly visible and what this remote control was for. And then a drone flew towards the Neo Mask, which was controlled by the manager. He took his hand with the microphone to the side. But the drone was not as safe as the Neo Mask thought. A couple of seconds after it flew up, some liquid poured on top of the Neo Mask. It was not clear what it was. The guy did not expect it. From this liquid, the Neo Mask, screaming what it was, vomited again, and the live broadcast had to be completed. A picture appeared on the screen on which it was written that the Neo Mask was forced to take a break for one day, because the manager, Sad, poured glue all over him. At the man's feet was a guy who looked like he was unconscious, and next to him was a phone, in which someone said that he could not wash something. Finally, we come to the story of one of the gang leaders, Tessob. A tall, handsome man, quite good-looking. What made him join the gang? Easy money, circumstances. 5 years ago, Tessob was an ordinary schoolboy. Like everyone else, he lived a life filled with classes, homework, worrying about exams, and so on. But school life was not very easy for him. He was bullied, beaten, humiliated, and strangely enough, he could not fight back when someone raised their hand to him instead of hitting someone, even the one who was hurting him. He was a common loser who always got bruises, but he took it all in silence. And yet, the day came when he finally got tired of it, and one day he accidentally defeated one of the boys who were bullying him. He knocked the boy down, who was screaming under the table, and was just about to hit him when 2 boys appeared in the doorway, one of them holding a soccer ball and smiling at the sight. Kim Do-min, a well-known bully in their school, came to him and called out to him and invited him to go play soccer together. From that day on, with the invitation to play soccer with Kim Do-min, it all started. From that day on, he joined their gang, and they went together to play computer games and slot machines, which Tessob never did alone. The boy deceived his parents, but they didn't care about their son, where he was or what he was doing. And Tessob stayed late in the park with his friends, the only ones who accepted him and with whom he could talk. For the boy, everything seemed like a fascinating adventure. They sat in the park at night, drank soda, ate snacks, talked, enjoyed the evening. But this idyll did not last long. After a while, the boys with whom Kim Do-min was friends began to question the authority of Thesoba and began to test the boy. It seems that the boys did not like him or interfered with his friendship with Do-min. It didn't matter whether they were teenagers or adults. In front of guys who could easily cut a guy with a knife, he couldn't maintain his authority indefinitely with just a bluff. By the will of fate, they saw him at the moment when the Sob accidentally overthrew the bully, and now the guys from his team suspected something was wrong. So in order not to be insulted or kicked out of the company, he enrolled in a martial arts class at one of the local gyms and began to train like never before. because now his future life depended on it. Either he would learn to defend himself and stay in the company, or he would be kick it out or force it out, and would be bullied for the rest of his life, thinking he was a weakling, a diligent bully. He was able to re-educate himself. He became like that, strong and cruel. Life just gave him a choice. Either he would become stronger or he would be removed, and he chose the former, and now he did not allow anyone to abuse him. Together with Kim Dooman, they made grandiose plans for the future. The whole world would be in their hands, and Jan Tae-sob was able to prove that he was worthy of walking the same path with him. When he went to high school, everyone started listening to him. He just had to push them, and if necessary, he could point out their place in life to adults, and now he was in control. Teachers turned a blind eye for fear of their students, and the police remained silent and sent them home every time, so the gang was able to establish itself as a respected force in the city. But the less often Yang Tae-sob got into fights, the more he was challenged by the looks of his subordinates, who clearly wanted to take his place in the group and no longer obey Yang Tae-sob's will. For now, they were in the shadows, waiting for the right time to come out and take over. And many years later, when the Yangtzebu had strengthened their position at the top, they again decided that the Yangtzebu was bluffing. It was the Mensu, and the man whom the Yangtzebu had recently beaten. As a result, there was a riot. The man thought that he could easily speak on the same level as the leadership, and behaved inappropriately, too rudely. Even Kim Dooming was shocked. He did not like the fact that one of his subordinates dared to express himself in such a way to the commander, so he said that he saw everything under his leadership was very good. And then Ju Sejin added to the fever, saying that Tae-sob was afraid. But the guy clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. He gave himself a promise that he would defend his place at any cost. Now that he knew the history of Tae-sob, we can say that life forced him to take this path to protect himself, to become stronger, because his parents did not care about him. He was bullied at school, and as soon as he joined a gang, they decided to move him out. So whether we should condemn the guy for his occupation is a big question. He realized that if he allowed anyone to look down on him now, his life would be over. He needed to show who he was, to show his strength. Otherwise, someone else would take his place, and he would just be made into a six. And now Ju Sejin was locked in a circle of criminals, each of whom wanted to tear him to pieces, and one of the gang managed to get around the boy and go unnoticed. But the battle cry did the trick. As soon as the criminal opened his mouth, Ju Sejin saw him, and he clearly did not like being attacked from behind. But that was not to be. His hand flew over Yu Sung's head and did not touch him even an inch. Ju Sung managed to turn away and was saved from the blow. But the guy didn't just miss. Right after Ju Sejin dodged the punch, he hit the guy's ribs so hard that he couldn't breathe. But Ju Seong didn't stop there, and finally, to make sure he learned his lesson, he punched the guy in the jaw so hard that he was thrown back, and only after dealing with one attacker, without having time to look back, the next unfortunate man came up from behind and grabbed Ju Sejin by the gate, screaming and cursing. But not for long. The attacker did not take into account the fact that he could get an elbow right in the stomach and fly back well. It seems that the guys did not know the word tactics and attacked as they could without thinking about the consequences, which is probably why they are in sixes and go. But still, Ju Sejin missed one shot. While he was finishing off the attacker, the next one ran up to the guy and kicked him with all his might in the side. Immediately, other crows came and began to kick Ju Seong to avoid getting hit in the face. But the boy covered himself with his hands. Even if his hands were hurt, it was still better than getting hit in the head. The criminals already felt the taste of victory and shouted curse words at Ju Sejin, which probably angered him the most and gave him the strength to get to his feet, which the attackers did not expect. And Ju Sejin grabbed both boys by the legs. He turned them around and threw them away so that the attackers fell on top of each other. But they were out of luck, and Ju Sejin struck them from above, knocking them out on the road. Ju Sejin was already so far gone that he was unstoppable. The guys who had not yet participated in the fight watched in amazement as Ju Sejin dealt with all the attackers, and they did not dare to attack the guy. At least 4 attackers were lying unconscious around Ju Sejin, and Ju Sejin himself, with his hands on his knees, was breathing heavily. He was not a robot, and fainted after that. But even in this state, Ju Sejin said that even if he died and came back in the next life, he would never understand such idiots as them. The guy was sweating and could barely stand, but he did not want to show his weakness to the enemies. He wiped the sweat from his cheeks and looked up at the other members of the pack, who were standing back and hesitating to attack. And Ju Sejin asked why they were standing there, seeing what had happened to the others, and his pants were wet with fear. There were 2 people watching, Kim Do-min and Kim Jo-il. And Kim Jo-il asked Kim Do-min if he thought he would get the full measure of the situation, but Kim Do-min hesitated to answer, and he put his head on his hand and watched as Ju Sejin put his men on the ground one by one. But after thinking about it, Kim Do-min said that he would see. Even he was not sure of his friend's victory, because it was pointless to deny that Ju Sejin was a very good fighter, and Kim Jo-il looked uncertain. But Kim Do-min, who had become animated, replied that Yang Tae-sob would never lose. After catching his breath, Ju Sejin addressed the gang, saying that they were miserable bastards, and it was good that they were scared. As he looked at the gang, Ju Sejin wondered why they were all so weak. He wondered how they were still alive. But even so, there were too many of them, and Ju Sejin was sure that his stamina would be enough to take care of them all. Finally standing up to his full height, Ju Sejin turned toward the gang, thinking that he would just catch his breath and deal with Kim Do-min. But then, someone kicked one of the gang members right in the ass in the direction of Ju Sang, and the guy didn't expect it and flew straight at Jo Sang. But the plan didn't work out, and Ju Soo-jin immediately reacted and pushed the body that was falling right at him so that he could see who did it. And then Yang Chub flew up to Ju Sejin and kicked him in the knee with a swinging kick. His movements were precise and strong. He was a worthy opponent for Jo Sejin. They fought in a fierce struggle, and at least no one would leave unscathed. Yang Tae-sob was able to knee Ju Sejin in the chest with all the fury in his body, blow after blow, so that there was no chance for him to fight back or escape. Yang Tae-sob was pleased with himself. First, he was able to beat the man who had just put his men on the ground, which showed his strength, and second, he could prove to the gang that he was not in vain. And Ju Se-young was bravely enduring all the blows that the boy was throwing. He took advantage of the fact that Yang Tae-sob had stopped for a moment and struck him right on the jaw. But Tae-sob stood up, although he was shocked that Ju Sejin had managed to get away. He flew up in the air and kicked him in the chest with all his might, so that the man coughed and couldn't say a word. Ju Sejin grabbed his chest, the very spot where he had just kicked him, and Yang Tae-sob moved away. He could hardly breathe, and Ju Sejin was very pleased with himself, because despite the fact that he had put down several people before, he was now able to defeat the man who was said to be a never-loser. The crowd was quiet, no one said a word. Everyone was shocked by what had happened. As Ju Sejin watched Yang Tae-sob tremble and barely catch his breath, he said that he knew this guy was no good. Wiping the sweat from his face, Ju Sejin jokingly asked if Tae-sob had any balls, as if Ju Sejin was provoking him again and challenging him to a fight. While resting, he heard 2 of his subordinates talking out of the corner of his eye, saying that how Ju Sejin managed to escape from Tae-soba's grip. Perhaps he didn't know how to fight at all, which made Tae-soba very angry. And who can say now that those who were afraid to even fight before Ju Sejin were now laughing at Tae-soba? Meanwhile, after resting, Ju Sejin turned to Yang Tae-sob and told him not to be upset, and Tae-sob looked up at Ju Sejin in surprise. And when he was able to fully bend and stood in front of his subordinates, Ju Sejin continued and said that in the end, their gang was just a bunch of girls who had gathered together. With these words, he angered not only Tae-sob, but also everyone who was behind him. Kim Do-min was still sitting with his head on his hand, listening attentively to what Ju Sejin was saying. He said that they should understand it all if they started their own business. Kim Do-min seemed to be calmer than all the others in the gang, and these words did not hurt Yorgo even an inch. Ju Sejin saw a picture of his friend Sumin lying on a bed in the ward, with his eyes bandaged, and whether he would see it all was a big question. Ju Sejin told the gang that the value of his friend's eyes could not be compensated for, even if they all tore out their useless eyes, and who would want them? Now Ju Seong went full blast. His eyes began to burn with revenge, as if he promised that no one would be left unscathed, and he said that now, scum, it was time to tear out eyes, tongues, nails, and teeth and bring them to him. Ju Sejin got his way, and Yang Tae-sob also went off in a huff after hearing all this, for he had promised himself that he would not allow anyone to talk to him like that, and he walked toward Ju Sejin, and the men behind him laughed, and one of them said that this time the guy had completely rolled Tae-sob, and the other agreed. And with all his anger, Tae-sob rushed towards Ju Sejin, pouring curses on him in full program, and at full speed he flew towards his enemy. And that's exactly what Ju Sejin needed. He watched with satisfaction as Yang Tae-sob rushed towards him, and decided to make him even more angry by telling him to come to him, "You coward." Neomask's art diary looks like it was drawn by an 8-year-old child, all in flowers, sunshine, and sky, or someone who has no ability to draw. And one of the pages already had an inscription above it, "Today I beat up a bully." And the picture showed a cheerful Neomask, a bully lying next to it who was crying, and somewhere Ji-hee was hiding, watching it all, and as always, she was strict. Because this bastard was bullying the students, Ju Sejin was on the list, and they were not fighting alone. The adults were scolding him, both of them strong enough to fight for life and death, and Ju Sung hit him as hard as he could in the jaw, which knocked him to the ground. Because none of the adults saw the hooligans beating him. The adults only saw him beating them, and Ju Sejin, angry as hell, rushed to attack Tae-sob. And even when the boy told the adults about it, everything as it happened, the whole truth, but they kept scolding the boy, telling him that he should not talk to the elders. And when the boy asked them why they didn't make any remarks to these hooligans, they told him that they had always been like that, so it was better not to touch them, a good policy. You don't touch them, and they do whatever they want to you, and when something happens, they will think about it. And then when he asked them what he should do when hooligans beat him while adults are not looking, they told him to endure. He is a big boy. But it is very bad when a child who cannot defend himself cannot even find protection in his family. He can't even find protection from his family, who also advise him to be patient. Then there are two ways. Either the child will grow up to be a closed-minded person, or, as in Tae-sob's case, he will become stronger, and those adults are just cowards. The adults advised him to shout, "Get off me," and then they would see that he could defend himself. That's what they told the boy. What a stupid thing to say. Adults who don't know how to defend themselves advise a child to make himself a victim. It seems that when a person grows up, the worst comes out of his mouth. Ju Sejin was hit hard. Blood flew in all directions from his face. His eyes widened, and a grimace of pain mixed with anger was frozen on his face. Tae-sob was incredibly pleased and proud of himself, ready to kill Ju Sung just to prove to everyone in the gang, including himself, that he had the strength to put down anyone who dared to stand in his way. Ju Sung had moved away and was holding his face, and Tae-sob had probably broken his nose. The bullies enjoy tormenting him more and more, until he breaks down completely. He doesn't understand if the adults really don't know anything, or if they are just pretending not to know. Without wasting any time, Tae-sob flew over to Ju Sejin and kicked him in the leg, wanting to knock him down and bring him to his knees. Why do they ask benevolent teenagers to teach laws and understand the problems of the social system? Ju Sejin fell to his feet and grimaced in pain and defeat. He no longer had the strength to fight. And yet they are so generous to the hooligans and say that anything goes among teenagers. But this is what has broken many a child, and it is because no one intervened in time. The Sob decided to finish Ju Sejin off by kicking the yogi right in the chin, which threw him up and back. The only thing he wants is for no family to suffer at the hands of criminals, and there are many of them now, and Suman's parents were one of them. Tae-sob went over to Ju Sejin and took him by the head and pulled him toward me. That was my only wish. Tae-sob kneed Ju Sung in the head with all his might, and after that he suffered a concussion, and most likely, Ju-sung lost consciousness, and God willing, he will survive. Even if adults are unwilling or unable to do something themselves, this is the only thing he wants to do. He looked at what he had done with anger and genuine pride. He did not care what would happen to the boy. He had achieved what he wanted. He had preserved his authority. Ju Sejin was unconscious. His eyes were closed and his nose was red and swollen, probably broken. It was raining, but the perpetrators didn't pay any attention to it. Ju Soo-jin was lying unconscious on the ground, and the perpetrators surrounded him in a circle, some of them laughing and taking pictures with their phones, some of them bending down to check if he was unconscious, and some of them looking at him in shock. But all of them were satisfied with what Jan Tesob had done, and of course they began to respect him even more. Behind the criminals was a crane. A new building was being constructed. There was still a lot of work to be done, but it would be completed sooner or later. It was there that Neomask stood under the umbrella and saw with his own eyes what was done to Ju Sejin, but he had warned him more than once about the consequences. A new day, a new morning. The city is just beginning to wake up. The sun is beginning to light up the houses and streets a little bit. After the pitch-black night, it is like a breath of fresh air, and warming everyone around. Morning is the most magical part of the day. Someone is looking forward to it, because this day of fashion will bring a lot of new emotions. For someone, it will be an ordinary weekday, and someone did not want this morning to come until the last. There's a plate of fries on the table, and someone's hand reaches out to take a bite. But someone asks what happened to that guy. His name is Ju Sejin. Ji-hai replied without looking up from her math book that he had been in a full rehabilitation program for a week or so, treating victims of bullies. What adults would call a children's massacre or a friendly scuffle is not really like that at all. Someone pointed a finger at the disfigured Ju Sejin, who still looks quite bad. Violence, injuries. Now life has turned into hell for him. Those who were afraid to approach him yesterday are now laughing and slapping him. Theft, property damage, criminals took away Ju Sejin's phone and wallet. I wonder if they are so bold now because the guy is still in rehabilitation and what they will do when he fully recovers. Threats, lies, insults, all of this is now haunting Ju Sejin, and unfortunately he can't do anything about it. Ji-hai said that even if he could defeat the entire No-Pack gang, he had hurt Kim Do-min's pride, and no matter how well he fought, it was all for naught. The boys sat and listened attentively to their colleague, and she was completely right. Ju Sejin shouldn't have gone into hell alone, as Cha Soon-bin had warned him. But he didn't listen and ended up with not only gang problems but also health problems. At school no one cares, especially the teachers and the principal, because Ju Sejin has suffered at the hands of bullies, and they only care about how his appearance will affect the school's reputation, which is unlikely to go unnoticed. Now almost everyone was at Cha Soon-bin's house, and another colleague came in and apologized for being late, and everyone immediately paid attention to him, because he had come in like a breeze. Even Ji-hai, who was so engrossed in her book, tore her attention away from it and turned to the guy who said he had to check on something and asked where Sunbai was. Meanwhile, Cha Soon-bin was sitting in a semi-dark room, meditating in the lotus position. Now it was night. The city was plunged into darkness. But now it was not the sunlight that illuminated the streets, but thousands of small lanterns. The streets were quite crowded today. Probably everyone decided to take a walk in this wonderful weather. The same neighborhood, there is a Talienta restaurant. At its entrance, there are flower pots with green trees. Kim Do-min decided to visit this place as well. He seemed to be in a good mood this evening. He entered and stopped in the doorway, looking around. It was noisy inside. Young people were having fun, playing billiards, throwing darts. The bartender, preparing a cocktail, immediately saw Kim Do-min and said, "What kind of people are here?" It was a second-class manager, Lee Jin, a rather friendly man at first glance, with a large assortment of alcoholic beverages behind him. Plenty to choose from. Kim Do-min walked over to the bar and sat down, and Lee Jin saw that Kim Do-min was beaming, and asked what was so good about it. The guy bit his lip and looked at the bartender with a lazy look, and said that it was something nice. He was busy counting money all day, and smiled. The man said yes, he had, and it was a great photo, but he thought that Kim Dooming was trying to humiliate him, and now the bastard was on bad terms with him. Kim Dooming got distracted and asked where Manhwa was, and the bartender told him he was busy and couldn't come over. The place was pretty nice, with dim pink and red lights and a quiet, peaceful atmosphere. Lee Ejin said that he was upstairs with Hawk and Daniel, and asked if we should call him. It was a nice kimkata, very much like a VIP room, quite spacious, also with dim pink light, wide chocolate-colored sofas, a rather interesting painting of a park, and a waterfront illuminated by dozens of bright lights, alcohol and snacks on the table, and two dark figures at the table in front of them, which made it clear that they were men. On the tablet in his hands was a photo of Ju Se-jin beating up a guy. Kim Dooming's mood clearly worsened, and when he revealed himself, he said that he didn't need to be called, and he put his hand on his head. Kim Dooming said that this bastard, Kim Haek, was the strongest among the minors. He was a bullshit idiot who was fighting with a book. Kim Dooming watched Lee Se-jin pouring drinks with skill, and when he noticed that Lee Yo-jin was paying attention, he said that if he ever met that stupid Kim Haek, he would die. And he threw out his arms and said loudly that he knew, because our Doomin is the strongest in the troll family. Hearing this, Kim Dooming clenched his teeth so that they growled. He corrected Lee Ejin and said that he was not trollfish but in the whole country, and the man immediately corrected himself. It seemed he wanted to make a joke. The bartender said that they had forgotten, and the guys were just walking up to them, and the man told them to come over and say hello. It was Kim Dooming Hennem from NOPAC. The boys immediately began to bow down in front of Kim Dooming, and all in one voice said that they were pleased to meet him, and Dooming asked who they were. And the man said that they were actually known in the province, not as well as the Dooming, but they live as if there was no tomorrow. And the guys smiled kindly, especially this guy, who used to walk around the police station, and not surprisingly, he looked quite strong, taking advantage of the situation. Taking a glass of white wine that the bartender had just poured and inhaling its aroma, which seemed to cheer him up a bit, he said that he had decided to surprise him with this too. The man calmly replied that, of course not, but they had worked so hard on the video for them. It was so sweet. Daniel had invited them in person, even sent a car to pick them up, and he began to search his phone for the video. When he found the video, Lee Jong-jin showed it to Kim Dooming and asked him if he hadn't seen it. They lined up the fools in the schoolyard like they were home, and in front of the teachers, they pushed them, and bam, they all went down. Laughing and saying that it was them, Kim Dooming turned to the boys who were smiling broadly at him. Turning to the guys, the bartender said that these guys would also live as luxuriously as Kim Dooming, and gestured in his direction, and Dooming gladly covered his eyes for himself. Kim Dooming told the boys that if they didn't like a scumbag, they could just beat him up, and they didn't have to be afraid of boomers and cops. The boys looked at Dooming not as a person or an idol, but as a bohemian, and they all said in one voice how cool he was, while the boys were being told that all the dirty work could be left to the NOPAC and Dooming, and generally talking. None of them saw that a man in a hat was watching their conversation and their company for a long time, near the stairs, covering his face. After hearing everything he needed to know, the man left the company of criminals and dialed a number. It seems that Cha Sunbin was not just meditating, he was hearing everything that was happening in the establishment, thanks to this man, through his mask, leaning in front of the mirror over the wash basin in the restroom. The man asked the neo-mask if it was okay now. He couldn't see anything and didn't want to fail. Activating his mask, Cha Sunbin said he had done a good job, Keith Han, and told him not to touch any of the gang for now. The neo-mask said that if things got more serious, he would hire someone from the outside, which could be dangerous. And besides, Cha Sunbin's mask reacted to his emotions by showing a smile. The neo-mask said directly that the trolls were his, and he would deal with them. It seemed that Cha Sunbin was up to something, but he was in no hurry to share it with his colleagues, because they thought that Cha Sunbin was meditating. The guy was in a hurry to finish the conversation and told the neo-mask that he would be leaving the place then. He finished the conversation in time, as one of the criminals who was introduced to Kim Dooming entered the restroom, and the guy looked at their pursuer strangely. Turning around, the guy said that what the hell is the smell of fish, and calling him a kite con, said that he was selling fish. He stopped and looked at this mortal from under his hat, and his look did not bode well. 1 moment later, this rude man was lying shivering on the cold tiles of the toilet, moaning. Pulling the criminal up by his hair, Kite told him he was a liar. How could an idiot like him, who had been beaten by him, have beaten the cops? But the guy didn't respond. Looking at him with disgust, Kite Khan said that he was just like the other low-grade hooligans. But to prevent the thief from coming to his senses for a few more hours, Kite Khan, with all his hatred, hit his head on the tile floor in the toilet, and the nose was unlucky. And then the door creaked open. Cha Sunbin came out of it and greeted everyone, and all his friends immediately turned to him. They all stared at Cha Sunbin, but he ignored them and said that it had been a long time since they had organized a meeting on the channel's content, and Cha Sunbin happily offered to discuss Noppaku, a special edition. View Tunnel headquarters in Silicon Valley, USA, is a very large building, and it seems to be very important. In the office of the CEO, Catherine Sharma, a meeting is taking place, and it is being said that since the founding of View Tunnel, they have had many problems, and the most serious one is the fact that many channels around the world are trying to idealize violent content that punishes criminals. This was said by a man at the projector board. The meeting was convened with about a dozen people, all of whom listened attentively to the presentation. Neomask Channel, Night Dare Channel, Best Kids TV, Killjoy Studio, and others. A man in a chair that was turned so that he could not see who was sitting there said that everyone knew that it all started with Neomask, but someone said that it was not about him. But if they continue to ignore the activities of these channels, countless human rights activists in other countries will criticize the police even more than they do now. Someone is not interested in the conference and is looking at his phone. There was a message that the Neomask broadcast will start soon, and having exploded on the spot, this person started shouting to the whole hall, "Oh my God, are you kidding me? Seriously? Am I being played?" A full range of emotions, and this attracted all the attention of the conference to himself, because everyone did not understand what happened. It seems that it was the same Katrina, the CEO. She said that it would be legendary, and she had to see it. The man sitting next to the CEO asked what was going on. The man said that the meeting was not over yet, but Catherine Sharma did not seem to care. She opened a drawer in the table where she kept her supplies of delicacies. She threw everything out on the table, shocking her colleagues by saying that it was for them and not to interfere with her, saying that otherwise she would fire them, taking with her something from the arsenal of delicacies. The director left the conference, and her subordinate asked where she was going, but it was not for him alone. The director was about to leave, and she said she was going to watch the Neomask broadcast. She shouted at her employee to go away and not to interfere with her, and everyone present was shocked by this, but no one dared to stop her. Looking at each other, not knowing what to do now, someone said that the company was finished. It seemed that someone had decided to relax in the restaurant that evening. After ordering beers and appetizers, Kim Dooming and Thesob and their friends, who were flirting and talking with them, asked the girl sitting next to Kim Dooming how it went. Did Kim Dooming beat up that red-haired guy? It was obvious that Doomin liked this attention, and the fact that he was considered the winner, but Thesob did not like it, because his merits were given to another person. But he interrupted her and said, "What does it have to do with Doomin? He took care of him," and laughed. Thesob said, taking a glass of beer in his hand, that now Ju Sae-jin was an outsider, and Thesob took care to drive a little common sense into his stupid red-haired head, and the girl listening attentively said that now, after their fight, everyone had probably given up on Ju Sae-jin and laughed. Thesob looked at his friend and said that thanks to Doomin and Nopak he was now resting in the bar, and he was very grateful for that. It was obvious that Kim Doomin was pleased with his words, and said that Thesob flattered him out of the blue. Raising his glass of beer, Kim Dooming said that their friendship would continue until death do them part. Young Thesob. It seems that Kim Dooming really values their friendship if he says so. And if you look at it that way, there is no one else in the company except Taeso, which means that Taesob is Kim Do-ming's closest friend. Ian raised his beer in response and said, "Of course, if someone pisses him off, he'll just say so and kill them." Leaving the bar in a good mood, relaxed, young Taesob headed towards his motorcycle. But the ladies were not with them. Young Taesob asked Kim Do-ming if he was not going, but Do-ming said that he was not going today. Getting on his bike, Yang Taesob started it and turned on the low beam and drove the motorcycle a little. This was clearly the kind of transportation he liked. But just as he was about to drive away, he stopped and froze, because a van was blocking the road in front of him, which was not typically parked, and it was forbidden to park in such a way, which surprised him. As he drove up to this unfortunate van, Jan Taesob was furious that someone had parked his van here, but who would have thought that something was wrong, that the van was blocking the road, and in a strange position, it could only mean one thing. It was a trap. They wanted to lure you into it. And then a bright light shone into his face, blinding him, and then 3 motorcycles appeared in front of him, as if from the ground. The one in the middle was blinding him with its light, but then another bike pulled up. This picture would have alerted anyone. The van blocked the road, preventing him from leaving the street, and now some unknown people blocked the last exit. And it is unlikely that they decided to take an autograph or say hello. They don't block streets with trucks for this, although maybe someone has done it. Seeing the very unwanted guests in front of him, Jan Taesob broke out in a cold sweat. He would not be able to stand against these 4. He should not even try. Realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, Jan Taesob began to look around and was ready to start at any moment. And then Jan Taesob's suspicions were confirmed. A motorcycle came around the corner at full speed, unlikely to have gone through such painstaking work to simply say hello and have a good evening. Jumping on his motorcycle, young Taesob ran away, and it was clear that he was already being chased. They all drove the same vehicle, even the color was identical, feeling something was wrong and not daring to fight back, as it would be suicide. Young Taesob abruptly took off, and giving the gas, he ran away, and the pursuers followed him. Luckily for Jan Taesob, there was another exit from this street, and he headed there. He was being driven like prey into the mouth of the beast. It is hardly a coincidence that there are 2 exits from the street, and only one is blocked. Perhaps Taesob is being driven exactly where they need him. But the most interesting thing was that the road was going in a circle, and there were also wagons on the side of the road, blocking all possible escape routes. Without stopping, Ian Taesob shouted. What was going on here was Taesob, now known throughout the gang as the winner of the Jujin, scared. Turning the corner at such a speed that smoke was coming out of the tires, the guy seemed to be looking for cover until the pursuers caught up with him. But before he could hide, Jan Taesob heard the sound of motorcycles. The pursuers were very close. They were catching up. Stopping at the door of a building, Jan Taesob jumped off his motorcycle and cursed at himself, and asked himself what it was. Forcing open the door, which was apparently locked, Jan Taesob ran inside. He ran inside and immediately locked the door, but it is unlikely that these pursuers will be stopped by any door on the way to their goal. Turning on the phone and going around the corner, Yang Taesob began to think who it could be. Be Mensa, Yu Yunho, damn it. Who the hell are they? How did they even dare to attack Yang Taesob from Nopak? Even in such a situation, Taesob was more worried about his honor and pride than his life. But when he realized that he was not alone, he turned to the side, and what he saw scared him to death. These were not his colleagues, but the worst enemy that Jan Taesob could have made, Neo Mask and his retinue of managers. With him was Manager Joy, Manager Sadness, with whom Neo Mask tried to broadcast live, but the third manager was not yet introduced. He was not on any broadcast. Neo Mask, not forgetting the rules of manners, first of all greeted Taesob, Jan Taesob shaking with fear, but trying to show that he was not afraid of them. Asked who was in front of him. Did they really want him to beat the crap out of their company? Neo Mask, standing quite far away from young Taesob, said that in order not to ask such stupid questions, He should check the news on his phone, but Yang Tae-sob did not understand what he was talking about, and reached into his pocket where the phone was. He picked it up and saw a message on the screen. 15 minutes left before the start of the live broadcast of the Neo-Mask channel, and the button, accept. But why accept if he would soon become a participant in this broadcast himself? But when he went to the live broadcast, Yang Tae-sob was shocked by everything that had happened before. The chase, his escape, everything was on the air, and the viewers wrote more and more comments. And not in Yang Tae-sob's direction. Reading all this, he was shocked, probably because no one supported him. Now he could see the room. It looked like a basketball court, judging by the markings on the floor, in the center of which the whole Neo-Mask company was standing. Some of them were talking about Tae-sob, saying he was a complete scumbag. His criminal history was quite extensive, varied, and interesting. The news said he had stolen over 500,000 won, which is about $450. To avoid problems, the person who was talking about Yang Tae-sob's crimes was blocked from the news, but the man said that his parents had a shop and Yang Tae-sob robbed it, and even when they went to the police, it didn't help for long, because if they tried to do so, he started threatening and beating them, and there was nothing left but to pay them and engage in this marketing scheme. The picture changed, and another man appeared on the screen, his face covered for security reasons, and he said that his company had attacked his friend and almost made him disabled, and now he was being bullied by their classmates. The boy felt worthless because he could not help him. And the picture changed again, with a picture of the Kim Do-ming team on the screen, and Yang Tae-sob himself, and it said that a friend of his had taught him in the same class in elementary school, and he said that after playing soccer with them for a few games, he became famous, became a gangster, and joined their gang. He was a gangster who did not want to receive from other gangsters, a traitor, and he did not report him, this worthless traitor, but only because their channel wanted to break him on their own. So Neo-Mask and Yang Tae-sob knew each other since school. Something clicked, and dozens of neon-colored light bulbs lit up the ceiling. Neo-Mask appeared, bathed in a beautiful glow. His emotion on the mask looked like he had just come out of hell. It was like a movie, and fans were watching and waiting to see what would happen next. It seems that now Yang Tae-sob was seriously scared, and he tried to move away, but he couldn't hide. The light was shining on him. He was trapped like a stupid mouse, forced into it, forced to come here, to this hall. The comment section was already heatedly debating. Watching what was happening on the other side of the screen, the Neo-Mask was acting like a star in public and holding a microphone. Meanwhile, Kim Do-min remained in the company of the girls, talking to the one sitting next to him in a black dress. But the girl with whom Yang Tae-sob had been talking before turned pale looking at the phone screen and called Kim Do-min. When Do-min was clearly not pleased with being distracted from the conversation, he turned to the girl, who pushed the phone to him, which was apparently broadcasting a live broadcast of Neo-Mask, and asked if it was not Tae-sob. Picking up the microphone, the Neo-Mask said to the audience that it seems that the last live broadcast was 100 million years ago, so let's interview the managers and find out what they think. And first, the Neo-Mask chose his sturdy fairy Joy, who lazily gave a thumbs up and asked what she would say, and after receiving a meaningful answer without words, he left saying that they heard her. Then he chose Sadness as a victim, but he didn't say a word. Holding a gun, apparently remembering the last trial broadcast, the Neo-Mask decided not to bother him. And finally, satisfied, he thought about trying to say something, but could not come up with anything. Thanking him for such an eloquent thing, the Neo-Mask finished. Throwing the microphone in the direction of Yang Tae-sob, Neo-Mask said that he was very grateful for such feedback, and it was all completely Tae-sob's fault, a stupid, nasty hooligan. But Tae-sob did not say a word, only covered his head with his hands so as not to get hit with the microphone. Seeing and assessing the situation, Yang Tae-sob had to admit that he was in bad shape. This time he was the target of the Neo-Mask, and there was no trace of the confidence and strength that Tae-sob had shown over Ju Sae-jin. Copying Tae-sob's words about being a victim, the Neo-Mask began to mock him, saying that he was going to burst and that he was not even in the ranking of hooligans in the country. Shouting, either in anger or fear, T-Sub said that he really thought that Neomask was so cool. Then why did he come here? And if he wanted to fight, he should come over, you idiot. Laughing, Neomask said that T-Sub wants the almighty Neomask to fight him with someone like Yang T-Sub. The Neomask called out to Yang T-Sub. The expression on the mask's face changed. His eyes seemed to fall open and his mouth became empty. And the Neomask said that he did not understand anything. The mask's expression changed and his eyes and mouth dropped open. But Neomask did not expect an answer from Yang T-Sub. And he said that how well he played the role of his toy in these 30 minutes would determine whether he would get out of here alive and on a stretcher or in a bag. And he said that he could even call the almighty family of bullies if he wanted to, hinting at the name of the king. And then they would have to. Just to prepare a few more bags, another manager was standing around the corner from the entrance to the gym, wondering who he was and why he hadn't come out with the others. The same Ju Sejin appeared again, on the same fateful day for him, and from the very beginning he realized that it was not serious. After all, in a fight, anyone can get hit in the face and lose, or so Ju Xiong thought. But no matter how many times he fought, these bastards always made excuses to embellish their victories. They were big braggarts. They would even indulge in false self-confidence and avoid a one-on-one fight. It's worth remembering the funny incident with Bei Mensu, when he pretended to fight with Ju Sejin and yelled that if he wasn't held back, he would tear the guy apart, but in fact, no one held him back, as you might say. He was blowing smoke up his ass. Defeating the gang made it possible that they would leave Ju Sejin alone. But there was always the danger that they would want revenge. If the parasites are not destroyed and you get rid of them only for a while, then sooner or later, after a while, they will start to bother you again until they die. The mosquito is an example. No matter how much you drive it away, it will eventually crawl back to the chosen victim until you kill it. Ju Sejin nevertheless recognized, though it was a hard lesson to learn, that Cha Sunbin was right. No matter how many times Ju Sejin beat the bandits, he could not get rid of them by himself. These bastards will not calm down and accept their defeat. They will only get worse. Moreover, with their zero intelligence, they are not even able to enter into a dialogue. They can only swear, call names, and their colloquial vocabulary leaves much to be desired. It is difficult to call them even people, but it is still impossible to cope with them alone. They are like zombies. You drive them away, they climb, you run away, they follow you, they will stretch their nasty hands. School. It looks like it's time for classes because there is not a single student in the schoolyard. Usually during breaks the school is shaking like an earthquake, but now it's quiet. It's class time. Ju Sejin is sitting at a separate desk, all alone and gloomy, easily recognizable because of his distinctive red hair. His friends are very concerned about their friend, and they stand aside to talk. A short guy asks what's wrong with Ju Sejin. Even Sumin is getting better. And they look over at the guy. One of the friends thought that his face was getting worse and worse every day. Ju Sejin really looked terrible, but he had been in rehab for more than a week. The taller guy said that Ju Sejin was trying to pretend that he was fine, but he didn't look that far gone. His friend confirmed this, and then a couple of the guys came around the corner and made sympathetic faces, shoving one of the comrades who somehow interfered with them. The bandit told them to get out of the way. The tall masked man said that the loser had beaten him, referring to Ju Sejin. His accomplice replied that yes, Ju Sejin had beaten him when the criminal was distracted. But that was just a distortion. The criminal was trying to hide the fact that he was weak. Ju Seung was clearly tired of this, and he clenched his fists, because once he lost, the two men started picking on him, and they weren't so bold when Ju Seung was healthy and punching them left and right. The blond man grabbed Ju Soo Jin by the hair and pulled him back so that he could see the boy's face, and laughed, and told them to look at him. He pulled Ju Sejin out of his chair and said that he could see that the boy had been beaten, and the jackals laughed. They made Ju Sejin angry, and he looked up and said, "Does he really want to fight?" and called him names. But the bastard sat down in front of Ju Sejin and gestured to his partner, who was standing next to him, and said that the guy should listen to him, because the guy's brother has been friends with the Nopak gang since childhood, and he laughed. Ju Seijin didn't say anything, calling that criminal a retard. The guy said that now the bastard felt like he was in charge, and they were going to bully Ju Sujin. Even the bastards were afraid of him, and that made his friend very angry, but he could do nothing but watch. The hooligan didn't calm down and lifted Ju Seong's hair again, but he didn't scream, just grimaced in pain, and the bandit said that he had suffered enough from that, and now Ju Seong wouldn't get rid of him so easily, and asked if the boy remembered his words. Finally, leaving Ju Seijin alone, the bandits headed out of the classroom, sarcastically telling their comrades that they had stuck it to them. The boys immediately rushed to Ju Seong's aid and helped him to stand up, asking him how he felt, but when he did not answer, one of his friends said that this could not go on, and if he wanted to, they could write a Neo mask. Ju Seijin just kept silent, and this confused his friends, who asked him why Ju Seijin was letting these idiots beat him up. Does he feel guilty for what happened to Sung? The friend said that everyone knew that only the gangsters were to blame for what happened to the boy, but Ju Seong denied it, and he was feeling very bad. And then something happened that no one expected. Ju Seijin said it was his fault, and burst into tears. All the emotions he had been holding in for so long, all the tears he had been holding in, came out. On the roof of the hospital, Sacred Heart Hospital, there was a guy talking on the phone, and it looked like he was talking to a Neo mask. The guy said he understood everything and said goodbye. It was Kite Khan, and the conversation turned to his grandmother, and the Neo mask asked about her health. But Kite Khan assured him that he should not worry, because thanks to the Neo mask, she is now undergoing rehabilitation in a good hospital, probably the same one on the roof of which he is now. But speaking of his grandmother, Kite Khan suddenly closed his eyes and remembered something that was a pleasant memory. It turns out that his grandmother used to sell fish at the market, which was right under their windows. And one day in elementary school, Kite Khan went to the store late at night to buy something to eat, and at the entrance to the market, some gangsters from his school were smoking. Kite Khan didn't want to get involved with them and tried to ignore them. But he took one step forward. Something exploded next to Kite Khan, and a huge puff of smoke and flames was thrown into the sky. And a little more, and the boy could have been right next to this fire. As it turned out, the fire was caused by the same hooligans, who, having finished smoking, started having fun and set fire to the tents at the market. Fortunately, the firefighters who arrived at the scene of the fire saved his grandmother, but she was hospitalized. But since then, Kite Khan has been thinking. He thought that if such idiots are not punished, everyone's family may suffer, and it does not have to be a fire. Who knows what these brainless idiots will come up with? That's why Kite Khan said that Neo Mask could call him at any time, and that he didn't care whether he was a manager or an editor. The main thing for Keith Khan was that he would be able to continue to press and kill such parasites. We return to the gym, where a fight is brewing between Neo Mask and Yang Taezob. Neo Mask says into the microphone that they are facing a typical bully, Yang Taezob, and he is so desperate that he dares to challenge Neo Mask himself. The audience in the gym roared like mad, waiting for the fight. But as he turned to walk away, the Neo Mask said into the microphone that no matter how much he wanted it, he would not be his opponent, and behind the Neo Mask came the same manager who had been in the shadows until then. John Taesob was shocked by this announcement, but no less scared than he was before, and the Neo Mask kept saying into the microphone that this guy was full of rage. He was incredibly strong, and wanted to deal with every bully he met. And the Neo Mask introduced the audience to their new manager, Fury, and then his eyes lit up behind the mask. And to the applause of the audience, the manager slowly walked towards his opponent, under the spotlight that was set on him, and the Neo Mask, still holding the microphone, turned towards Rage. Joy stood on the sidelines, watching with folded arms. She looked at the new manager and asked herself the question she had already had to answer. Who was this new manager? Sitting in Cha Sunbin's apartment, they were discussing who to choose, Keitha Han or Ju Sijin. Ji-hai asked for an introduction. Their colleague was silent, and Neo Mask said with a thoughtful expression, "An editor is a person who should be good at fighting. That's enough for him. But a manager should use these abilities only when necessary. He should be reserved." Kite Khan was already an editor, And then Neo-Mask met Ju Sejin and put them to the test. While one of them followed his orders faithfully, it was Kite Khan. The other lost control at the very last second. He was the one who was talking about Ju Sejin. Yes, they are both great guys who fight to protect the weak. But still, the Neo-Mask cannot ignore one fact. Ju has watched as Manager Fury walked straight toward Neo-Mask, under the spotlight and the applause of the audience. As Neo-Mask greeted his manager, he remembered the words he had said to Ju Sejin. "You are not qualified to be my manager." When he met with Jai Sunbaek, Ju Sejin seemed to ask him to be his manager, but Jai Sunbaek said it was too late and was about to leave. But Ju Sejin was not far behind, persistent, and asked Jai Sunbaek to tell him what he could do. Tav couldn't believe his ears. Ju Sejin put his hand over Jae Sunbin's exit, not wanting to give up his last hope of becoming the manager of Neo-Mask. Ju Sejin was angry, and told Cha Sunbaek that he still believed in Ju Sejin, because if he was completely disappointed in the candidate, he would not have come to the meeting and revealed his identity. Cha Sunbaek remained silent. Ju Sejin approached Neo-Mask and asked him again what he had to do, and if the test had already begun. Sighing and taking off his glasses, Cha Sunbaek said that all the bullying of his friend Cho Sung-min should be transferred to Ju Sejin to keep him safe, so he should start with him. Neo-Mask said that Ju Sejin should fight those bullies and lose to them like a pathetic loser. He should be their most exciting toy. Neo-Mask said that they need to show that Ju Sejin is afraid of them, to let himself be scolded, even to start crying when they beat him, to make it look as realistic as possible. You need to make them feel like they are cool, like they want to be. From that day on, Ju Sejin will be completely helpless for the first time in his life. So everything was planned from the beginning. It is very rare for a person to sacrifice himself for the sake of friendship. The adults would yell at him, and even though he was the victim in a fight Ju Sungjin had to lose, even if he could win, all he could do was get punched in the face. Cha Sunbin couldn't say for sure how long it would take, maybe a day or a year, but it would take forever for him to win because he was not used to losing. The only thing that Neo-Mask could say for sure was that Ju Sejin's life would be like hell. After tasting victory and seeing Ju Sejin defeated, it would give the thieves too much confidence, and that they would not lose this taste. They would be constantly coming after the boy like zombies. Neo-Mask was very reassuring, saying that he shouldn't be upset, that sooner or later it would all end, and that every victim of school violence has been through this. Ju Sejin will just have to accept it and not lose his temper until Nopak forgets about Cho Suman, and that's when he will come to the school. Ju Sejin would be a good manager for Neo-Mask, and with a sly squint and a glance in Ju Sejin's direction, Neo-Mask probably thought he would refuse, because it was unlikely that anyone would agree to be beaten up for someone else. So while the criminals considered themselves almost gods and were calm, thinking that now they were not in danger, they calmly and with a level of importance like an emperor walked around the city, while Ju Sejin played his role perfectly. It seemed that this time he was being harassed by the hooligans in the alley, and when they finally let go, Ju Seong slung his duffel bag over his shoulder, his face still mangled, but he was holding up well. As Ju Sejin walked out of the alley, he started walking in his own direction, and Cha Sunbin was walking toward him, looking at his phone. They passed each other and didn't even say hello, perhaps to avoid being suspected. Ju Sejin said that he had kept his promise, and it had cost him dearly, at the cost of his health and reputation. Neo-Mask couldn't believe it. He didn't think that Ju Sejin would really do it, because why would he want to get into trouble? As he approached Neo-Mask, manager fiercely clapped his hand in greeting him. The Neo-Mask only said briefly, "Create chaos, Ju Sejin," and he was covered in smoke, probably for a special effect. After Ju Sejin had to pass to get the Neo-Mask to hire him as a manager, Ju Sejin was beyond breaking. He wanted revenge for his beating, and he was given the chance by driving Yang Tai Soba right into his hands. Ju Sejin would now be known as Manager Fury. He entered the so-called arena where Yang Tai Sob was waiting for him. Both guys were illuminated by a spotlight. All the other managers, along with Neo-Mask, stood aside to watch the show. Manager Fury was preparing himself for the fight, stretching his arms. He had long dreamed of kicking Yang Tasob's ass, by the way, noticing his new uniform. We can say that it suits him very well and emphasizes his eye and hair color. In it, the guy looked handsome, and in the hall it was already heard that the audience was interested in this guy. Two men were discussing who their new manager was, and thought that he was new, and so it was. The girls were more interested in his figure, and one of the girls told her friend how tall Ju Sejin was, and that they had hired not just a strong guy, but also a cool one, and judging by their reaction, they liked the manager a lot, and when the new show was on, they would be the first to ask if he had a girlfriend, and her friend agreed with the girl's reasoning. Kite Khan was one of the viewers, and he thought that it was a shame. The last time the Neo Mask sent him on a mission to the restaurant where Kite Khan was supposed to be watching Kim Dooman, he had not restrained himself and beaten one of the local hooligans unconscious. But remembering this, Slopsov did not feel sorry for the bad guy. Yang Tasob, not wanting to show his tension, looked at Ju Sejin, the manager, furiously, covering one eye as if to check his aim, and said to the Neo Mask, where did he find him, and he really wanted Tasob to fight this fool. This statement made the manager very angry, and he was ready to tear this impudent man apart. Just give the command to start, and the Neo Mask looked at Yang Tasob. Making a cute kitten-like smile, he told him to take it easy on Manager Fury, if he knew who was under that mask. Neo Mask said that if the Soba managed to defeat their new manager, he would let the Soba go unharmed. Just reminded him that this was his only and last chance to get out of there alive. Looking at the Neo Mask with suspicion, the guy could not believe that the Neo Mask would let him out alive, because it would be a direct collapse of this channel. But he asked if the Neo Mask gave him his word. Calling him a fool, the Neo Mask said that he would let Yang Tasoba go if he won, but that if he did not, he was seriously unbearable to the Neo Mask. He went up to Yang Tasob and hugged him by the shoulder, and said that it was not his fault that the criminal was so stupid. It was only his fault, Yang Tasob. He jerked away when Neo Mask approached, and remained silent when he spoke. It seems that Tasob was really afraid of Neo Mask, and he was left alone without Kim Dooman and his group. This broadcast was seen by more than one person, and someone from the gang was already aware of the latest news. As the man himself said, he was wondering who was caught this time, watching the broadcast in full screen on his phone, and his colleague stood aside. The screen showed the exact moment when the Neo Mask came up and hugged him by the shoulder. Mensa was watching this live broadcast, and judging by his expression, he was enjoying it very much. Especially the one who was caught as the victim. It seems that Mensa hates him. But it wasn't just Mensu who was watching the broadcast. News travels at the speed of light, and even Kim Jo-il was sitting on his bike, watching the live broadcast with interest, saying that someone would be caught today and laughing. No one even tried to help him. Everyone was just happy. Only this boy was sitting sadly on the floor with his head down, while some man was sitting at the table eating dinner. Sometime in a cafe bar, the girl who was with Yang Tasob was talking to Kim Dooman. She asked what Dooman would do with Tasob now. She was looking at Kim Dooman with eyes full of hope. She seemed to like Yang Tasob, and Dooman noticed this and smiled to himself. She asked if it was impossible to help Tasob somehow. Apparently they were in some gym, but Kim Dooman did not answer. He was silently watching the live broadcast. At that very time, Kim Dooman was chatting with the criminals in a personal chat room, asking their superiors what they should do, since they had him. But Kim Dooman said to do nothing for now but to wait, and then a message came from an unknown number, saying that if Kim Dooman wanted to save his friend, he should come as soon as possible, and the address was a municipal gym. Dooman did not even think that he would not have to do anything, and that the kidnapper would send the message himself. But although the number was unknown, Kim Dooman immediately realized who the message was from. The Neo Mask, of course. Aleb was glad to know where his friend was. Until the slaughter began, Yang Tasob thought that it had been about 20 minutes since the broadcast had started. Kim Dooman and the other boys from Nopak should have seen it by now. The gym was not too far away, so they should have found him. Yong Tae-sob was thinking that he just needed to hold out until Kim Dooming arrived, and Yong Tae-sob called out to Neo Mask, who was already standing by, watching Manager Fury prepare for the fight. The Sob said that soon, this guy would turn into a bloody mess, so he reminded Neo Mask not to forget his promise. Neo Mask heard this and held his head and said, "My God, he is so sensitive." But turning back to Tae-sob, Neo Mask said that he would keep his promise and let Tae-sob try not to die, and laughing, he turned to the manager, who was standing aside with his hands folded in front of him watching them, and asked if the music was ready. And then a mask with the inscription "Neon Psychopath" came on the big screen, and the music started. The Neo Mask immediately started dancing, shouting for more music, and yelling at Yang Tae-soba to run away. Manager Joy took the remote control and turned up the volume, remaining as cold and emotionless as ever to what was happening. She only tapped the floor a little to the rhythm of the music while standing still. And as soon as the music started, Manager Fury began to stretch as if on cue, and looked at Yang Tae-soba with hatred. He was ready for anything, especially to kick the ass of this bastard.
This was the neighborhood where Cha Sunbin rented his apartment. A pretty good neighborhood, and it looked like the apartments were very expensive.
Ju Sungbin brought Ju Sung to his apartment, and when he entered the apartment, Ju Sung looked at the place and said that Chai Sungbin's apartment was really nice. When Ju Sejin entered the apartment, he was greeted by Park Do-kil, who shook hands with Ju Sejin and said that he was glad to see him, and that without him, the Neo Mask was like a pants without pants. As he walked on, he saw a girl reading a book, and immediately realized that it was Ji-hai, Sunbai's sister, and said that it was nice to meet her and introduced himself. Ji-hai immediately asked if Ju Sejin had signed the contract, but he laughed and said that the manager was not his sister. He looked at Ji-hai again, but she remained silent. It seemed that either Ju Sejin was being played, or they really weren't brother and sister, although there was something similar, and most likely, having seen the live broadcast with Manager Joy, he was trying to see something in her that he had seen on the broadcast. Ji-hai didn't like this intense look, and she asked him if Ju Sejin wanted her to hit him on the first day of their meeting. Now it was clear that it was really her. Ju Sejin couldn't take his eyes off the girl, probably because he finally saw her in person. The other managers also introduced themselves to their new colleague. First, Ok Tae-yang said he was the pleasure manager, and said he had heard a lot. And then Kim Se-ha said hello, he was the sadness manager. Ji-hae was the only one left, and without turning toward the several pairs of eyes that were looking at her expectantly, she introduced herself as Min Ji-hae. Kim Se-ha said she was a third-year student. Ju Sejin couldn't help but say that it was really cool to see them all in person, and he even asked Cha Sun-baek if he was awake, and Cha Sun-baek laughed and said no. Sitting down at the table, Cha Sunbin handed Ju Sejin a document, a contract with View Tunnel and a contract for employment as a manager. Ju Seong took the contract in his hands and couldn't believe his eyes, especially because it was just a signature. But Jae Sungbin said that before he signed it, he needed to know something. The two boys moved away and sat down together at a round table to negotiate, and Cha Sunbin handed Ju Sejin the contract and said that the Neo Mask Canal was a ghost ship that was sinking, but Ju Sejin did not understand what Cha Sunbin was saying. The picture shows a boy huddled in a corner, seemingly afraid of something. For those who have suffered uncompensated damage from crimes committed by hooligans, for those who will have to live with trauma for the rest of their lives, for those people who will never receive an apology. This is the reality for them, and their channel has become a kind of consolation. Ju Sejin listened attentively to everything Cha Sunbin said. Despite this, the Neo Mask is just another thief, and his death will not be pretty. One day he would either be caught by the police, killed in a fight, or killed by some other Neo Mask. A poor choice. But it was the path that Cha Sunbin had consciously chosen to help people. Ju Sejin's eyes fell on the contract in his hands. He read it, and Cha Sunbin said that he was not signing a contract with Neo Mask, but with the management of View Tunnel, and it was also a kind of guarantee of protection for managers and editors. Talking about the contract, Cha Sunbin said that even if he does not die, Neo Mask does not have enough power to change the whole country, because in fact, Cha Sunbin remains the same unknown and powerless teenager. After listening to Cha Sunbin, Ju Sejin asked why he created this channel and fought so hard against bullies. Ju Sejin even looked at Cha Sunbin with some sympathy. Maybe he had a new look at the boy. Hearing this question, Cha Sunbin said that since kindergarten, when he did not even know how to read and write, Cha Sunbin remembered one instruction that he had heard. If you get lost, go to the nearest store or police station and ask adults to help you, which always comforted him. And Cha Sunbin thought that if he ever really got lost and didn't know what to do or how to get back, all he would have to do was ask any adult for help. But when he lost his family, he constantly felt like a lost child. Listening to such a frank story, Ju Sejin did not take his eyes off the Neo Mask and remained silent, letting him speak. And Cha Sunbin said that even after all this time had passed, he still believed in those words. It seemed that his emotions were getting the better of him. His hands were trembling, and he began to fiddle with them. But he said that since nothing had changed, he had chosen a different way to ask for help. Wearing a Neo Mask from time to time, he kept joking, saying, "Please catch me, hit me on the head, do something, save people from idiots like him." Laughing, Cha Sunbin said that he was not very smart, so nothing else came to his mind. But whatever he lost, he could not get it back. Cha Sunbin said that if real adults pretend to ignore a psycho like him, then he has nothing to regret. Listening to what Cha Sunbin was saying, Ju Sejin did not dare to interrupt him. This canal is a sinking ship, a ghost ship that will never sail again, and from the very beginning it was meant to sink. Ju Sejin had mixed emotions, but he closed his eyes to think and digest the information. After signing the contract, he said that it was time to summarize the results, which meant that he was fighting under the noses of adults to get scolded. Cha Sunbin smiled at the outcome of the conversation, and Ju Sejin said that he was a little stupid, and he was not sure if he understood Cha Sunbin correctly. But if he and his friend were caught fighting, they would certainly be punished. Cha Sunbin did not answer, but he imagined what kind of mischief it might be that would require punishment, laughing out loud in class with his friends and making faces, and then to endure the sidelong glances of classmates and the angry eyes of the manager of the joyful Ji-hee, when their company will disturb the whole class. And then they'll all be kicked out of the classroom, and they'll stand in front of the wall, not knowing what to do, all in a line like children. Ji-hae will be angry with the whole company. Kim Seha will be lost in his phone. Tae-hyung will be lazily yawning. Ju Si-jin will be shifting from foot to foot, and Cha Sunbae will be standing up straight like a good student who has done something wrong. And then, to relieve the boredom, one of the friends will come up with the idea to go get something to eat, because there's no time to waste. Everyone agrees, although some are not very happy. But still everyone will go to the proposed place, sit, talk, eat. Ji-hee obviously doesn't like it, but she also goes along with everyone else. She can't stand outside the classroom like a good student. Of course she goes with the group. And just on the way she will meet her friend, whom she will see from afar, a friendly, sweet girl. A loud knock on the table with the contract brought Cha Sunbin out of his thoughts. He agreed to everything, signed the contract, and told Chae Sunbin that let's do everything together for this. They are adults now, and they will come up with something. Judging by Cha Sunbin's reaction, he was glad that Ju Sejin was now part of his team. Of course, he would not have refused to go through the hard road of bullying, beatings, intensive care, all for the sake of getting into the team, and not to stop halfway. Neo Mask announces to the fighters that it's time to get ready, the last seconds before the fight starts. He gives the command to start the fight, and only after hearing the permission, Yan Tae-sob flew like a madman to the manager's side, pulling off his jacket as he went. And this jacket covered the face of the manager of the Wrath, which is exactly what Yan Tae-sob wanted. And with all his strength, he pressed it to the head of the manager of Anger. Yan Tae-sob was pleased with his trick. He was absolutely sure of himself, and thought he could defeat anyone. But that was not to be. The manager was not even shaken by the anger. Right out from under his jacket, he looked at Yang Tae-sub like a beast at its prey and was ready to tear him apart. Tae-sub did not think that the enemy would be really strong. From underneath that jacket, thanks to the mask, the manager's face looked like the devil's. His eyes were burning with white light, and the mask itself glowed bright red like a real flame. Guian Tae-sub was no exception. This sound, together with the mask, made him tremble. The big and repeat criminal hooligan was now trembling with fear. The neo-mask was pleased with the show because the manager had managed to scare this criminal without words and without any threats or beatings. He said, "Look at this." He said the whole gang were real idiots, raising his fist over the frightened Yangtze. The manager, angered and eager for revenge, put all his rage and hatred into this upcoming blow and said, looking directly into the eyes of the Yangtze, "Rest in peace, Yangtze." And turning around, the manager of anger was already preparing his next blow and was already on his feet. He hit Yang Tae-sub with all his might, and the only thing he could do in this situation was to put his hands up in defense. Of course they would get hurt, but it would be worse if it was his head. Sometimes you have to choose the lesser of two evils. And Yang Tae-sub fell to the floor and rolled on it for a few more meters, grimacing in pain. While the manager stood there looking at his victim in anger, deciding what to do with him and how to mock him, because it was clear that after all he had done, the manager would not let him go so easily. The neo-mask was delighted and shouted, "Oh, how cool you can go crazy," and shouted with joy, asking if she had also seen this Wara. Copying this blow, the neo-mask said that it looked just like a warrior from the Planet of the Apes lost his comrade. But Joy did not answer, only glanced in the direction of the neo-mask for a moment. And seeing this look, it was not immediately possible to tell what her emotions were, and the neo-mask said that her look gave him goosebumps. Rising up, the beaten Tae-sub growled. He fought his hand, which was trembling and swollen as if it was broken, and bruises were already beginning to appear on his face. And the neo-mask shouted into the microphone, standing not far from the manager, who stood waiting for his victim to get up, as if he had a rule that he did not hit anyone who was down. The neo-mask shouted into the microphone again, and pointed at the manager of the Rage, saying that he would not say later that he was not ready, because the manager of the Rage was standing and waiting for him, flexing his fists and already fully prepared to continue. Wiping the sweat from his face, it was clear that Yang Tae-sub was both angry and confused. The opponent was stronger. How could this happen? Tae-sub was beaten. It was a shame. Barely standing up on trembling legs and with an injured arm, Yang Tae-sub stood in a stance, showing his readiness for battle, and the manager was only waiting for this. With a wild look and sweating, Yang Tae-sub waited for the command, biting his lip more and more because his arm was hurting, but to show it was to show weakness. And it seemed that the manager, Wrath, had seen this, and was waiting for the team just as much as he was. And as soon as the Yvonne sounded, Manager Wrath lunged in such a way that he managed to grab the leg of Yang Tae-sub, who could barely move at all. But Tae-sub noticed the trick. He was already so exhausted that the veins were standing out under his skin. Gathering all his strength in his fist, Yang Tae-sub tried to hit the manager with a reversal, but the blow was too weak, and Yang Tae-sub missed the target, while the manager easily dodged the blow. This gave the manager an opportunity to grab Yang Tae-sub by the arm in anger, and with all his strength he threw him over himself to the floor. Such a blow can easily break bones, and Yang Tae-sub will be lucky if everything is intact and not broken, except for his arm. With his whole body, Yang Tae-sub was pinned to the floor, and instead of words he could only squeeze out a miserable squeak. It was his own fault. It was just that he had to pay for all his crimes. The spotlight was directed directly at the defeated man, who was sprawled on the floor like a man out of his mind, and at the winner, who remained firmly on his feet. The manager anger had defeated Yang Tae-sub, and the neo-mask was overjoyed. One of the spectators from the audience shouted that Yang Tae-sub was weak, but maybe he was not weak, and the blows of the manager of anger were powerful. A girl sitting in the front row said that the new manager was too strong, and Keith Han, who was also watching with interest, said that the manager's skills were fine, but that he was a wimp. But even after such a blow, Yang Tae-sub was able to get up, and he had enough strength to scold the manager for what it was worth. And he was not going to give up so easily, so the show went on. Neomask announced the start again, and the manager's suit was steaming with anger, and he was on alert as soon as Yang Taesob flew up and did the same. Yang Taesob grabbed the angry manager by the head, but his trick hardly surprised the guy. Yang Taesob tried to do the same thing he had done the night he and Ju Seijin had fought. Tilt the manager's head so he could knee it. But the manager, already knowing this trick, put up a chicken head guard. And then Yang Taesob realized that he had failed, but he did not understand why, and how the manager anger managed to intercept such a blow. And then the manager anger made his body crunch several times, and Yang Taesob screamed like crazy, which meant only one thing. The manager had broken a bone, and it looks like it was a rib. He was able to do it with one finger. That's why he fixed the attacker's body so that he had a few seconds to do what he planned. The girls who had been discussing the new manager's physique were shocked. They were fascinated by what had happened. And the one on the left said, as if in disbelief, that he could do this with one finger. And her friend leaned over and said that it was unusual. They break bones with their feet and hands, but not with a finger. Neomask saw this and shouted to the whole room that this was the legendary finger gun. And the manager's satisfaction and manager's sadness standing nearby immediately asked what kind of gun and where, but Jihi did not move and said with an eyebrow that they were idiots. Meanwhile, Yang Taesob could only squeeze out that the manager was a bastard. He had no more strength, his body was shaking, and he was running a fever. Judging by the way he was sweating, it was a normal reaction of the body to a fracture. Yang Taesob shouted at the manager that he wanted the money, and he raised his fist above his head, clearly wanting to hit him. Seeing this, the manager, in anger, let go of the place he had just held on to. He immediately grabbed him by the hair, just as he had done on that unfortunate night, so that he did not even have time to finish his sentence. And the manager, in anger, held his hair with one hand and began to punch him in the face with the other, so that he could not say anything, and the manager had no pity for him, for this criminal had no pity for anyone. The manager kept beating him, and Yang Taesob just mumbled, but he could barely squeeze out a cry for the manager's anger to stop. The manager finally let go of his victim, and Yang Taesob fell to the floor with a loud thud. Holding his nose, he could hardly breathe. His face was well beaten by the manager. It was a wonder he was still conscious. And then the voice of the Neomask was heard from somewhere. He kept saying, "Dad, get up, Dad, quickly." And it was strange why he called him Dad. Neomask took the grate from somewhere and said all this through it, and Joy looked at him as if he were mentally retarded. Seeing this, Neomask said that the manager's look of joy was killing him. Yang Taesob hadn't gotten up since he fell, and Neomask said it was time to fight again. But Manager Anger was standing there warming up. Neomask again shouted at Yang Taesob to get up and fight. After using a lot of effort to at least sit up, something crunched in Yang Taesob's body again, and he did not scream, but only opened his mouth in a mute scream. He was in great pain. And when Yang Taesob stood up and nodded back to the Neomask, he coughed sharply and spat out a broken tooth, which fell to the floor next to Taesob's hand with a clatter. He was not expecting this, and for a moment he was afraid. It seems that Yang Taesob's teeth had never been knocked out before. He was completely disfigured, bruised, and now without a tooth. The manager angrily told Yang Taesob to get up. They hadn't filmed the video properly yet. It seems these words confused Yang Taesob, and the manager was clearly not going to let it go. And Neomask, looking at all this, laughed and said that it was just a tooth. He would have to accept it. Until Kim Dooman came here. But it was clear that Yang Taesob was exhausted. He could not even stand up from the pain. Yet with great effort, he stood up on trembling legs and stood before the manager, angry, now feeling as horrible as all his victims. And then the Neomask announced again to get ready to fight again. It seems he was going to torment him to the end. And just as the angered manager brought his fist in his direction, Taesob covered his head with his hands and shouted that he was surrendering. Raising his hands in the air in surrender and defeat, he begged the manager to stop. After this massacre, he looked as if he had been run over by a roller skate. He was angry that he had lost. The anger manager hesitated and looked at Neo Mask, waiting for his decision, and he said that it was good that the Soba admitted his defeat. Not a bad thing from such a dumbass as the Soba. The Neo Mask slowly started walking towards Theosob. His look became devilish, and Neo Mask said that the Sob understood what it meant. Ian Tesob bent in half as if trying to shrink to the state of a molecule to escape. He looked pitiful. And then the audience exploded. They stood up from their seats and began to shout that at last Neon was back in business. Meanwhile, Yang Tesob was already praying that Kim Dooman would hurry up and arrive on time. He was sobbing. The Neo Mask folded his hands in front of him and said, "Good now." It was time for the execution, and he laughed like a real thief. Just like in the cartoons in front of Tesob, who leaned on a chair that seemed to be just for him. And just as the Neo Mask's hand began to approach Tesob's head, he screamed with tears in his eyes, calling out for Kim Doomina. Then he heard a knock at the door of the gym, and the Neo Mask stopped his hand. Tesob looked hopefully at the door and prayed that it was Kim Doomin, and the Neo Mask asked who it was. Perhaps it was the police, and then the door began to open a little, and a little light fell on Theob's face. And then the door slowly began to open, creaking and raising dust. The place where Dooman and Tesob had been resting was gone, and the girls looking at the broadcast did not even notice where Kim Dooman had gone. Continuing to watch the live broadcast, the girls realized that he had gone to save Tesob, and the girl asked her friend how she thought they would be okay. The door opened little by little, letting in more and more light. And out of the darkness, along with this light, a dark figure of a man began to appear. The Neo Mask seemed to be waiting for him. The manager of the store was alerted, and turned to the manager of the store and asked if it was what he thought it was. And Sue, with his weapon ready, confirmed his friend's guess. Jihai stood next to the manager and told him not to be afraid. Joy said that he would be faced with similar situations from now on. And Yan Tesob, like a small child, happily and with hope in his eyes, said that Doomin had come. Neo Mask seemed to be glad that friends met again while Tesob was still alive. Let's say a farewell visit. And for Joy, even forgetting about the pain and fractures, Tesob rushed to the door, shouting that Doomin had come. The picture is purely reminiscent of a child who has not seen his father for a long time and runs to him in his arms. And rushing to his friend, sobbing, Tesob said that he knew he would come, and smiled, showing that he was missing one tooth. But it was not to be. The delivery guys were standing in the doorway, shocked. An order for 100 chicken legs for the sad king arrived, and asked if it was for this place, and they would not soon forget this day, as a beaten and toothless guy ran at their feet. Realizing that it was not Kim Doomin, Yan Tesob turned pale, as if he had seen death in front of him. Although it was exactly like that, he was definitely finished. But approaching the disfigured, frightened guy who had lost all hope, Neo Mask said that that's right. They had come to the right place. It was their custom. The Neo Mask team always needed a snack, of course. He got a text message on his phone, saying that his lucky friends had won a coupon from the sponsors, 1 out of 1,000, and said that it was also time for the audience to eat and enjoy the broadcast. Someone shouted that they had won one too. It was a pretty good advertisement. Neo Mask was holding his delivery legs and friends behind the billboards. Neo Mask said that the chicken is healthy, fast delivery all over the country. Try it yourself, and you will love this chicken too. But then Dooman came back from the toilet. The girls were shocked to say the least, and his girlfriend said, "Didn't he go to save you?" Kim Dooman looked as if something had been shoved in his mouth. He did not understand the point of the claim. He asked why he should go and rescue Tesoba. So much for the friend who left him alone in trouble, he didn't care. The girls were eating chicken legs and seemed to like them very much, and the friend said that she had heard that Neo Mask had checked with the manufacturers before cooperating with them, and most likely he was checking to see if they were tasty, in which case he had nothing to lose, and the girl laughed as she opened the soda. A man in the audience said that he would take some bags to the guys outside, and Kite Khan volunteered to help. And he was disappointed in the whole world, in himself, in his friends, and could not believe that no one came for him. He was broken. And then a Neo Mask approached him from the side, and mockingly said that he was waiting for someone else. When the Sob returned to Neomask, he said that as he saw, his friends had abandoned him. That's how beautiful friendship and loyalty to Nopak is. One for all and all for themselves. Finally, Thesob realized who he had been hanging around with all these years. Neomask said that it was strange because he sent them all the addresses where they were, and they did not even report to the police. What a fool the Sob is. Now, realizing the shamefulness of the situation, Thesob sobbing begged to be released, but Neomask disgustedly put his hands in front of him, saying that he would get soaked if Thesob looked at him so pitifully. And now Thesob began to justify himself, recalling school, saying that he had no choice, no other way, because an outcast like him, he had to do it all just to survive. But his stupidity was that he chose the wrong people. Thesob said that when he was a child he had an ordinary family, but before he could finish and press for pity, the Neomask hit him in the jaw with all his strength, saying that something had taken him in the wrong direction. The Neomask grabbed Thesob by the hair while he was holding the place where he was hit, and said that he did not care what kind of childhood Thesob had, you idiot, and said that he had no idea what was wrong with him. But when he came closer to you, he said that there are people who live decent lives and try their best, despite the fact that they grew up in the same world and in the same conditions. And does you think that they live like that because they are backward idiots? And the Neomask was right. You chose the easiest way. You became a bandit. Does the Sob think it's okay to deprive someone of their sight just because no one listened to you? They ride bikes with bats, they're businessmen. But who are you to decide whether a person lives or dies? Neomask said, grabbing Thesob's leg to shut him up. It was time to move on to the main part of Thesob's performance. Neomask began to hum a shtitalka. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we're going to climb into the coffin. Thesob clung to the floor as best he could, screaming that he didn't want to, and Neomask said, pulling his leg, that he had come up with a good rhyme. And he continued to sing, "We'll hammer a nail from above and kill the bully." Hearing these words, your hair started to stand on end and you started to cry. The Neomask continued to sing, and Thesob screamed and begged for help and begged to be let go. The Neomask was really laughing like crazy, and looking at this, anger turned to joy, asking if it was time for them to stop the Neomask. But Joy continued to stand there calmly and told the manager to stop, and Ju Seijin was shocked and seemed to misunderstand. Seeing this, Joy realized that if they started to touch the Neomask, they would all be dead. And she calmly picked up the phone, probably in order not to see what would happen next. But Jusang did not calm down. He did not understand yet. And then a voice sounded. "All managers and editors prepare for the emergency break on my command. All to attack." What was it all about? The medical team should also be on standby, but for what? Ju Seijin still didn't understand what the medics were for, who they were attacking, and what the emergency break was. And Joy showed a big red button on her phone. And Sadness explained that if Neon loses control, all the managers and editors unite to stop him. Ju Seijin was shocked. He said, now he's still in control. What happens when he loses control? Satisfaction replied that then he kills everyone who gets in his way. Ju Seijin had no idea what he was getting into. It was a real nightmare. Yan Thesob tried to defend himself, clinging to life, but Neon beat him mercilessly, so much so that even he felt uncomfortable. This is the real punishment of Neomask. If Thesob survives this, it is unlikely that he will want to return to his old job, lest he catch Neomask's eye. Not long ago, Ju Seijin had seen Cha Sunbin, a friendly guy wearing the mask. But it wasn't him anymore, and Ju Seong couldn't believe that a person could change like that. Who was behind the mask now? What kind of devil could do that? But then the Neomask's hand reached for the microphone, and he was breathing heavily. Picking up the microphone, the Neomask took a couple of minutes to catch his breath. The audience was already empty, and in the middle of the hall lay an unconscious Yan Thesob. Neomask said that if not for the rules of behavior of broadcasts, he would gladly tear off the bastard's head. Seeing the condition in which the Neomask left Thesob, Joy immediately called the doctors and told them to go inside. The two exhaled a sigh of relief and began to worry, but thank God this time everything was fine. The joyful one told them to rejoice early. You never know when it might happen, and they agreed. Returning to Joy, Ju Seijin obviously wanted to know everything. Meanwhile, Neomask took the microphone and asked, "Are your friends having fun? They can rest easy because Neomask took care of that nasty bully." So he knows that there are still countless students and workers in the country who continue to be bullied. Do they really think that the news tells us everything? There are so many crimes going on, and we don't even know about them. Just imagine what is really going on. The adults keep saying that every year the number of attacks on teenagers is decreasing, that the country is becoming more peaceful, that they are ready to give a second chance to those who have lost their way. Then the Neomasks have one question. What about the victims of the attacks? Every year there are more and more of them, and every time under the pretext that these attacks are isolated, they are not even talked about on the news. Over time they are forgotten, clogging the air with other topics. Do you have any idea what can go through the minds of these psychos when they walk down the street in their herd, when they see those who are walking alone, and it doesn't matter if they are teenagers or adults? Wake up. There will be no second chances for the victims. Stop thinking about numbers. If the same fate befalls your families, will you really be ready to forget about it? Because this is an isolated case. Are you really proud that more than 3,500 minors commit serious crimes? Stop comparing us to other countries and saying that we have fewer crimes. It is better when there are none at all. Do not forget that someone from your family may become a victim of this single case. If you are really adults, then act like adults and finally deal with this problem. We know what is right and what is wrong. And let us figure out how to prevent such cases. And then the microphone fell to the floor, and Neomask started breathing heavily. This speech took a lot of energy. Neomask said, "Well, this will be unexpected for everyone, but he has solved something here. The whole essence of the problem is that there is garbage that thinks that crime is an achievement. They think that being a thug is cool, and as a result, in our culture, crime and hooliganism become a symbol of success, and he is sure that each of you understands what kind of scum contribute to the emergence of such a culture. Addressing all the heroes of crime, and those who are behind the creation of the largest group of hooligans in the country, he is a Neomask. He declares war on all those who work for them. And to prove it, he will destroy their biggest gang in East Seoul, the Nopak gang. And Neomask is calling on all those who are ready to fight, the strongest people in the country and around the world, to join this war. He is not a friend or a tool to end violence, but today Neomask appeals to all those who care, to all those who suffer from the indifference of adults. He promises to protect each of them. This is not just a struggle between the Neon Mask channel and hooligans. This is a war between 8 million decent teenagers and 10 million subscribers of the Neon Mask channel against 70,000 hooligans and criminals. This is the end of the live broadcast. Think until tomorrow on whose side you are. But for now, go to sleep. And you are idiots, be afraid. The patience of Neomask is cracked. In just half an hour, the Neomask video gained an incredible number of views. The ambulance team, which was already at the ready, took Jan Tesub to the hospital. He was not fatally injured and his child is not in danger, but the execution was carried out on his body and mind. Most likely, he will now live the rest of his life in fear. In this state, the Neomask left the right hand of Nopak Jan Tesoba, isolating him from society for a long time. The consequences were not long in coming. On the same day after the announcement of Neomask, and the declaration of war on all hooligan groups, organizations that had been watching the Neomask channel and the development of the situation began to move in the country. All the foreign channels that supported Neomask officially expressed their support and said they were ready to join the alliance. And in just one night, more than 30 new channels appeared, and the hooligans on them officially challenged Neomask to a fight. And out of sheer fear, and numerous groups began to form alliances. Neomask stirred up even organizations that had remained in the shadows until now. They guessed that Neomask would do something like this. They wondered if it was time to come forward. Kite Khan was talking on the phone. He said that tomorrow he would visit his grandmother in the hospital after school. He was paid a lot for his part-time job, so she should not worry about her grandson, but should be well treated. Anyone who wants to run away, go ahead. He didn't create the gang to die, that's what the man walking down the street said. The two friends were talking. One of them asked if he seemed different today, but the other didn't seem to notice. The girl saw the Neo mask and realized that he was trying to fix our society to protect the weak. But what was strange was that when he declared war, he had a look on his face like he was having fun. But for some reason, she thought he looked sad. The next day, at Songdo High School, a building occupying a large perimeter, life went on as usual in the college, with people smoking, fighting, talking, and laughing about the fight. Kim Dooman was sitting at one of the desks looking at his phone and using a guy as a footrest. Someone said that Kim had come to school, and this is after the broadcast of Neo Mask, who openly announced that he would finish off their gang. And what's even worse is that all the no-pack hooligans are here, and now even the leader of their gang has returned to school. This is a conversation between two students. Kim Jo-il came in on a horse saying that Kim Dooman had taken a vacation and came here. Kim Dooman said that he had some business to attend to because of that Neo Mask bastard. Kim Dooman gathered the boys on the school grounds near the green space and told them to raise their hands if they had seen Neo Mask's broadcast yesterday. And the one who raised his hand immediately received a slap on the cheek, and Kim Dooman said why he watched it. And those who did not raise their hand, Kim Dooman asked them if they had not watched the broadcast at all, and they said no. It seems that someone was in a bad mood, because even those who did not watch it got a slap on the wrist. Kim Dooman said that those who watched the broadcast yesterday and were waiting for something are now listening attentively. It is the Neo Mask that will finish off Nopaka, not the other way around. Did they think they can relax now? It's time to wake up, you fools. Kim Dooman said that he had no doubt that there were idiots in the gang who were frightened by that broadcast, and his companion said that this is the same case, the organizer of the debriefing. Speaking of which, Kim Dooman told his friend to go to Sun Lu's, and then he was called by a guy standing behind a tree. Kim Dooman looked around and saw B. Mensa. He had some good news and asked if Dooman would like to hear it. Deserted, lonely, majestic mountains. Attractive silence. This is a national park of the USA in California, the Tambisha Shoshone tribe of Indians. In 1933, their land became a park, but the population could not be relocated. It is here in complete silence that someone found peace. But this silence is interrupted by a call. The number on the phone is signed as Katarina Sharma, the CEO. The woman asked the Emir if he had seen the broadcast of the Neo Mask, but the guy ignored the question and asked when Katarina would stop cooperating with him. Katarina sat in her chair and thought that she had only one answer. It would be over when all the miserable school bullies who pissed her off and the Neo Mask disappeared all over the world. Emir didn't like it. He couldn't understand why she was still helping him, because what Neo Mask was doing was single-handedly attacking, not justice, and if he won, View Tunnel would be over. Emir's words made Catherine think and admit that he was right, but she wondered what the man's legs would say. Emir was sitting in a lotus position, looking down at his feet, and it was clear that his legs were two prosthetic limbs from the knees up. The man looked at what was left of his legs with sadness and remembered how he lost them, and it was not a pleasant memory. But after wrapping himself up in his cloak, Emir finally admitted to himself and told Catherine that he was afraid of the Neo Mask. Every time Emir watched Neo Mask's videos, it seemed to him that he was the embodiment of revenge in a human body, because the guy sometimes behaved like a real madman. After finishing the conversation, Emir walked down the mountain and went to his van, which was nearby and served as his home. Hearing a familiar voice nearby, Emir looked around the corner and straight ahead. While the Emir was dialing the code to the door, the same voice called himself the executioner of the Neo Mask Canal, so it was him. It was a small room with a motonoder, and it was from here that the voice was heard, an independent surveillance server for the Neo Mask channel. The Emir, who was the supervisor of the channel, said that at the moment they were cooperating with them only because there was no way out, but Neo Mask should not cross the line. If they do, Emir Sharma, who is the manager of the independent service of the Neo Mask channel White Hacker, will not hesitate to remove it. Ju Zejin's room, still lying in bed, was already being broken into by his sister, who threatened to kill him if she found his brother there when she returned home. Barely opening his eyes, which were bruised, Chu Sedin told his sister that she had no idea how hard the last few days had been for him. Lying in bed, Chu Sejin recalled the fight and the Neo mask that introduced the boy to his audience as the new manager of Rage. Covering himself with a blanket up to his nose and kicking his legs like a child, Chu Sejin still couldn't believe that he had become the manager of the famous Neo Mask channel. But when he remembered who he had become, other unpleasant images began to surface in his mind, such as the disfigured Yang Tai-Sob, who was now hospitalized for a long time. From these memories, Ju Seong was snatched by the phone, which ruthlessly forced him to get up. Chu Se-jin had to go to the boxing champion gym where he was waiting for him. The coach of the Neomaska team, Lee Gang-boom, a tall, muscular man who was quite famous, judging by the boy's reaction, was already waiting for Chu Se-jin, and he greeted him with joy. The coach was once a famous martial arts master, and Ju Se-jin asked the man for his autograph in disbelief. Ji-hee and Sunbin watched in amazement, not expecting such a reaction. Happy Chu Se-jin clung to Ji-hee, asking her if she didn't know the Regenero Gang-boom, who came to the city from the northern part of Seoul at the age of 8 and won every taekwondo match, and in his teens was recognized as a martial arts genius. Before Ju Se-jin could finish, Ji-hee knocked him out for talking too much, and Soon-baek just had to admit that it was deserved. The guys changed for training, and Ju Se-jin was already excited to know what special techniques the Neo Mask team had, and he emphasized that direct punches in the first round were like a dowry. Lee Gang-boom surprised the boy by saying that he would teach him everything. But first, Chu Se-jin had to get rid of the shell and hatch from the egg. The coach suggested that Chu Se-jin first try to fight with Cha Sunbin and show what he was capable of. The boy liked this idea and warned that he would not give in. But before Ju Se-jin could even look back, Cha Sunbin's hand was already flying in his direction, and he barely dodged it, saying that they were not in the ring yet. Sunbin did not pay attention to this and continued to attack. The coach said that those against whom Chu Se-jin was going to fight were not masters of sports. There would be no judges, no rules. They would run away if the advantage was not on their side, and if they did, they would cut him. Cha Sunbin was so far apart that Chu Se-jin barely had time to dodge, let alone attack, and according to Lee Gang-boom, bandits only attack when the opponent looks weaker. Ji-hee calmly watched the carnage and said that the enemy would not even think about it, and would go into battle with weapons, and at the slightest opportunity would call his men for help. Now the trainer asked Chu Se-jin if he understood what he meant by the shell. No one meant that the fight would take place in the ring. Now Ju Seong understood what the coach meant. He needed to get rid of the stereotype that, as a manager, he would fight in a fair fight. Realizing the point, Ju Se-jin began to attack back, warning Cha Sunbin. Chae Sung-bin probably didn't expect Chu Se-jin to realize his main task so quickly, as he stopped just as the Neo Mask put his hands up to defend himself, right in front of his face. Ju Se-jin tried to strike at the enemy's legs, but Cha Sunbin turned away in time and did not allow him to do his plan. In a moment, the two men were standing in combat readiness opposite each other, and they were strong enough to be each other's opponents. Ju Se-jin was in no hurry to attack, and after remembering something, he expressed his thoughts, realizing that the boys had not fought at full strength last time. Recalling the events of their first fight, Cha Sunbin confirmed his partner's guess. Now it was more like a game for them, and Chu Se-jin said that he preferred this kind of fight to fighting with a self-confident fool, but he added with a laugh that this time his friend might lose. But the Neo Mask was only glad to have met someone who was different from the hooligans, and with whom they could simply exchange blows in a friendly manner. Standing up to stretch his arms, Cha Sunbin happily said that Ju Se-jin would be the first to go. But the guy didn't hesitate for a minute, and flew towards his friend, shouting for safety. Cha Sunbin just waited in silence for the attack to come his way. Having reached their goal, Chu Se-jin and Cha Sunbin clasped hands in battle, but neither of them intended to harm the other. Chu Se-jin went to attack, but Cha Sunbin realized his plan and intercepted his hand in time. Neo Mask, having done this trick, confidently broke his arm and said that his friend would not succeed. Once in Cha Sunbin's captivity, the guy said that his friend was not doing his best, but Chu Sejin had to admit that his partner was stronger than him. But then both bullies got a kick in the back and flew to the floor. It was a Jihei. When he turned around and saw the girl, Chu Sejin was shocked. It seemed that Jihai was tired of just watching and decided to join in. As he remained on the floor, Jusheng wondered what was wrong with Cha Sunbai, who fought like a deleterious man. With a sly smile, the guy suggested that Chu Sejin fight 2-on-1, while Jihei stood back and waited for her partner's decision. Chu Sejin seemed to find the idea quite interesting, a good opportunity to test his strength and endurance. Without a word, Jihai simply put on her helmet and stood next to Cha Sunbin, who was already fully prepared for the fight. Chu Sejin did not hesitate for a moment to stretch his arms and warned Jihei and Cha Sunbin that if they decided to attack together, they should be prepared to receive a response. As soon as the guy said that, his partners immediately took off running towards Chu Sejin, who was already waiting for the first attacker. Seeing the full picture of Jihei and Cha Sunbin's skills, Chu Sejin noticed that their movements were much different from those he had seen in movies about hooligans. In those movies, it was usually just a bunch of people who got together to swing their fists without any strategy, but it was just a movie that was very different from reality. Watching his partners, Chu Sejin realized that Jihei and Cha Sunbin move in a completely different way. The boy can dodge the girl's attacks, but he is immediately shut down by the Neo Mask. And on the other hand, it's a vicious circle, because if he dodges Sunbin's attacks, he'll be disabled by Jihei. Chu Sejin was attacked from all sides, and he realized that his partners were not even defending themselves, but continuing to attack him, without even giving him a chance to respond. But the boy realized that soon he would be fighting alongside Jihei and Cha Sunbin, and Chu Sejin would have to do as well as they did. And then they would be completely invulnerable, and the thought of that excited Chu Sung, and he was looking forward to that moment. But now there's one problem that Chu Sejin can't forget. Chu Sejin realized that by breaking their connection, he could corner Cha Sunbin and Jihei. Seeing the strategy of his partners, Jihei as the attacker and Jae Sung as the guard, Chu Sejin realized what he needed to do and began to put the plan into action. Now, thanks to Chu Sejin, the comrades could not understand who was going where. They only got in each other's way and interfered. Even Lee Gunboom was surprised by this strategy, and Chu Sejin managed to impress the coach. Seeing the result of his efforts, the boy realized that now Cha Sunbin and Jihei were only interfering with each other. Stepping aside, Chu Sejin said that he called it divide and conquer. But Chu Sejin could not foresee everything. Jihei crouched down and grouped herself, allowing Chai Sunbaek to use her back as a support for the maneuver. And without a second's hesitation, Jihei lunged toward Chu Sejin, who saw this and was sure that the two partners hadn't said a word to each other. Chu Sejin could do nothing, as Cha Sunbin's foot had already hit his chest and knocked him to the floor. And he and Jihei, having trained together for many years, now knew how to help each other in battle without words. Taking off his helmet, Chu Sejin fell down against the wall, catching his breath, holding a bottle of water close by as he was well exhausted from the training. Cha Sunbin approached his friend and asked how he was feeling, and extended his hand to help him get up. Accepting the help, Chu Sejin shook hands with Cha Sunbin, but could not believe that the boy and Jihei had completely defeated him. When Jihei approached, Chu Sejin asked in delight how they understood each other, even without looking at each other. Fighting without rules was a novelty for him. Laughing, Cha Sunbin said that it would be strange if they fought according to the rules, and his partner agreed. The coach said that this is exactly what a fight with the bad guys would be like, so Chu Sejin should realize that no one would shake hands with him afterwards and congratulate him on his victory. The opponents will be guys who will be happy to hurt him for no reason. You just need to fight them in the right place and day, and fight them with the right tactics. The coach warned that it is important not to let yourself get trapped. Sometimes it is not necessary to engage in combat, because that is what the reward system is for. You need to use others, even those who were comrades in the army, and after the end of the service they destroy all ties and live their own lives. All this loyalty of bullies will disappear when it comes to money. Raising his hand, Chu Sejin asked if this means that all those who are on the top of the ranking system are the main representatives of Troll Fam. Jae Sunbin explained that bullies who are too confident in themselves, those who post videos in which they humiliate or injure someone, are in the top 4. But even the top 4 Troll Fam members are not in the top rankings of their channel. Chu Sejin realized that there was no connection between Troll Fam and rankings, and while the boys were discussing these topics, Jihae was getting bored, as if she had heard this many times before and wanted to get it over with. In short, the channel is just a cover to mislead the trolls, as Sunbin explained, but they are still their target. But they'll soon realize it's just a cheap comedy. After such a hot workout, it would not hurt to refresh themselves. So Cha Sunbin and Chu Sejin headed for the pool. It was a rather large room for a gym, and there was more than one pool. Tired, they showered, but out of the corner of his eye, Chu Sejin noticed something on Cha Sunbai. The scars all over his body struck Chu Sejin. There were quite a few of them, but it seemed that Cha Sunbin was not surprised by this reaction. Those who had seen him naked reacted the same way. For some, they were horrible, so the boy asked about it. But Ju Sung denied that they weren't horrible, but he wondered where they came from and suggested that they might have been injured in a fight. And the guy said that he got most of them during training. Chu Sejin was surprised. What kind of training would have been necessary to leave scars? Had he been thrown against a wall? But Cha Sunbin said something like that. Finally, the boys could relax in the hot water tank, but Ju Sejin said he was frozen, and asked if Cha Sunbin rented the baths, and guessed that the income from the canal was good. Cha Sunbin said that the expenses were not so high, but that they might need a lot of things in their business. So he assured him that if Ju Sejin needed anything, including some interesting information, he could not hesitate to speak. Seeing the surprised look, Cha Sunbin explained that he was not offering the best of jobs, so he had to do something to avoid feeling guilty in front of the boy, and Ju Sejin admitted that he was interested in something. He was wondering who that guy was. It seems that Cha Sunbin was expecting this question, and he remembered the conversation about that guy. The coach said that he would not waste time on useless techniques, as the basics were known to each of them, and were enough to destroy these underdogs. The coach wanted to teach cool strategies and basic physical endurance to strengthen them, which would allow them to effectively strike back at the enemy. To make sure that the hooligans could not even move if they managed to avoid death, the coach demonstrated skills that will surprise everyone. It would even be more useful if Chu Sejin caught the guy, and the coach ordered him to teach his partner Cha Sunbin, who was the one the guy wanted to know about. And remembering this very conversation, Cha Sunbin began to tell the story. That guy is the beginning and end of the Neon Mask channel. He is the strongest fighter ever, and the biggest enemy in the whole group. Cha Sunbin admitted that once he even fought him but unfortunately lost to him, which shocked Chu Sejin. He couldn't believe that the great Neo Mask was defeated in a fight. This is the guy they call Crazy. It's an interesting story, but it seems that Chu Sejin was confused that he was chosen to fight a guy who even the Neo Mask had lost. Walking down the street, past the shops and high-rise buildings, Chu Sejin was thinking about something. As far as he knew, among all the hooligan channels on View Tunnel, Neon Mask was the most famous and powerful. During his first broadcasts, Neo Mask fought several opponents at once, but so far, no one had been able to defeat him, even if we assume that Sunbin was trying to hide his defeat. What good was it for the madman to remain silent? They could not find out everything to the end, but if you look at it objectively, there is a difference between the power of Neo Mask and Chu Sejin. He is weaker, but the proportions of their capabilities are about 6-4. And if you add to the power of Neo Mask and managers, then Chu Sejin cannot be compared to it, although he is relatively on the same level as Cha Sunbai. And in his mind, Ju Xiong remembers when the coach said that he should be the one to catch the guy. Ju Sejin thinks that this phrase doesn't really mean that he should be the one to catch the guy, but rather that, if the boy is now part of the Neon Mask channel, then he should be the one as manager to fight the madman. If Neo Mask and Min Jihai can make such a connection in their movements, could it mean that a team of 5 would have a chance against him? He's like a supervillain from the Special Forces section. Ju Sejin also recalled the day when Min Ji-hai said that they were too relaxed about Sunbae, because you never know when it will happen. Besides, on that day, Neomask and the managers, including Chu Sejin and even the editors, were all present and joined forces. But still, those words of Min Ji-hai's, did she really mean that a madman would appear? Ju Sejin stopped in a place where there was not a single soul, and he did not even notice that a black car was slowly following him. He was confused, but he was sure that thinking was not his ability. The only thing Ju Seung was sure of was that that guy was real. And then the car that had been following him all along passed him and sped away. In the back seat was a man who said with a satisfied but rather frightening smile that, just as Neomask had said, the guy was the strongest in Korea. Standing in the shower, Chu Sejin shouted to his friend that he had chosen the wrong door, the tannery 2 blocks down. But Cha Sunbin just said that the answer was no. It was a familiar place, the lair of Kim Dooman's gang. There were many motorcycles in front of his garage again. There was some kind of meeting, and some criminals were outside and did not hurry to enter. Opening the door, Kim Dooman breathed out a sigh of relief, hoping for a quiet rest. But it was not to be, someone called out to him from the darkness of the room. Seemed they knew each other. On the couch where Kim Dooman used to sit, there was a man now, and next to him was his colleague, or perhaps a subordinate. Addressing Kim Dooman, Kim Haek, the first-ranked manager of the Trollfish, the first place in the youth martial arts group, said that he had heard about the gang leader's hard life lately. But the man was amused. They hadn't seen Kim Dooman for a long time. The man had a nickname, the most dangerous miner, and he looked really menacing. Kim Dooman was not happy to see Kim Hyuk and asked if Daniel had sent him, but he did not get a specific answer, only that the man could not sit in one place when his friend needed help. Kim Haek thought that his friend was in trouble and insinuated that he could not cope with the Neo-mask, which hurt the man's pride and ego. Juyemin, the devil manager, ranked 8th in the ranking of hooligans, said that the whole world had seen Kim Dooman's 6th man, Yang Taesobu, give the first number of Neo-masks on live television. Hugging Kim Dooman's shoulder, who didn't like it, Soo Yumin told him to forget about Noppaku, and if he had nothing to do, he could join their training. Ju Yumin offered to find a job for him because Kim Dooman does everything for money anyway. These words and his overconfidence made Kim Dooman very angry, and he decided to teach Soo Yumin a lesson. A second later, the boy was already lying face down on the floor. Kim Haek exploded when he saw this, and Kim Dooman calmly asked what happened to him because he had only lightly hit him. The boy held his head and shouted that next month he would have a fight with Soo Yumin. The man on his elbows did not like this attitude, especially the fact that he was being laughed at. Soo Yumin rushed toward Kim Dooman, shouting that he had dared to hit him, but the man did not care. He looked at the boy as if he were a fool. Soo Yumin didn't care that he was the leader of the Nopak gang and threatened to kill Kim Dooman. But all of Soo Yumin's threats were interrupted by someone's fist and a voice that ordered him to shut up. It was his boss, Kim Haek, who decided to put his subordinate in his place. Soo Yumin was hit hard enough to leave a fist mark on his cheek. The man was angry because he had brought him here because he wanted to see Kim Dooman himself, and he said that he hadn't seen Kim Haek for a long time. Kim Haek put his subordinate in his place because he was the first manager, and the man was the third, and he had no right to talk to a superior like that. Kim Haek apologized to Kim Dooman for the fool lying unconscious in the boxes, but the man was not in the mood for that. He wanted to get down to business as soon as possible. Kim Haek immediately assured him that he was well aware of Kim Dooman's fighting skills, and he knew that there was nothing to worry about. Daniel just wanted to look after his friend. Dooman must realize that those guys, such as Yang Tae-sob and Pi Men-soo, are not as good at fighting as he is, so they are worried about him. But in fact, it was a joke. Everyone understood the purpose of this visit. The man waited a little and voiced his opinion that he wanted to challenge Neo-mask to a fight. Kim Dooman was surprised to hear this, because why would he do that? But Kim Haek, as it turned out, had long wanted to beat Neo-mask. The guy almost begged Kim Dooman to let him fight Neo-mask first, because he realized that he would beat him before, and the man would get nothing. But the bully did not like this idea. Since Neo-mask declared war on Nopak and they had already gone too far, Kim Hak wanted to be allowed to beat the guy before Kim Dooman, not even thinking about what would happen to his reputation among the gangsters. Kim Dooman grabbed Kim Hak by the gate and said that he knew very well about the lower-ranking troll fam scum who were laughing at him from the mountain behind his back. The man angrily said that he could get a lot of money from his business whenever he wanted, and he didn't care that the man was a higher-ranking member of the troll fam bank. Kim Dooming swore that all those high society bastards who were sitting on their parents' necks, everyone who laughed at him, would kneel down, and as for the Neo mask, the man planned to rip that strange mask off his face and throw it into the troll pool. Sitting at work in a flower shop and summing up the receipts, the girl put the rose on the table in front of her and realized that she could not do it anymore, bored and not knowing what to do with herself. But the girl was distracted from her thoughts by the ringing of the doorbell. A customer came. The girl greeted him warmly and invited him to the store. The man said that he wanted to buy flowers, and the saleswoman asked him what kind he had chosen. The saleswoman was embarrassed by the man's choice, and he ordered a funeral bouquet, one of chrysanthemums and the other of poppies. Turning around to fulfill the order, the girl collecting the bouquets said that it was a rather sad occasion for the purchase, and asked that the man must have loved poppies and received confirmation. The man said that his younger sister was very fond of poppies, and the girl was even more upset when she heard that. She felt sorry for the buyer. The death of a loved one is a wound that will always bleed in the heart. They say that time heals, but it can only ease this pain. He was a Neo mask dressed in all black. Apparently today was his sister's death, and he was going to visit her and buy flowers along the way. The saleswoman pulled 2 beautifully arranged bouquets to Cha Sunbin, to whom the guy handed over a black card and planned to pay by cashless payment. The girl refused to take payment, referring to the fact that the store was closing soon. And after trying several more times to offer the Sunbin, he was refused because the closure would take place because things were not going well. Looking at the bouquet, the girl said that they would have wilted anyway, but someone had taken them away. And Sunbin asked why, because there were many schools nearby, it should be profitable. The girl, who also owned the shop, told him that there were some guys who offered their own marketing system, but it seems that because she refused, they now scared away all the customers. Cha Sunbin immediately realized that this was the work of the Nopak, because no one else in the neighborhood was doing this. Even those who used to come to this shop to buy bouquets for their loved ones have stopped coming, and she thought that things would improve as soon as the neighborhood began to be redeveloped. She opened the shop with the last money she had saved, and turned away with sadness and said that she was just unlucky. Cha Sunbin picked up the bouquet and looked at it, thinking about something. When the girl was about to say goodbye, Cha Sunbin said that there was a streamer, a Neo mask, who promised to drive the whole Nopak gang out of the neighborhood and asked her to wait a little longer. The girl thought about it and said she knew something about him. He's very famous because almost every store has ads for his channel. The shop assistant also said that she had heard that he was still a student, and she was very sorry that adults are like that. They can't do anything about these bullies. Cha Sunbin looked down as if remembering something. He bowed in front of the girl and thanked her for the flowers and said that his sister would like them, and the shopkeeper waved goodbye. As he left the shop holding the beautiful bouquet in his hands, Cha Sunbin looked at the shop. It was very beautiful, bright with all kinds of flowers imaginable, and it was a pity that the woman was about to close it. Looking at the bouquet with sadness, Cha Sunbin thought of his sister Ye Bin. Cha Sunbin walked away from the shop, wondering if he would do something good, if his sister would be proud of him. Meanwhile, someone else was not happy at all, as the slaughter continued with only 2 people participating in it, while the others just stood by and watched, as if it were a game. However, a guy came up to them and grabbed the guy named Yunho by the chest and asked him to stop, because the consequences would be terrible, but he didn't care. A Mensa appeared at the entrance and asked what was going on, and the guy who met the man didn't seem surprised. As he stood next to the boy, he heard that the victim who was being beaten was laughing when Yunho fell asleep in class, and Mensa wondered how he knew if he was sleeping. The boy assured him that it didn't matter, and that's not why Mansu had come. But the man said that Kim Dooming thought this particular bully was the right one. So the only thing left to do was to persuade Yunho to join them, and Mensu asked what they could offer the boy. Mensu's answer was clear. Yunho would get his chance for revenge. Sitting in a small group of only 3 men, one of them asked Mengsu to explain the plan and Il's dream to the others, and he agreed. Mensu said that the Neo mask was spreading all over the country, but their gang was confined to this area. The man asked Dream Il if he remembered the neighborhood, which is currently undergoing redevelopment, and that it was empty now, but they had lived there when they were children. He asked him if they were to fight there, who would have the advantage, and he asked if he meant to move the fight there. But the boy just laughed and asked if the Mensa had thought that if he got involved in their stories one more time, the Kim Doomin would kill him. But Mensu asked him to listen to him without interrupting, and said that the Nopak would not have to deal with the Neo mask. He asked if anyone here knew any psychos from Emil High School. One guy from there, Yu Jinmin, fought with Neo mask, and Yu Yunho is his cousin. But this guy has no brain, and he has self-control issues, so he's easy to manipulate. And if you hurt his pride even a little bit, he'll go beat up Neo mask, and then the other Emil guys will get in on it because they don't want to get beat up by Yunho. But Sunil said that there was still a chance of losing to Neo mask, and even if the idiots at that school were that stupid, did Mensu think they would fight Chasun back just because they were told to? Mansu was even willing to bet that Sunil didn't even know about Yunho's recruitment into Do Jinpa. If someone was after the boy, they were after him, so he was the best candidate. Sungil didn't believe that Yunho had been recruited by the mafia, but Mansu told him to shut up if he didn't know, and Kim Dooming seemed to like the idea. Mansu briefly explained to Sungil that all Nopak had to do was provide a little support from a distance, and then Kim Dooming started clapping. He looked at Mensu and said that it was amazing, and that Nopak is indispensable. Kim Doomin came over and put his hand on Mensa's shoulder, and said that he was sorry for the last time he'd been hurt. But the man was not offended. As he said, everyone is doing the same thing. And leaning towards the Mensa, Kim Doomin announced his decision. Since the Mensa had suggested the plan, he would go there. But the man could not believe his ears, or perhaps he hoped it was a joke. But as he walked away from the Mensa, Kim Doomin said that even if the decision of the Emil boys was to fight, the name of the Nopak was at stake. So as their representative, he had to see to it. Picking up a lighter and lighting it, Kim Doomin said that even if those idiots from Emil could not deal with the Neo mask, he would have to finish the job himself. The lighter was right in front of Mensa's face, and Kim Doomin added that the other day Kim Heck had come to see them, to pick up a man, which confused him. He asked if it was a troll and why he was after him. Returning to the Mensa with a smile on his face, Kim Dooming thought it was time to show off a little bit in front of them and pretend that he was dying to go to the trollfish. It seems that this decision did not make Mensa happy, and Sung-il was surprised. But after breaking the silence, Sunil laughed and asked Mensa if he was scared because of the Neo mask. These words infuriated Mensa. He jumped up from his seat and rushed to Sunil, threatening to kill him. Punching the table with his fist, the man shouted that if the Neo mask ever dared to cross Mensa's path, who only knew how to make a fearsome appearance, he would grind the guy to powder. Kim Doomin asked in disbelief. Kim Dooming punched Mensa's hand and told him to do his best, because he was the only one he trusted. Mensa seemed to be very pleased with Kim Dooming's words, and his anger was gone. So, deciding not to waste time, Mensu went to the boys from Emil and wished them good luck. Surprised by this situation, Sunil turned to Kim Doomin asking how this idiot was going to remove the Neo mask from the road. He was just an incapacitated bastard. In turn, Kim Doomin asked Sung-il's opinion on how Mensu was going to persuade those guys from Emil. Without hesitating for a moment, Sunil replied that he could only offer to pay the rest of the money. But Kim Doomin knew that Pengsu didn't have any money, and while Nopaku was doing well, the fools from Emil were on very thin ice, because it was obvious that Yu Yunho was very happy about what was happening. Echoing Kim Dooming's words, Sung-il said that the pompous fool had been showing off too much since middle school. Kim Dooming thought that Pemang had come to whine about him, so Yunho agreed. And then a drone appeared outside the window, and Kim Dooming suggested that they go to sleep or watch Neo Mask beat the crap out of Pengsu. Laughing out loud, Sunil assured him that he was even willing to pay for it to see the picture in person. The Neo Mask was talking to someone on the phone. It was clearly visible in the reflection of his mask. He asked if the caller really wanted to understand himself. The man looking at the screen of the tablet confirmed with a laugh, because one of his idiots had played a trick and was beaten, sitting at night by the pool on the roof. The man who was asked about the connection said that everything was fine, so it was not worth it, saying that one should respect the decisions of their friends. The man seemed to confirm his own words to himself. He watched with interest the video in which Mensa threatened Neo Mask and challenged him to a fight, and the audience burst out laughing in the comments. A small group led by the leader walked smoothly to the gate in front of which many new students had gathered. It was a ceremony to welcome new students of the Emil High School of Trade and Industry. A rather stout young man was coming out to the students, and none of the people present dared to cross his path. On the roof of a neighboring building, Cha Sunbin and Chu Sejin watched, the Neo Mask saying that this was Yu Yongho, and the best fighters of the Emil were with him. Chae Zongbin knew that if no pack was more about petty pranks, these fighters knew nothing but how to beat people. So he asked Sejin if he had seen the video the guy had posted recently, and got a positive answer. On Cha Sunbek's phone was the same video he had sent to Ju Sejin, with the same Yunho beating someone up, saying that the idiot had stuck his nose in it. The man was clearly out of his mind because he was beating the poor guy with such anger. This video of Yu Yunho was from their award show. Someone filmed it and posted it on social media, and that's how it became popular. Seeing all this, Ju Sejin was sure that Yu Yunho was on something, because how could he turn into such a person? Neo Mask said that the guy was just trash who didn't care about other people, and when he was bored, he treated passers-by as if they were mobs from a game, like the way he pushed a woman who was not in the way. The woman lost her balance and fell, but they didn't care. Yu Youngho has been doing this for a long time, so they don't even report him anymore. No matter what they try to do to him, he is incorrigible. Cha Sunbin said that the most difficult part of creating a script for deterrence is when you encounter such scum who don't even need a reason for violence. They either have fun or hit when they are angry or irritated. Turning back to his friend, Cha Sunbin said that there was no point in talking about this, because some viewers cannot accept the truth and say that such people do not exist, so there are quarrels, or even real Neo-Mask streams. Compared to Kim Dooman, who is just a hooligan with a temper for money, Yu Yunho is a psycho with self-control issues, and he asked if his friend knew how he was punished for the incident in the video. Chu Sejin didn't know, and it didn't matter whether he was punished or released, whether he had a high rank or a low rank, whether they tried to correct him or not. Adults believed in vain that they could instill in him at least something. It is impossible to change such a bastard for the better, even after what he did. He walks as if nothing happened, snapping at everyone who comes across him. Exhaling a calm breath, Ju Xiang said that it was like a sauce of his revenge. Now Chu Sejin was putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, and so was Yu Yongho, the cousin of Yu Jingmin, whom Cha Sunbin was hunting. Famitsu knew this and persuaded Yunho to join forces with Noppaku, and Cha Sunbin confirmed his friend's words. Watching the man down below, Ju Sejin concluded that he or Cha Sunbin could easily deal with Yunho alone. Even though he had not fought him, he could already see that he was a fattened calf with nothing but size. Chu Sejin thought that it was a different matter when it came to Yunho, Mensa, and 40 high-ranking Emil guys. They were probably thinking about defeating the Neon Mask channel with large numbers. It wasn't easy to fight even 20 Noppaku puppets, and they were weak losers, so it takes more than just strength and skill to fight a larger number of opponents. Cha Sunbin agreed. He realized that this fight was unavoidable. Even with the slightest possibility of losing, it would be a public challenge to the Noppaku. Turning to his comrade, Cha Sunbin said that Chu Sejin himself knew that the Neo Mask had become something of a symbol, for better or worse. But he was half the responsibility, so the right decision was to go all the way. Cha Sunbin realized that all they needed to do now was find a way to increase their team's chances a little bit, and Ju Sejin put his hand behind his head and thought. Turning away from watching the idiots, Ju Sung said that he was hungry, and so they could grab a bite to eat on the way. Jae Sungbin told Ju Sung to go without him, but his friend said that Jihai had asked him to walk her home. Neo Mask cheerfully said that he had other plans for today. He was preparing a stream. Neo Mask is back on the air and says hello to the audience. He's going to have a fun night tonight. Holding the phone to the selfie stick, Neo Mask said it had been a while since their last hunt, and raising the camera higher, Neo Mask said that tonight's stars were the ones who had joined forces, Pemensu and the Emil idiots, and he was here only because he heard that there was a brave man who wanted to hunt Yu Yunho, and behind the guy was already one unconscious bully, and another who had just been brought down was still flying down the stairs. Pointing the camera at the guy who was unconscious on the ground, the Neo Mask noticed that he had seen this guy before. Neo Mask grabbed the hooligan by the cheeks and asked him again who he was, what the fool was doing here, and laughed. The manager who came up to Neo Mask said that it was Kim Taemin, who was ranked 67, and they had met during the hunt for Yu Jinmen, and the guy wondered why he was always taking away, and what kind of video he had uploaded again. As it turned out, the bully was spitting on passers-by and bragging about it on video. Neo Mask was indifferent to him. If he wasted time on such weaklings, he would not be able to appreciate the combat power of the Yunho, and asked if the Sum was going to do his job properly. Otherwise, he would not get a new weapon. The manager reminded him that the boss himself said not to take too strong who could beat the Yunho before a special event. Neo Mask did not object, but if everyone is beaten before it all starts, then how will they ever hype? Because that's what streams are for, the guy dispersed. Because now he has to suck everything out of his finger on such mediocre fools as Yunho. Neo Mask almost begged the manager of the Sum to learn to distinguish between what is legal and what is not. The guy claimed that he was not a lawyer to understand this. The manager was getting angry and said that he was tired of the Neo Mask. Why doesn't he get so excited about Joy? Because he is showing himself to be strong here and is always afraid to talk to her like that. The Neo Mask didn't mind. Joy is another matter. He doesn't want to die young. Yu Yunho stood on the stairs and watched as Neo Mask ended the argument, and offered to talk to him later and come to an agreement. But Manager Sorrow threatened to tell Joy everything. Finally, the Neo Mask turned his attention to Yu Yunho and asked him his name, but it seemed that he had no time to do anything and had already gotten the guy. Yu Yunho, a high school student who was ranked 12th, was looking right at Neo Mask. The Neo Mask asked, as if mocking, if Yunho was not sure if he was the one standing in front of the boy. As the young man was coming down the stairs, Neo Mask said that he had heard that he could fight, but for some reason he always fought only with those who were weaker than him. In the video, Yu Yunho beats a student who just looked him in the eye, so the question is why he doesn't beat the Neo Mask. The guy's teeth gritted from these words. Coming closer to the thug and leaning right down to his stomach, the Neo Mask began to examine him. He said that he looked so strong, and the guy was just afraid of him. And then the Neo Mask's plan succeeded. Yunho lost his temper, his self-control was no longer a factor, and in a moment the guy was already swinging his fists in the face of his opponent, who was deftly dodging. As you can see, Yunho was only swinging his fists, never hitting the target. The Neo Mask was dodging without much force, playing with the big man. Having already prepared his fist for the fight, Neo Mask said that it looked like he would have to clean up the mess himself. But something didn't work out. Yunho, angry as hell, grabbed Neo Mask's hands and began to press them with all his might, making the guy look like a child against this thug. Yunho pressed with such force that the Neo Mask's legs started to roll backwards on the sidewalk, unable to stay in one place. Yunho pushed Neo Mask backwards with all his might, holding his arms. He pressed his back against the window, still holding him. But the Neo Mask was not bothered by his current position. But then one of Yunho's hands grabbed the Neo Mask's throat, making him wheeze. Holding on and losing complete control, Yunho threatened to break Neo Mask's neck so that he would know who he was messing with. The manager looked at the phone and asked if he needed help, but heard the Neo Mask only grunt, saying that it was fine if he didn't. Barely able to squeeze out a word, Neo Mask admitted that this idiot was worse than all the previous ones, and Manager Sad stood even further away and said he could not hear him. Realizing that there was no help to be expected, Neomask had to rethink his words and suggested that Yu Yunho think it over, starting to mimic the guy like a primate. In short, offering friendship. But the peace did not work out. Yu Yongho swore at Neomask and tried to hit Neomask, but it did not go according to plan. His hand got caught in the window grill when the guy dodged the blow. The Neomask managed to escape and punch the opponent in the stomach with all his might. But this was not enough to knock the big man down, and the Neomask took a swing at the guy's jaw. But things didn't go according to plan. For Yu Yongho, this blow was like a slap in the face. He didn't even react to it. The boy's mask reflected an angry Yu Yongho, and looking at him, he realized that he was indeed a real gorilla. Yu Yongho hit the Neomask with all the force he could muster, and if he hadn't covered his hands, he would have been hit right in the chest, but he was knocked back far. But the Neomask did not fall, and was able to stand on his feet, which surprised the opponent. This made the big man even more angry, because he expected the Neomask to beg for mercy, or at least start running away, not to climb right up to Yu Yunho. The Neomask stood close to the criminal and laughed at him, asking him what he was mumbling about. Maybe the guy was too slow. But the manager of the sorrowful company didn't get into the fight, just watched from the sidelines. Slowly approaching, Yu Yunho assured him that he didn't care who the Neomask was, a student or an old man. But all these weaklings needed to be beaten properly. Watching the thug approach, the Neomask didn't move. But then Manager Sum decided to intervene, wondering why Yunho thought he had the right to muddy people's waters just because of his size. And Neomask realized that this bastard thought he was the king of the world because he was as big as a gorilla. The manager of Sum mocked him, saying that he seemed to have forgotten about the current era of dinosaurs. Because Yu Yunho was like them, the guy's brain was the same size as a pea. This made Yu Yunho angry, and he was swearing at the manager and threatening to hit the boy. Just then, someone shot an arrow past the manager and towards Yu Yunho. It was Neomask, who seized the opportunity to fly up to Yu Yunho and crouched down and hit him right in the jaw, preventing him from doing what he planned. The Neomask defended his manager, who was trembling in fear. The guy could take being attacked, but not his friends, and threatened Yu Yunho not to cross the line, or he would be buried. Neomask took his own hand grenade from the baggage manager. He threw it directly into the thug's face, and when he saw the unknown object, he didn't even realize what it was, but he suspected it was nothing good. The hand grenade hitting the hooligan's face released some liquid from the inside that hit him directly in the eyes, and seemed to start burning. The guy fell on the road and was in pain. The manager stood by and just watched, and the Neomask began to tease and tease, threatening to tear off his head if the guy dared to approach, and assured him that they were here to test the strength of the bad guy. By the time Yunho got to his feet, Neomask and some manager were already running away as far as they could see, shouting that they would fight him normally during the Mensa event and calling him a stupid gorilla. They said goodbye laughing, and the guy was left roaring with anger and shouting for the offenders to come back. It seems this was the first time this thug was not satisfied with the fight. While the guy was coming to his senses, barely opening his eyes after an unknown substance, his subordinates approached him from behind and were surprised by the picture he saw. The guys were interested in their friend's health and asked what had happened, whether it was a Neomask, and if so, why they hadn't received a notification about the beginning of the detention. Angry Yu Yongho rushed to one of his comrades and asked him where he was and why these fools had come at this time. Meanwhile, the fleeing Neomasks and the bag manager stopped on one of the rather dirty streets to catch their breath. It was hot enough for them to take off their masks to breathe a little easier, and the manager asked if Cha Sunbin had learned everything he wanted to know, and Yu Yongho really looked like a typical short-sighted thug who only relied on brute force. But Neomask had no clear answer. As he rolled up the sleeve of his suit and showed the reddened hand that Yu Yongho was holding, Cha Sunbin said he was sure of one thing. This guy's the kind of guy you don't want to mess with, and now his arm will have a big bruise on it in a few hours instead of just a little redness. Walking down the street completely alone, Ju Seong thought about what Cha Sunbin had said about how important it was to think of a way to increase their chances. But how? Chu Sejin thought that this fight would be hopeless because Cha Sunbin hadn't contacted him after the training, which probably meant that he hadn't thought of anything. Finally reaching home and exhaling a calm but tired sigh, Chu Sejin closed the door behind him. But then something prevented him from doing so, and Chu Sejin's eyes fell on the doorway. Before he could understand anything, an unknown man kicked Chu Sejin in the chest, pushing him away from the door so that he could neither orient himself nor close it in time. Chu Sejin, unable to hold his phone and bag on his shoulders, flew back a good distance from the force of the blow, not understanding anything. The first thought that came to Chu Sejin's mind was that he had been exposed and learned about his work as a manager for Neomask. The guy was confused by the appearance of the unexpected guest, but he looked more relaxed when he saw who was in front of him. The guest's hand picked up the phone from the floor, which was dropped by Chu Sejin. He angrily asked why the boy was not picking up the phone, trying to say something quickly in his own defense, but the guest immediately interrupted him. It was Chu Sejin's older sister, Chu Miri, who was a third-year student at the Korean Military Academy, majoring in security, and she hinted at her brother, asking him what he thought would be stronger, his phone or his head, and the boy almost begged her to calm down and cool off. Chu Sejin almost screamed at Chu Mira and said that if she was going to beat him every time she came home, then it was time to move to a dormitory. But his sister interrupted him and ordered him to shut up. When Ju Song came to, he asked his sister if she was home from training and why she decided to come home in the middle of the week. Turning to face Chu Sejin, Miri asked him how he liked the new costume, and if it was good, he replied that it made her look more like a killer than a bodyguard. Jumiri didn't appreciate the joke and silently pinned her dear brother to the wall. It seems that the girl was very strong to be able to lift a rather large guy, perhaps stronger than Chu Sejin himself, because he didn't even try to escape. She let go of the unfortunate man and sat down on the couch, saying that she had to leave the training. Too many fans had come running, and she was blocked by about 50 men, and she had the feeling that she was in a fight with a crowd of animals who had almost knocked her down. Sitting down on the side of his sister, Chu Sejin, laughing, said that she was very strong to be able to resist a crowd of 50 people. She added angrily that her stupid brother hadn't answered the phone, but Chu Sejin asked her why she couldn't just remember the access code to the apartment. She was so full of herself and couldn't remember it. As he was leaving, Chu Sung asked his sister if she knew anything about Neomasks. He wanted to know something, and Miri asked if he was the one wearing the Sukajan jacket, a souvenir outerwear that looks like a baseball cap embroidered with Japanese motifs, who had started the whole Noppaku mess on the streams, and hoped that the boyfriend had nothing to do with it. Chu Sejin realized that he might be suspected and became visibly nervous, but he assured her that he had no interest in getting involved. He had just heard that the Neomasks were going to fight the Imil gang from their neighborhood, and he just wanted to ask Chumiri who would win. Chumiri asked whose idea it was, but Chu Sejin said it was all Pimensu's. He probably announced it on his stream, and his sister couldn't believe that this jerk was still trying to pull something off. The girl somehow drooped when she heard about it. Now she understood what the idiot was talking about when he was talking about Nopaka and Emil, and when she heard this, Chu Sejin asked what he was talking about. Taking off her jacket, she was annoyed that the Neomask had started a fight in their neighborhood. It was just a minor problem, and asked why. If it pissed off Chu Miri so much, she didn't want to deal with it herself. Chu Miri asked who was going to be there, and Chu Sejin said that it was Yu Yunho, Pei Mensu, and 40 people from Emil against the entire Neomask team. The girl immediately said that Emil would win, which annoyed Chu Sejin a little. He didn't understand why his sister was so sure. She was already dressed and stood at the door and said that it was logical, Neomask and his 3 managers. Well, if you add anger, that would be 4 managers. And even if you count all his editors, you'll get about 9 people on Neomask's side. And at the thought of himself, Chu Sejin was shaking. Of the 9 people in the Neomask team, they can't count Joy, Ara, and Hira as fighters because of their physical characteristics. Chu Sejin was impressed by his sister's knowledge of the subject, but she assured him that everyone who deals in her field knows about such things. Opening a beer, she continued. Given the fact that the fight will take place in the Perestroika district, this information also impressed Chu Sejin, and wondered how she knew this. The Emil will most likely set up a trap there and wait for Neomask and his men to fall right into this trap in unfamiliar territory. Juri agreed that Neomask was good at pretending to be invulnerable, but assured me that this was not the truth, that he had a weakness. She was sure that if Neomask wanted to win this fight, he would have to take it to a place where he would have the advantage, no more laughing and joking. Jimiri said in the end that otherwise Neomask would have to hope that he would be able to overcome everyone by himself. It might be even better for the image of his channel if Neomask fought alone and lost, but it seems that he is not looking for an easy way out. If she were the guy, Jimiri would have dealt with those guys before the stream started, and Ju Sejin thought that it was really a smart move. She seemed to know her brother well enough to see that he was itching to join the fight. But as she closed the door behind her, she angrily said that if Chu Sejin dared to go in, he need not worry about who would win, because Chu Miri would finish her brother off before him, and reminded him not to touch her Sukajin jacket. In his office, the Neomask turned the map around and studied it carefully. It looked like it was a map of the area where the fight was going to take place, and he was planning how to pull it off, because the odds were very unequal given the number of people, and he would need to use some tricks. Mansu was standing alone in the street under a streetlight, looking for something in his pants pockets. While searching for the key, he did not even notice that a figure was standing in the darkness not far from the man, watching him intently. Already irritated, Mansu finally found his key, but then something rattled near him. Someone threw a small thing at his feet. Hearing the ringing, Mansu noticed the thing that fell in front of him. It was a key exactly like the one the man was holding. He saw the identity, but did not understand where it came from. But then the same figure who had been watching from the shadows approached him, and asked if he liked the key, giving him a good scare with his sudden appearance. It was a Neomask, mockingly telling Pena that he had been searching for his keys for so long that he had made a duplicate for him, which frightened the man. Out of fear, he began to scream at the Neomask, realizing that he could not defeat everyone, so he decided to start with him. But most of all, he was interested in what the boy needed his keys for. He did not just do it for fun. Pemensu began to act like a hero again, shouting that as soon as the Neomask touched him with a finger, the police would come immediately. But the guy didn't care. He put his finger on the man's mouth and ordered him to shut up. Laughing, the Neomask said that the person who made him these keys told him something interesting, something about threats to the police, breaking and entering. Therefore, this person asked to solve the problem quietly, just as Pensu, who already understood what was going on, began to hiccup in fear of what he had done to his small child. Seeing the reaction of the penguin, the Neomask laughed and said that the man looked like he was about to pee his pants. It was just a joke for a fool. There was no point in the guy doing something to him outside the stream, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Having moved away from the conversation a little, Neomask was already seriously saying that he had a proposal for their stupid company about the place that was mentioned in the video. Neomask, as if playing, said that it would be difficult to get to such a place even for the police, and doesn't it seem that it would be better to change the place of battle to improve the safety of their entire group? Demensu smiled smugly and asked if the Neomask was scared. Mensu knew that this place was perfect for them, so he was not going to accept the offer, telling the Neomask that he liked it. Now this bastard felt more confident, because if the Neomask came to offer him a change of place, then he would definitely stay, and he laughed. After thinking about the situation for a while, the Neomask was not satisfied with the fact that he had failed to persuade Mensa, but there was nothing to do. Neomask turned around and calmly walked down the street, saying that we'll see who wins this fight, and Mensa seemed surprised and happy that the boy didn't hurt him. Jusong decided to visit his old friend Suman, who was still in the hospital for rehabilitation, but he was already holding a phone, so he could see something, and the guy came into the room and asked how he was doing. Ju Sejin was happy to see that one of his eyes had already recovered and was not rewound, and Suman said that the wound on that side was not so deep, so the bandages had already been removed. Zoomin was looking forward to being discharged and asked Ju Sejin when he could go back to school. Sitting down across from his friend, he said he would have to be patient and stay here for a while. But then Sumin asked Chu Sejin about the Neo-Mask stream and asked him to answer honestly. And the boy was already twitching, thinking about the worst. But Sumin was only interested in whether his friend had tipped him off to the guys, and Ju Sejin breathed a sigh of relief. He was just afraid that he recognized him and said it wasn't his job. Hadn't he heard about Yente's testimony in the news? Yente said that he hadn't gone anywhere else. He had only given an interview, because it wasn't just them that the No-Pack were harassing. Anyone could have reported them. And Sumin looked at his friend with some distrust, perhaps noticing how nervous he was. Ju Sejin thought back to the events, the Neo-Mask, the fight, and asked cautiously. He wondered what Sumin thought of the Neo-Mask, and it seemed that his friend had not expected such a question. After some thought, he replied that for him, Neo-Mask was a real hero, but for society, he was a criminal. But such criminals have always been popular in movies and TV shows, as well as in books and comics, and content can only become known if there is demand. Zoomin asked if Ju Sejin remembers the show King of the Uso Fighters that they watched as children, which also featured similar hooligans. Ju Sejin laughed and mentioned the show and said that he and his sister even dyed their hair because of it. Sumin was not surprised by this fact and laughed. Zoomin went on to say that this is why he thinks that the Neo-Mask has become so popular, a signal that the problem is much broader and that many people are involved. Sumin's words made Chu Sejin think that maybe he was right, and that the popularity was due to demand. Out of Ju Xiong's thoughts, Sumin held out his phone and asked if he had seen the new video, but he wasn't sure if it was possible for a Neo-Masker. What he saw on the phone screen was very confusing for Chu Sejin, and his emotions were unclear, whether he was angry or surprised. The shopkeeper, from whom Cha Sunbin had bought the bouquets for his sister, was just closing the front door at the end of the day. As she walked home, she noticed how beautiful the stars were tonight. The sky was bright, not a single cloud, and the city was already asleep. She was a little surprised because she hadn't seen them for several days, so maybe the air had become cleaner. She picked up her phone and went to YouTube and saw the news from the Neo-Masks and became interested in it. She thought it might be worth a look. The black and white video said that Noppaku intimidates small business owners, extorts money by attacking them and their loved ones, and that the criminal group takes people's money to cover the horrendous costs of their marketing services. Ever since they were caught in a video on his channel, the Noppaku have been afraid that the police will find out about their dirty deeds, so they have tried to hide from society by reducing their attacks just like cowardly little rats. This gang of cowards is led by the following characters. Their leader is Kim Dooman. Under him are Yang Tai-sab, Pai Mengsu, Jong Sunil, and Rosa, who are responsible for the younger members of the group. Most of the money is appropriated by the leaders, while the other members receive minimal pay. And this is how they feed their endless greed. Ju Sejin and Sumin also saw the video on the phone, and although the police said they are taking action against No-Pack, they are limited in their power because the perpetrators are underage. The police have also promised to investigate the activities of Neo-Mask, but some members of the public have suggested that the problem of violence in schools, which is the main reason for the emergence of No-Pack, should be addressed first. Ju Sejin, seeing himself in the role of the manager of the anger in the video, was very surprised to see him in the video at all. And when they made this advertisement, Sumin did not understand why his friend was so excited. It was the same message of Pimachin, but it was warned that the video contained profanity, so they could not show it in full. Recently, Pimachin teamed up with a gang from Emil High School and declared war on Neo-Mask. Speaking, Neo-Mask said that he was in great shape, and that if the gentleman had already decided where the battlefield would be located and how many people they would bring, then the guy would choose the time and date, so he said that the meeting would take place exactly 1 week later, at 18 hours, at the location chosen by the opponents. Tearing off his fake polite mask and talking about the fight from the very first fight to the very last one with the boss. The guy promised to deal with them all alone. Seeing this video, Chu Sejin was very confused. He didn't understand what the Neo Mask was thinking when he said all this and challenged him. Pengsu, who was sitting in front of Yu Yongho and listening intently, was at a meeting with the same bullies from Emil High School, and he said that he had received a message that the fight would start here at 6 p.m. in a week, and only he and Neo Mask knew where the meeting would take place, so the police would not find them. Pengsu was sure that Neo Mask was scared and that they just had to wait a little longer, and Yu Yongho would finally be able to avenge his brother, Yu Jinmin. But before he could finish, he was punched in the jaw by Yu Yunho, who didn't like the reminder of the boy. Falling down from the blow, Pengsu began to mumble and make excuses. But Yu Yunho, who already had problems with self-control, decided that the man was getting impatient and was about to rush in, but was held back by his friend, who was almost begging him to cool down, reminding him of the bastard before them. But Yunho was getting even more furious, ready to kill Pima, and he was not happy that he had come to this meeting, and ordered the Neo Mask to be brought to him. Smiling mysteriously, he told Pena that the Neo Mask did not know the neighborhood well. Doesn't matter how many violent guys Neo Mask brings. They will catch them one by one and beat them up. Before he could finish, Yu Yongho punched Pengsu in the stomach with all his might, and he was clearly not expecting it. Yu Yongho ordered Pengsu to keep his nose down until their group caught the Neo Mask. Bowing to Yu Yongho, Peng Mengsu assured him that he understood, and he thought that it seemed that after the boy broke the Neo Mask, he would immediately take up the fight, because there was too much aggression towards the man, and this pleased him. Sitting down at the table, still angry, Yunho picked up his phone to distract himself. A friend approached him. He knew the boy was Yu Jinmin's cousin, but they hadn't spoken since the incident in middle school when he had cheated on her. But Yunho turned around and assured his friend that it was none of his business, explaining that if his brother was so easy to beat up, he should think about how it would affect the boy's reaction, saying that he was in too bad a mood, so it would be better if his friend left him alone and went somewhere else. He did not have to repeat it twice. The guy decided to do as he was told and not to get into trouble. Having moved away from their leader, the guys said among themselves that the leader of the Yunho was no good at all. He understood that Mensa and Duman were simply used in this battle, so as not to get their hands dirty in this matter. The guy asked his friend if he had ever seen Yu Yunho lose his temper for a good reason. They knew that the leader was completely beaten to death, but the other guy didn't really want to get involved, but he knew that he would be in trouble if he tried to escape. The boy admitted that he just accepted it because he knew about Yunho's self-control issues, and that it was better than dealing with the Dujinpa, and he was just waiting for the leader to get out and leave. The group of students is spotted by 3 workers in a new building, and the gang sees that they've been found. Yu Yongho, who had been on his phone all this time, noticed the unexpected guests but just one look, and he knew better than to approach this guy. One of the workers picked up a tablet and started writing something down, and his colleague turned to the guys and assured them that they shouldn't worry about anything. They could just ignore it. They just needed to look through everything quickly, and everyone would leave. The rather friendly man promised that they would not tell anyone where the boys were. They just needed to stay out of the way. The man gathered about 40 people in front of the house. It looked like a gathering of 2 gangs. Judging by the strong physique of the boys on the left, they were members of the group from the Emil school. The rest were most likely Pemin's friends. In the middle, Kim Dooming welcomed Yu Yongho to his headquarters, saying that he wanted to give him a drink, so he could drink as much as he wanted, and there was indeed a wide variety of alcohol on the table between them. But Yu Yunho was not in the mood to drink, and he suggested that Kim Dooman throw away the pemeza instead, and asked how badly the Neo Mask had kicked the pig in the mud if he had come to the boy. Kim Dooming looked at Yu Yunho too well, but he agreed, because Peng Mengsu had already flown twice on Neo Mask's stream, and not only that, but Yang Tai-sob had also fallen off, and to be honest, it was a little annoying. Kim Dooman assured me that if it actually happened, the whole gang would be grateful for the cooperation, and that Yu Yunho might be able to beat Neo Mask. But what good would it do him? Kim Dooman was still kind enough to say that he didn't need to do that, because the guy had already agreed to cooperate with them, and he said that if it happened that Neo Mask destroyed Nopak, did Yu Young-ho really expect him to forget about him? Kim Do-ming got more serious and said that he had heard about the bounty on Yu Yun-ho, and it was quite a big one, as it seems the guy is currently worth 4.8 million won. Even Yu Jinmin is worth 1.5, which is about $860. But he was dealt with. The reminder of his brother set Yu Yong-ho off again. He lost his temper. It seems that Yu Jinmin is the weak link in the boy's life. But Kim Do-ming didn't finish. He took his hand to the neck of the bottle and hinted that there was no point in fighting here and now. Unlike the others, the boy was smarter. He wasn't afraid, and knowing that he couldn't beat him with his fists, he could at least use what he had at hand. The two guys were talking to each other. One of them did not like the fact that the fight was to take place in this place. He knew that there were many hornets' nests here, but his friend did not understand what he was talking about. The guy asked if he really didn't hear wasps buzzing, but his partner asked him suspiciously if he was sure he wasn't imagining things, or if he had heard them. The guy said that he had seen a UFO here the other night. He claimed that there were some lights and then something flew very fast in the sky. His friend just laughed and called him a fool, because the airport was nearby. Of course it would be flashing, but he was hurt by the words, and the guy was ready to attack his colleague. Min-soo overheard the conversation and called them idiots and asked if now was the best time to talk about it, and the guy asked if the NOPA would send reinforcements and threatened not to leave them. Min-soo assured him that he should not worry, as the Kim Do-ming would not let such an opportunity go by so easily. But Min-soo had his own interest in destroying the Neo-Mask, because if he succeeded, he would have a chance to join the troll fam. Seeing Kim Do-ming's mood in his direction, Yu Young-ho sat down in his seat, not daring to attack the gang leader, and asked him if he knew why they had to live like criminals. Kim Do-ming reminded him of an episode from his past, when he was in middle school, and he and a friend were smoking outside the windows of a house where an old woman lived, and complained about the boy's antics. They smashed a couple of windows and made fun of several families, and when they pretended not to know where her grandchildren's kindergarten was, she was so worried that she started having panic attacks, which is what happens when you mind your own business. Last year, an old man pissed off Kim Do-ming so much with his cane that he pushed him, and the guy made excuses saying that he barely touched him and that his hip was broken, but no one cared. He had surgery and is doing fine now. Kim Do-ming said that he had heard about the boy who had been beaten up by Yu Yun-ho in the video, and he had to change schools because of his social phobia. But he was sure that it was not their fault, but those weaklings. Do-ming didn't like what Neomak thought he was doing. He wasn't the police or the law, and he had no right to judge them, to deny the nature of bullies, their freedom, and especially their rights. This irritated Kim Do-ming. Because what can we talk about if these scum are the real evil? They do whatever they want, and they have broken more rules of the law than any other person. That's why Kim Do-ming asked Yu Young-ho for help to free them from the Neo-Mask. A week later, in the Perestroika district at the Emil hideout, Neo-Mask finally stood alone against Yu Young-ho, Min-soo, and 40 other people. It was unheard of on the channel and a real suicide. One of the gang said they heard something crack when the guy fell, and Yu Young-ho suspected he might be dead because there was a big hole in his mask. And only 1 minute and 15 seconds had passed since the fight started. The channel broadcast a live broadcast, the topic of which was the declaration of war. It was footage from the previous stream of Neo-Mask, their first live meeting, when he and the manager of Sum opposed Yu Yun-ho to test his strength for truthfulness. They chose the footage where Neo-Mask hit Yu Yun-ho in the face, which did not surprise him, and asked him what he called a punch. He demonstrated his punch, which knocked the Neo-Mask, who barely had time to put his hands up in defense, backwards. This broadcast was hosted by a girl who introduced herself as a streaming fairy, Durashka, and invited her viewers to play a game of Neo-Fan. But before they started, she asked if her viewers had heard about the latest news, the announcement that in a week Neo-Mask was going to fight alone against 40 people, and she was shocked to see a stream with an assessment of the strength of their leader, because he didn't even blink when the guy hit him. The girl also presented new designer merchandise from the Neo-Mask channel. She was sent several modern masks, hoodies, t-shirts, pants, a backpack, sneakers, and many other interesting things. The man pouring the drink said that if they hate Neo Mask so much, they should just ban violence in schools, because it is the most obvious way to get rid of the problems. Even if they catch Neo Mask, he will probably get a minimum sentence. A large black car has stopped on a deserted street at night, and someone is approaching it. It's a Jihi, dressed in all black to avoid being so inconspicuous on the street, and she hands a box of chocolates to Chu Sejin, who has dyed his hair purple like the Neo Mask, and offers him a treat. Taking the box in his hands, Ju Sejin was in no hurry to open it. Something was bothering him, but he did not understand what it was. So Jihai suggested that he eat 2 candies. Yurihace got into the car and made herself comfortable in the seat, and without opening the box, Jusang asked why she was suddenly treating him to candy, but the girl calmly replied that it gave him a lot of energy and that he was not satisfied with it. But someone behind him said that he had enough candy, and it was time to get into the situation. Meanwhile, Neo Mask was checking the readiness for work. The team of medics, moderators, and drones were already in position, and having set everything up, Neo Mask began to launch additional reality and ordered everyone to get ready. It seems that everyone was already in place and in the area of reconstruction, which looked more like a maze, and it is clear why they chose this place for the battle. Pemensu spoke on the phone and asked if everyone understood everything, and was told that there was only one entrance, and as soon as the Neo Mask appeared, they would start performing. The guy with whom Pemensu was talking turned on the loudspeaker and let his friends listen to him, who just laughed at him. The man considered himself almost a leader and ordered to beat him so that he could not stand on his feet. The fighter ignored what he had said and asked if he was going to the competition in such a way, if he had tried to lose weight. But Mensu replied menacingly that it was muscles. The guy from the BWNDA, Yoonho, was on the phone, telling someone that his brother would finally become famous, when an accomplice approached him and told him to go inside. Jihai held the phone and announced that she was counting down to the beginning of the show. Gusedin began to set up the microphone and spoke to him addressing Neo Mask and asked him if he remembered what Ju Sung had said yesterday. Neo Mask, reflecting on his part, nodded. Ju Sejin, putting on his mask, repeated that they were responsible for the cleanup. Turning on the microphone, Neo Mask cheerfully said to give them a good fight. The men on the street heard the command to get ready, and it was about to begin. But someone turned on the music. Looking around, not realizing where the sound was coming from, they tried to find its source. But one of them shouted that they should turn off the music, and then a man's silhouette appeared in one of the windows, saying that he was there for the audience's favorite Neo Mask, and in honor of the hard work of the Penzu, who had brought 40 hooligans from the Immel school here. It was the Neo Mask who turned on the music and took the microphone, dancing and saying that he would tell them, his sweet fools, a very big secret. Everyone was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Asking them if they knew what the big difference was between him and these bandits, questions immediately began. Someone shouted that it was about money, justice, and so on. Everyone was very curious. Neo Mask knew how to keep the intrigue. He leaned over to the audience, which was already roaring for an answer. But then something happened that no one in the group expected. The Neo Mask abruptly took off and flew headlong into the ground. The people standing nearby were shocked and thought he was dead. Some even heard a crack when the Neo Mask fell, and there was a huge hole in his mask, which is impossible to survive from such a fall. A guy who came out to the crowd to hear the noise was shocked to see what he saw and froze in place, and something fell next to him. On this thing, which began to emit red steam, it was written that it was bright-colored smoke. A Neo Mask appeared in front of the crowd holding another such device, but it was emitting different colored smoke, pink and orange in both directions, and the audience was shocked because they had just seen the guy fall down and not move. Holding this device in his hands, the Neo Mask answered his riddle. The answer was intelligence. The thick multicolored smoke spread even more. It became so much that it began to hide the whole Neo Mask, and it seems that was the calculation. In a moment, when the smoke began to dissipate, the Neo Mask was gone, and only the opponents, intrigued by the performance, remained. Getting ready, Jihye was already putting on her wig, and turning to Chu Sedin, she advised him to watch the stream carefully from start to finish. When she finished with the wig, Jihye asked if Ju Sung had ever seen a neo-mask in a real fight. While the opponents were searching for him and wondering where he had gone, the guy sneaked out of the smoke like a ghost. Before these fools could realize anything, the neo-mask had already moved one of them out of the way, and it was at this moment that the other opponent saw him. He didn't have enough time to realize anything, as the neo-mask's elbow hit him in the nose, completely disorienting him. But that was not enough. While one was holding on to his probably broken nose, the neo-mask finally kicked the other one right in the chin, which threw the enemy back. While one was holding his face and broken nose, the neo-mask had already kicked the next attacker. But when other helpers arrived, the neo-mask managed to get away from them, which angered the attackers. He crouched down and threw something right under the attacker's feet. A moment later, at the place where it fell, there was a pile of colored smoke which made everyone cough and choke, but the one who got hit was suffering from the pain of a broken nose. Mensu, who had been watching what was happening on his phone, was scared out of his wits. Meanwhile, one of the gang was shouting at him, and judging by his voice, he was ready to tear him apart as the man assured him that the enemy would come through the main entrance. The neo-mask was laughing somewhere in the smoke in which the guys were wandering looking for him. He said that he came through the main entrance, that's right, and said that the beginning would be at 6 in the evening, but did not say that he would come here at that time. So the guy came to the place early in the morning. He was lonely and scared, being completely alone and not really wanting to stream abandoned haunted houses. In addition, the guy was quite hungry and cold, and the room had a very unpleasant smell. The neo-mask even thought that he should call them earlier. A hand stuck out of the smoke, and the neo-mask threw a couple more smoke bombs, and wondered if the gang liked to make such places their lairs, if they really liked being here. Maybe it was because they were lonely, or maybe they needed a secret hideout that badly. But in any case, the neo-mask was grateful to Penance for inviting him to such a wonderful place. He remembered that during the training he had asked Coach Taeyang if Cha Sung-bin could handle them, but he was just sitting in the room, so maybe the boy had some martial arts skills that Ju Sejin didn't know about. The trainer thought about it, and answered that it could not be called a martial art, but assured Ju Seong that he should not worry. In neo-mask mode, he would have said something like 40-1, and if he was up against that many, he would somehow figure out how to defeat them. Coming out of the pile of smoke, Neo-Mask was dragging one of the attackers by the hair and talking happily about how scared these idiots were. There were drones flying around watching everything that was happening, and Pemensu was hysterically screaming that one of them was right behind the guy. But Yu Yunho didn't even move. He didn't like this reaction. Mensu was a coward and everyone knew it, but it didn't seem to apply to the boy. The guy talked to Pyeongsu on the phone and asked why the man was so hysterical. He wasn't beaten up that badly on the stream. Some guy grabbed himself by the hair and started screaming almost hysterically to stop being beaten up. He was afraid that the Neo-Mask would come and kill him. It seemed to be in Yu Yunho's mind. He remembered saying that the boy didn't know anything about Neo-Mask. He was completely inadequate and wondered why he was so scared. Yu Young-ho grabbed his phone. He was very annoyed. And Pengsu was standing behind him shaking with fear. When he saw what kind of phone Yu Young-ho grabbed, Pengsu said that it was for deterrence, and that he would call his friends on a different phone number. He didn't want him to see the comments of the audience. When he went to the show, he saw the comments that made him angry, and he told Pengsu that if any of the gang members got a beating from the Neo-Mask, they shouldn't come to school. The Neo-Mask did not allow the smoke to dissipate, and the boys were still wandering around in it. One more boy was unlucky, and the Neo-Mask came right at him and grabbed him by the skin and punched him in the stomach with all his might. The boy could only scream in pain. But this was not enough. The Neo-Mask grabbed his opponent and threw him over himself directly to the ground. It seems that the guy was not light, but he was unconscious because after such a jerk, the Neo-Mask sat down with a sigh. He wanted to catch his breath. The other attacker saw all this from a distance and cursed and tried not to attract attention. But it didn't work. The Neo-Mask noticed him and he was his next victim. He said so directly. But the guy did something unexpected. He begged him to stop and said that they were not fighting him because they wanted to. They were only obeying Yu Yunho's orders, which amused the Neo-Mask, and the den had a traitorous rat. Leaning over and poking the boy in the forehead, Neo-Mask asked why he was whining, saying that Yu Yunho had forced the fools to fight him and that there were 40 of them, so they could have easily dealt with him. It seems that the boy did not expect such a reaction from the Neo-Mask, and he had nothing to say. He just kept silent. The Neo-Mask asked him if they hadn't thought of that, but the guy wouldn't answer. Meanwhile, 2 of the gang members were arguing why 40 people couldn't beat up one person, and his colleague said that the Neo-Mask was hiding in the smoke. They couldn't see him, but he didn't care. The guy did as he said and ducked into the smoke, and that was his big mistake. Of course, the Neo-Mask saw him immediately and asked what he wanted. Knocking him down, the Neo-Mask asked if he wanted to play bullfighting. The guy flew right at his friend and knocked him down. The Neo-Mask saw this and was surprised but did not say anything. He lowered his head. He seemed to be well tired. He had been sitting in the cold all day, hungry. His strength was at its limit. As Jihai watched, she calmly said that Cha Sunbin was reaching his limit and would make a chop out of these fools. Chu Seijin just watched and listened to Jihai in silence because he didn't know what would happen when the Neo-Mask lost control. Jihai turned to the pleasure manager sitting behind Jusung and asked him if he had installed the program, and he answered satisfactorily. Realizing that his strength was running out and he couldn't fight anymore, he turned on the microphone and spoke to the manager of Joy, who admitted that he couldn't do it anymore. It was time to move on to the second phase. Hearing this, Manager Sad turned to Joy and asked him to think about the situation. This is the Nopak district. If this company is not connected to their channel, they can expose their location. Manager Sadness looked confused and asked what was going on, and asked not to order anything if it was not on the corporate menu, and could not believe that they were really arguing over food. The manager Joy was already irritated by this behavior and ordered them to shut up. Joy was angry, saying that she would like to be gentle with her boyfriend, but today they were eating spicy rice sausages, and she didn't understand what had happened to her most responsible model. The pleasure manager could not stand it any longer. He started shouting with joy, saying that they had already gone too far, and he could not believe that this was the reason for the argument. But then the manager smiled, and asked that since it was his day of unloading, he just let him order what he wanted, and assured him that he would go crazy because of these selfish idiots. It was obvious that the driver was fed up with the argument, but he calmly asked him not to break the van. Ju Seijin realized that he would not be able to do anything and started talking about Neo-Mask and told him to listen carefully. The guy was glad that at least someone could hear him. The manager was happy to have Neo-Mask add 20,000 to their order, but the guy was not up to it, and almost shouted if any of these idiots were going to listen to him. But in the meantime, there was almost a fight. The Neo-Mask realized that he had the last smoke machine left. He could no longer hide to attack alone. The guys standing nearby saw this, and one of the group shouted that Neo-Mask had run out of smoke bombs and ordered them to run after him. The Neo-Mask was running away from his pursuers who were telling others about his escape, and was running up the stairs to his managers, shouting that they were moving to the second phase, whether they liked it or not. Through the drone operated by the managers, they could see where the Neo-Mask was running from the attackers, and they told him where to run and where to turn. He had thought everything through to the last detail. In an unfamiliar area, these devices are exactly what he needed. 2 guys, because of their rather large weight, could not run for a long time, and stopped to catch their breath. One of them said that if they wanted to get to Yu Yunho, they would have to force someone to give up the chase. They admitted that they could no longer run. Neo-Mask turned around and saw that 2 other guys were chasing him, and his managers also saw this, and said that he had to deal with the fastest guys who were already close behind. The manager was pleased to say that he had ordered a 5-person cham chaman, an old one with the same ingredient on one side and a champing on the other, all noodles, but one in bean sauce with vegetables, the other in pepper sauce with seafood. Jihi was pleased with this news and said that they would be working on these dishes first. Neo-Mask was furious when he heard this. He didn't like the fact that the managers couldn't get their act together for a minute and asked if they were not eating. Chu Sejin asked what the second phase meant. In short, it meant that the Neo mask was moving into its own territory, and then a pallet fell into his eyes, which could have been very helpful in this situation. Picking up this pallet with his foot, the Neo mask picked it up and took it in his hands, and moved sharply towards the guys, knocking them down using this wooden block as a kind of shield. Neo mask began to move the pallet with the boys toward the railing. Realizing what the Neo mask was up to, the boys wanted to do something, but it was too late. They were leaning over the railing. The guys fell down and knocked down their colleague, who cursed at them and lay down in the mud. The manager, Sum, took up arms and explained to Chu Sejin that this was a tactic developed in the early 90s and used in turf wars in countries with high crime rates. During the clashes, there were not enough guns for everyone, and one gang came up with a way to resist an armed opponent with just their bare hands. Most people would immediately think of martial arts, a knife, or at least money, or something else that could be used as a weapon. Manager Sum asked Chu Sejin if he wanted to know what the Neo mask, who had already jumped to the roof of another building, wanted to use as a weapon, or more importantly, how far the Neo mask was willing to go with this weapon. It was an incredible turn of events. Who is this incredible guy who defeats 40 men by himself? He is like a hero from a comic book. The Neo mask was unstoppable, though now he says he has always been like that, and he was already taking out the criminal who had caught up with him while the other was lying somewhere under the wall. In one of the chambers, a man was watching a live broadcast, and it said that there were rumors about Neo mask, who had been a professional athlete in the past, and the screen said that the audience had witnessed the birth of a legend, namely the King of the Reapers. It was Jan Taesob, who still had his head bandaged and patches on his face, who watched the video broadcast with bated breath. The host could neither confirm nor deny these gossips, but the Neo mask looked even more threatening. In the same broadcast, a video was shown again, clearly to make fun of this madman, in which Pina challenges the Neo mask to a fight with him. Young Taesob was not surprised, but he realized that Pengsu was a real idiot and had no idea what he was getting himself into. He knew he was finished, remembering what had happened to him, and even he no longer thought the Neo mask was pathetic. Putting the phone away, Jan Taesob began to get out of bed a little, but did not notice a familiar figure near him. Sitting across from him, the Neo mask called out to him, and he immediately turned to the source of the sound, as no one else was in the room with him. Jan Taesob was seriously frightened when he saw the Neo mask in front of him. He remembered the day of their last meeting, after which he ended up in the hospital with bruises and fractures. Jan Taesob was afraid and clutched his chair, but the Neo mask assured him that he could breathe out. He was not going to hit him. These words calmed the guy down a bit, and he asked wearily what the Neo mask wanted from him. Getting up from his seat and slowly walking towards Yang Taesob, the Neo mask said that soon someone from his channel would come to this room, and he should tell everything he knew about Yu Yunho, Pai Mensa, Jong Sunil, Kim Dumina, Emil School, and of course Nopak. Coming up close to Yang Taesoba, Neo mask threatened that if anything he said was a lie, the guy would come for him. The man who remembered the abilities of the enemy and his managers dared not object, but he looked away, afraid that if Kim Dumin found out, he would be finished. The boy would be between a rock and a hard place. But the Neo mask interrupted him and asked why he should care at all. Young Taesob realized that this was really just his problem, but he was finished anyway. On the one hand, Neo mask, and on the other, Kim Dumin, who would immediately send his men to him if he found out. Seeing the state of Yang Taesoba, who was still thinking, Neo mask asked what he was going to do next. Because of his thoughts, he did not immediately understand what the Neo mask had said, but he asked again if Yang Taesoba had any plans for the future. The boy folded his hands in front of him and replied that he would like to open his own shopping center. Neo mask opened his notebook and repeated to himself the words of Yang Taesoba, who did not understand them at first. But it was not a notebook, it was a wallet with business cards. Neo mask had many of them, but he chose only one, orange in color and elongated. He handed this business card to Jan Taesob and said that if the boy said that he came from Neo mask, He would be taught everything and given a part-time job. It could be said that this was his chance for a new life without hooliganism. He could not believe that he was receiving such a gift from a man who could easily kill him and was helping him instead. Leaning towards Yang again, the Neo-Mask gave him a choice. Either he would continue to be a mutt and serve as a mutt for Kim Dumina, or he would be an informant with the right to a new life. And of course he agreed that it was the best way out. Turning towards the exit of the ward, the Neo-Mask noted that it was the right choice, and hoped that he would not catch his eye again. But then Yang Tisop jumped up and called out to Neo-Mask, asking him to wait. He was sure that Neo-Mask knew that the guy who sent Pimenta was Yu Yunho, on the same level as Kim Dooming. Yang Tai-Sob said that no matter how strong his team was, they could defeat Yunho and the Emil gang. But before he could speak, Neo-Mask laughed and said that he was behind the news. Yang Tai-Sob was shocked to hear that they were all finished. But he couldn't understand one thing, because right now he was looking at the screen where everything was happening. The guys from the Emil team were looking for where Neo-Mask had gone. The guy climbing the stairs said he did not see him, and asked him why they were chasing him at all, why they would rather go home. But his partner immediately denied this idea, and told him to just pretend to be looking for the Neo-Mask, that if Yunho got mad, he would beat the guy before their enemy did, and they all wandered around and didn't pay attention to the bin near the steps that took old clothes, curtains, bags, shoes, and so on. Yet one of them, most likely from nothing to do, looked into the bin. The guy who was standing on the stairs saw what his partner was doing, and asked if the Neo-Mask was there. But the guy denied it, saying he just saw something interesting. His partner started laughing, and the guy really saw something interesting and decided to grab it, but he did not expect to find a Neo-Mask there. The guy froze in his tracks and stammered out his name. But before he could say anything, the Neo-Mask screamed and hit the guy right in the jaw with the urn. The guy fell unconscious, and the Neo-Mask opened the door from the urn, and was about to get out of his temporary hiding place. When he got out and stood up to his full height, he would not leave anyone indifferent. No one could resist laughing. Our favorite fashionista is here again. The Neo-Mask looked like a fashion statement. A jacket with down, a skirt and pants, but someone said that the clothes looked like garbage. For that he got a punch in the jaw. For a Neo-Mask it was fashion. The guys who were not far away heard some noise from the outside. When they ran there, they saw the Neo-Mask, who did not have time to hide behind the wall. One of the guys did not understand who it was and thought it was some homeless person. And when the Neo-Mask started to take off his clothes on the move, everyone realized who it was, and the guy admitted that they would get to him so quickly. The guy who was running after the Neo-Mask shouted to his friends to run from the other side and block him there. But before anyone could get to the Neo-Mask, he jumped from one roof to another. But when he got to the other side, a criminal who did not know how to jump from one roof to another ran up to him, cursing. He ordered his men to quickly enter from the back. The Neo-Mask, hearing his words, said that he was only going forward and put his foot out to meet the descending criminal. Peminsu, on the other hand, was afraid and did not know what to do. He wasn't as strong and brave as at least a dozen of the gang members, and he was a pathetic coward. Kim Dum was on the phone with me, and I told him that everything was fine. They just needed to take him down before the final. But Pengsu said that there were not many people left, and he was afraid that the Neo-Mask would kill them all. Kim Duman was already angry and said that Mensu was a pig and was getting on his nerves. Dumin asked a question that was not so easy to answer. He asked Mengsu who was scarier, Yunho or Kim, but the boy did not know what to say. But Kim Dumin did not expect an answer. He said that if everything was fine, it was fine, standing with a bat in his hands and obviously waiting for someone, and ordered the penguin to do as he was told. 5 days before the fight at Emil School, Chu Se-jin and Cha Sun-bai were walking down the street, and by some miracle the boy did not see a pole and hit his head right on it, and his friend sat down next to him and said that he should get ready because he could not walk at all. He was worried about Cha Sun-bin and suggested that he visit the hospital because he was always staggering and mumbling under his breath, but the guy assured him that everything was fine, and he was just thinking and distracted. Something fell out of Jae Sung-bin's hands, and Ju Sung-jin asked what the boy was thinking about so much, that he ran into a pole. Neo Mask took hold of something tin, and while waiting for the guests, he pulled the stick as far as possible. It looked like two hammers, which began to spin in a circular motion, just in the direction of the running guys. Not immediately realizing what had happened, the attackers could not stop and got into the very epicenter of these hammers. One side hit the guy in the jaw, the other hammer hit his partner in the chest. Falling to the floor, the attacker whose face was hit screamed that it seemed his jaw was broken, and the other one, holding his hand, said that if this fool had really been hit like that, he would not have been able to open his mouth. Meanwhile, the Neo Mask ran away, jumping over the railing to the bottom. The guys got up and tried to catch up, but they didn't have time. The Neo Mask had already run away. Meanwhile, the other one was circling the perimeter in search of the fugitive and did not understand where he had gone. But the criminal was sure that the Neo Mask was somewhere here, and he was right. He was barely visible, but behind the bars he could see the silhouette of a guy. And then the Neo Mask stuck his hand through the bars and grabbed the attacker by the scruff of the neck, which seemed to frighten him. The Neo Mask hit the guy with all his strength against the grate, pushing him closer to him. Without letting go of his victim for a moment, the Neo Mask leaned over and asked if he was looking for him, but the attacker clung to the grate with angry eyes and began to curse at his enemy, and the fact that the guy grabbed the grate became his main mistake. The Neo Mask hit him with all his might on the fingers, and the bones crunched. In shock and pain, the guy fell down screaming and holding his hand. Hearing the screams in the other direction, three guys who were not far away immediately rushed in that direction. But before he could reach them, one of the attackers was kicked in the chest by a Neo Mask, while the others, hearing something wrong, turned back and saw this picture. But as soon as they realized what had happened, the guy was already unconscious and the Neo Mask had already run away from the attackers. One of the criminals rushed after the Neo Mask, who, as it turned out, ran up the stairs, and stopping in front of the guys who were barely breathing from the chase. The Neo Mask said goodbye to the attackers and jumped from the roof to the bottom without hesitation, which made the guys freeze in place, because falling from such a height, it was impossible to survive. But as it turned out, the Neo Mask did not jump but grabbed the balcony. As it turned out, he was able to jump first to one floor and then to another without injury. The guy landed easily and got up and went on an adventure, watching everything through the stream. Chusei-jin wondered when Neo Mask had time to study the layout of the area. He was sitting in his room all the time after the guy walked him home. That was the answer to the question. The manager asked if he had noticed anything strange when he walked Cha Sunbai home last week, and he immediately remembered that he looked normal, but then suddenly ran into a pole and jumped over something out of the blue. Chusei-jin thought about it and remembered something. At the same time, he happily said that Neo Mask was taking a pill for nausea. Ju-seong didn't expect the manager to know that, and he was happy. Ji-hee said that maybe Neo Mask's body was at home all week, but his mind was somewhere else. And Ji-hee realized that his mind was in this very neighborhood of Perestroika. When she went to visit Neo Mask, most likely to work out again, Ji-hee was surprised to find him at home. But Neo Mask didn't answer her, as if he was thinking about something, and Ji-hee, angry that she was ignored, kicked the guy's ass, and he quickly came to. As if not fully recovering, the Neo Mask turned to Ji-hee and called her a pemensu. This offended the girl, and she grabbed Cha Sunbin by the throat. The boy screamed and begged him to forgive her. Sitting down at the table, which the girl seemed to have set, she prepared a large selection of dishes. Seeing Cha Sunbin's condition, the girl said that this was a problem, but if he had focused on his studies as much, he could have entered any university. Sitting down with the girl at the table, he said that the same could be said about her. She was not obliged to cook for him when she could study, but Ji-hee said that if he ate pills on an empty stomach, she would be paid from his posthumous insurance. Cha Sunbin didn't expect the girl to figure it out so quickly, but she said she understood and shouldn't have gotten involved in his business at all. But the girl asked him to at least eat properly while he was still alive, and she remained silent as she continued to eat. There was an awkward silence between the friends, Neo Mask realizing that Ji-hee knew everything, and looking at her sadly. Neo Mask could not stand it, and stood up from the table without touching anything, forgetting his pills for nausea and vomiting, and the girl saw them. The girl could not eat anymore, so she got up from the table and followed Cha Sunbin, who went to his office. Someone told Sunbin that they had uploaded a 360-degree video and a 3D map of the western part of the district, and he thanked them and said that he would watch it later in virtual mode. The man on the phone said that technology has already come a long way. You can even make three-dimensional maps using toys. But the manager interrupted him, saying that these are not toys, but drones and 3D scanners. Ignoring his colleague's attention, the guy said that he had paid the measurers, but it was better to thank them in person later, because they had to spend a lot of time scanning every inch of the entire territory. Cha Sunbin rubbed his glasses and was satisfied with the work done. He put on a special device and said that it would be better to practice on the spot, because virtual reality nausea is quite unpleasant. But the Neo mask assured him that everything was fine, and he should not worry. The work was simply amazing. Every inch of the buildings was presented in as much detail as possible. Thanks to this video quality, Cha Sunbin will be able to move as if he had lived there all his life. Now Chu Sejin understood everything, so street assault is not just a physical advantage, but also an opportunity to use the environment to your advantage. So using this technique, it is possible to defeat any number of opponents. Jihe agreed, but it worked for them. But for Neo Mask, it was a little different. Chu Sejin did not understand what she was talking about. Pemensu stood by the empty window, heard Neo Mask calling him and Yunho to play. The man was scared by these words and the boy's voice, not jokingly. Street assault requires both strength and knowledge of the territory, and Neo Mask has it, plus another team, brand, business, money, and the latest technology. And with all this, he can choose where and when to fight. Neo Mask can do absolutely anything with his tool. Yu Yunho pushed Pengsu away from the window and saw the guy downstairs. Chu Sejin realized that his sister had made a mistake. Neo Mask was good at pretending to be invulnerable, but that didn't mean he was. Neo Mask wasn't pretending to be invulnerable. He was just pretending that he was about to beat them up, so that more people would try to attack him. On the contrary, the Neo Mask was pretending to be invulnerable. The guy motioned for Yunho and Peng to come up to them. A driver got out of a black van. He told the manager that he would be gone for a while, and the girl said to check on the other guys as well. Slamming the door, the guy did not understand what she wanted from him, because the man did not listen to her anyway. Standing in front of a tall building, Neo Mask shouted impatiently, wondering what the two were up to. Neo Mask wondered if they were going to come down, because if not, the boy would climb up himself. Yu Young-ho was very angry with Neo Mask and was beginning to lose his temper, but the guy did not calm down, saying that he was losing patience and was tired of waiting for these cops to make up their minds. The pleasure and anger manager was shocked to see this, and Chu Seiji said that Neo Mask was crazy. He could really handle 40 guys. It was all very strange because Neo Mask had been running around for about an hour, but he didn't even look exhausted. In fact, he couldn't have been physically exhausted from all the running and fighting. Most likely, the Neo Mask is just trying to hide it. The guy turned on the microphone and turned to the manager of the Joy and told her to call off the drones one by one, and as soon as she brought them outside, she should switch the shooting to the rear cameras and be ready to replace the building. Barely managing to jump away, the Neo Mask managed to avoid being hit in the head by a brick that came from somewhere on the mountain, and he found out who was responsible. It was the tricks of P-Mance, who had avoided the possibility of a fight with Neo Mask by every possible means, and had come up with nothing better than to pelt him with bricks. Neo Mask looked at Pina as a miserable bastard, and did not even consider him an enemy. But it was a mistake to stare at him. It seemed that Peng Mengsu was only trying to distract Neo Mask's attention to himself, to give Yu Yunho a chance to attack him, and he took advantage of it and punched him in the jaw. Seeing this, Chu Sejin was worried about Neo Mask, who seemed to be unconscious. But it seemed that everything was as good as it could be. The Neo Mask was making sounds, so he was conscious. Yu Yunho, who was slowly approaching the Neo Mask, said that it was fun to beat up those stupid bastards. But the Neo Mask was pissed off because they had suffered because of this bastard, and he was calling them names. Neo-Mask stood up and tried to attack Yu Yunho, but he was too tired to do so. So Yunho managed to kick the guy away with little effort. The Neo-Mask bent in half and tried to cough up the blow that hit his lungs. Juxiang didn't know what to do anymore. He turned to Joy and asked her about a plan of action. Maybe it was time for them to go out and fight with Neo-Mask. Jihai asked if the boy wanted to understand if he was really tired or just pretending. Jihye said without waiting for an answer that she didn't care, and Ju Sijin was shocked by her indifference to Neo-Mask. But then the monitor showed that Neo-Mask was back on his feet, and Manager Sum informed the others. Yu Yunho came closer and said that the guy was going to throw something out again, or was he going to kill him? The Neo-Mask turned his head from side to side, as if looking for someone and trying to get away. And while Yunho was still far away, the Neo-Mask turned to the side and the boy laughed. For him, it was a game of cat and mouse. Yunho was very confident and thought that Neo-Mask was desperate to run away to the corners. Neo-Mask led him to a remote place, and Yu Yunho gloated that there was nowhere to run, and asked why the boy was quiet now, since he used to talk a lot. But the Neo-Mask did not answer. He stretched his shoulders until his bones crunched, and raised his head directly towards the enemy. Slowly walking towards his victim, the Neo-Mask confidently replied that he needed to collect himself a little. But Yunho did not seem to expect such a sudden change in the guy's mood. There was a bang off to the side. It was Seha who had come down to visit and wished them a good time. Yunho was locked in a box and he didn't expect it at all, so he started pounding on the door, demanding that it be opened. But he forgot one fact. These were not his subordinates. And then the Neo-Mask kicked Yu Yunho so hard that he fell down coughing. Yu Yunho stood up with difficulty and stroked his head, looking at the Neo-Mask suspiciously. The guy leaned over and told him to get his act together. The Neo-Mask began to attack from all sides, hitting Yunho without giving him a moment to respond, or even try to hit back. He could only defend himself with his hands outstretched. As he closed in on himself, Yunho cursed to himself, and realized that the Neo-Mask's blows were much harder than before, and he was very surprised. He remembered that when they had first met and fought, Neo-Mask's punches had been weaker, and then Yu Yunho lost control of himself, and screaming, he broke free from Neo-Mask's hold and he was preparing to strike back. Yu Yongho's hand slapped the Neo-Mask's face, making a crunching sound, which might have been his nose. Cha Sunbin remembered their first meeting when, after testing Yunho's strength, he had told the manager of the Sum that he was sure of one thing, that this was a guy you didn't want to mess with. This Neo-Mask reminded him of something from the past. When he wanted to become stronger, the boy was sitting in a car fastened with a seatbelt, and he did not hear someone calling him. The man who was driving the car called out to him, and finally he heard him. They were traveling in a van, and the man said that it would be better if Cha Sunbin stayed at home if he was so tired. But the boy objected, saying that everything was fine, and he was very grateful that the man had given him a job. At that time, Cha Sunbin was working as a mover, and in an open van there were many boxes of different sizes. The man brought a telly and offered to use it, but the boy refused, saying that there were only flat pieces of furniture for delivery, so it would not be a big deal if he turned them over. Cha Sunbin grabbed the two boxes and said that it would be better if the man had the telly, since there was only one, and the guy could run several times, so he probably wanted to make his partner's job easier. The man saw how easily Cha Sunbin ran with the boxes and thought that he would be good at athletics. He had more than enough strength. While talking to someone, Cha Sunbin was talking about art school and asked the person if Yeben had told him anything about it. There was a little girl in front of him, and Cha Sunbin told her that if he invited her to their school, she would get a discount and be able to apply for a grant. The girl said that as a Yeben, she could use the school supplies, so she shouldn't worry about it. Cha Sunbin thanked her for the offer, as it would help them out now. The girl admitted that since the beginning of elementary school, everyone had disliked her, but it was Yeben who sided with her classmate. At home, she and her sister were about to have dinner, and as she was setting the table, she asked why Cha Sunbin needed to do this. He told her that all her friends were taking extracurricular classes, but she didn't want to hear it, and told her brother to eat and go to bed because he had to get up early for work tomorrow. Jokingly, Cha Sunbin said that was no way to talk to an older brother, but the girl assured him that he shouldn't worry about her. She would find a part-time job as soon as she was of age. Early in the morning, as he was getting ready for work, Cha Sunbin tied his shoes on the way out of the house, thinking that even if he received a grant to attend this school, he would still need to worry about paying for college. As he ran to work, Cha Sunbin thought that even if his sister could get enough points for a scholarship, it was not certain that she would be given free accommodation, and his brother thought that she would need money for entertainment and to go out with friends. At work, the assembly of the goods was already beginning. The warehouse was open, the machine was in place, and workers were loading the goods for shipment. Cha Sunbin was running to be on time for work, so he needed to take a break for a while. And after greeting one of the workers, he told him his name and that he had been told to come here. The man said he had heard of the boy. Putting on his gloves and rolling up his sleeves, Cha Sunbin started working and carrying heavy boxes. But the memories melted away, and Cha Sunbin returned to reality, where he saw the ugly face of his enemy, who was surprised and almost gritted his teeth. With a smile, the Neo-Mask managed to stop Yunho's hand, and said that it seemed to everyone that he was relying on his speed alone, but in fact the boy was still quite strong. The room that Yunho was lured into and locked in with the Neo-Mask was a small iron-long box. There was only one camera inside. Seha had already made it back to the car, and was already making his way back to the war chair, sighing heavily. Seha said that everyone had already eaten, and that Manhwan was watching everything. On the other side was the same black car. It was finishing the last of the dried food from the plastic container. Someone said that no matter how much he talked and explained how serious the problem of plastic pollution was, no one seemed to get his point. The interior of the car was exactly the same as in the first one. There were 3 people sitting there. A man behind him was talking, saying that even if you look at how much garbage their team has to collect for recycling, but before he could say anything, someone sitting in front of him was begging someone to tell him to be quiet. Through the microphone in his earpiece, someone spoke to Kan Gite and ordered him to get to work and stop listening to Mukwan's babbling. The boy understood and was happy to finally stop hearing the babbling. But the Mukwan did not calm down. When he heard that the manager was on the phone with Joy, he began to talk to her about the importance of plastic recycling, but the girl did not even listen, but sent her away and ordered her to shut up. That's who almost bit his nails off, this coward, watching the stream on the phone. Realized that if Neo-Mask defeated Yunho, he would be next, and for the guy it would be a 2-minute job. Rushing from corner to corner, Pemensu did not know what to do. He thought about just running away, but then changed his mind, afraid that Neo-Mask would meet him, and he would tear him to pieces. Through the camera that was attached to the wall, the viewers of the live broadcast were already laughing at this coward. Seeing these mocking comments in his address, Pemensu pointed his middle finger at the camera and said that if they were here, they would not have said anything to his face, but this only made the audience laugh even more. The guys saw all this and realized that they would be finished, but someone tried to bring them to their senses, telling them to get busy because the Neo-Masks were almost there. Now the rest of the gang was wondering why they had come here at all. The guy in the green jacket told Pence that he was leaving. He had had enough. They were not dogs, and someone had the idea to beat the man. But someone else had enough anger at the Neo-Mask and wanted to find it. Grabbing a brick from an unfinished wall, the guy was already on his way to find his enemy. But the Muhwan appeared in front of the criminal, and his one blow was enough to leave the guy unconscious. The manager of the pleasure center took the criminal by the legs and dragged him away. And as it turned out, he reached the edge of the roof, and with all his muscles he threw him down. The guy must be pretty strong to be able to lift and throw this big guy. And the 3 musketeers who came to the rescue, seeing these guys, immediately stopped being seriously frightened. Seeing these big men whose whole body consisted of muscles, anyone would have thought 10 times whether to attack or not. Muzvan immediately said that if they were going home, there was an ambulance at the entrance. They just needed to show their wounds and they could go. But then someone came out of hiding and brought something that looked like a hammer, and started to run towards one of the criminals who had arrived. Seeing this device in his hands, the guy could only cover himself with his hands to get as little injuries as possible. But this did not save him, as the device passed over him from below, which the attacker did not expect. The guys were so shocked by what they saw that they opened their mouths and turned to the attackers, who told them that they should not delay if they were almost done. They were two fragile-looking girls, looks can be deceiving, who arrived with the Mu Huan and the pleasure manager. They asked only once if the boys understood them, but they didn't have to repeat themselves. The guys still put their lives and health above other people's interests, which are worthless to them. They all ran away as one. It was the right decision. The other attackers, who were separately from the group that had already fled, were blocked, but they did not realize who they were. The guy asked them not very politely to get out of the way, and then, immediately after these words, some green liquid got on the clothes of the three criminals. They tried to hide from it, but some of them got it in the face, and some were lucky to get it only on their clothes, of course. It was the work of the bag manager. And while the criminals were wondering what had been shot at them, the manager of the bag and Khan Geet got to the thieves in a second and laid them on the ground one by one in a method known to all. Khan Geet answered the guy's earlier question. They are editors, and this meant only one thing for them. Big problems? The gang was in a stupor and shocked, and did not know where to go and what to do. Han Geet said that they were here to exercise social control. Meanwhile, from the box where Neomask and Yunho were locked up, sounds like a bombing range were coming from, and all because in this small room, under the light of a single lantern, a real life-and-death fight was taking place. Now the Neomask showed all his strength and furiously beat the enemy, who did the same in response. But he had to admit that he had met a worthy opponent in strength. Yunho looked with angry, wild eyes at Neomask with a bruised cheek. The guy had long since lost his temper, but still the enemy's blows sometimes brought him to his senses. He was the only one who stood up to this gorilla and was able to show him his place. Neomask's mask was already mangled in the eye area, but he seemed to be in one piece and full of energy to continue the fight, so he was only pretending to be exhausted, which was a delusion. Yunho was already on the verge of his life, and with wild screams, furious that he could not defeat the enemy, he rushed towards the Neomask with curses. But the guy dodged Yunho's attack and attempted punch with surprising ease, his arm flying past the Neomask's face. This stopped Yunho's dust, and the Neomask took the opportunity to punch him directly in the rib, which caused the boy to experience a vivid bouquet of terrible emotions from unbearable pain. And finally, the Neomask, turning around, hit Yunho in the chest with full force, throwing him back a couple of meters. The criminal fell to the floor of the iron box with a broken, bloody nose and red cheeks from the Neomask's blows, and was unable to get up. The Neomask did not stop there and punched the guy in the nose with his fist, so it was definitely broken. Out of his mind with anger, Yunho grabbed hold of the Neomask's jacket in the area of his ribs. He threw the Neomask off and against the wall, but the guy didn't fall. He was able to land on his feet. In the reflection of Neomask's mangled mask, one could see the hatred with which Yunho looked at the boy, who in his dreams saw only one thing: a dead enemy. The Neomask felt the hole in the mask with his fingers and told Yunho that it was actually very expensive, and the boy mockingly asked if he really wanted to pay for it. But the Neomask denied it, removing the broken glass from the mask so that the eye could be seen. He just said that he wanted Yunho to know. The boys stood there, looking down at the floor, silent with the beautiful women who had broken up the gang, telling them to go home and play something. They were such sweethearts. And the manager happily stepped aside and announced over the microphone that they had taken care of the assholes in their area. Mukvan was carrying one of the criminals in a bag behind his back. He was unconscious and said that this garbage was not worth recycling, and the manager was pleased to see the hooligans lined up behind him and looking at the guys' backs, saying that they had cleared their territory. And there was only one group that had not yet completed the cleanup. Manager Anger wondered why they had to fight these hooligans. Han Geet said that it seemed that they had strong leaders like Yunho, but Manager Sum said that this was not true. Neomask had beaten them, and now, being afraid of him, they decided to take out their anger and resentment on his henchmen because they looked weak and there were only 3 of them. They did not even realize that they were facing the best fighters of the Neo-Mask. And this was the gang's main mistake. Everyone was on alert, and they were already welcoming the first brave attackers, and one of them went on the attack. He was welcomed and taken over by Khan Gait. He accelerated to such a speed that the attackers were very far away. The boy ran with all his might towards the enemy, knocking down anyone who stood in his way. Khan Gait was an editor, and this meant first-class combat readiness, which no other criminal had. The criminal that Khan Gait got to tried to hit the guy, but he easily dodged his punch and was punched in the jaw in return. It seems that the blow was too heavy for the criminal. He fell unconscious to the ground, and Khan Gait turned to check on his partners. They were also doing well, but the manager of the rage did not show any ceremony with the criminal and kicked him in the chest. But then behind Chu Sejin, another mortal was already aiming to attack from behind, perhaps wanting to avenge his friend. Of course, the manager was angry when he heard the rude way someone behind him spoke to him. And when Chu Sejin turned around, he saw that the attacker's hand was pointing directly at him. But of course he dodged in time, and the guy missed his target, never reaching the goal. The boys proved to these bastards that they were stronger than they looked. After getting a good beating, Yunho was still not calming down and kept asking who the Neo-Mask thought he was. And after hitting him again, the Neo-Mask realized that the guy was mad that he was able to mix him with mud, and said that trash is trash. These words made the guy angry, and he jumped up and ran at the Neo-Mask with his fists, cursing him at everything. But the Neo-Mask did not allow him to do anything, and grabbed him by the arms and pushed him against the wall, which the guy did not expect because he considered himself stronger only because of his impressive size. But he seemed to think that was enough. Approaching the guy's angry and reddened face, the Neo-Mask jokingly said that his heart was jumping out of his chest because he was so close. But it seems that someone didn't understand the joke and lost control, and Yunho broke away from the Neo-Mask's embrace. But then he received another punch in the rib, a grimace of pain on his face. But still Yunho managed to pull himself together and swung to hit the Neo-Mask. But he knew in advance that the guy would try to do it, and ducked to avoid it. Realizing this, Yunho grabbed the Neo-Mask's head and bent it down to his knee, wanting to lose the boy's orientation and consciousness. But that was not to be, and the Neo-Mask grabbed the boy's knee and asked with a winking eye that Yunho had probably never watched his streams. But he did not understand the question. After leaving the bunker, the Neo-Mask fell unconscious near the door, and someone came to him. The out-of-breath Pimensu looked at Neo-Mask in surprise, as if afraid that he would get up. Pimensu walked around the Neo-Mask to look inside the bunker. When he saw the guy sitting on the floor, crouched down and not moving, he said that the boar who had been showing off the most was now sitting defeated and obviously crippled and with broken bones. Mensu saw that the Neo-Mask was not moving and decided to finish him off himself right then and there. But that was not to be. As soon as Mensu said that, the Neo-Mask opened his eyes as if he had done so on purpose and fell down to lure the bastard. And with a yell of foot crunch, he kicked the man's leg as hard as he could and broke it. Penance's face was contorted in pain from the fracture. Neo-Mask sat down on the ground and turned to Peng, who was clutching his leg and rolling on the floor, crying out in pain, and said that the bastard loved to sneak up on him from behind, and shame on him. Only cowards do that, and that's exactly what he was. The Neo-Mask rose and loomed as a shadow over Pensu, who, out of fear, not only forgot about the pain but turned pale as if he had seen a massive death. But even such a coward managed to kick the Neo-Mask in the chest and push him away, and he ran as fast as he could, forgetting that one of his legs was broken, until the Neo-Mask stood up. But when he stood up, he did not run after this lowlife, but simply covered his face with his hand and laughed out loud. He was laughing as he ran away with a broken leg. Of course, Mensu immediately called the commander and told him that it was time, and he asked him what the situation was like there. Mengsu also told him that Yunho was completely injured and Neo-Mask was exhausted, so if Kim Dooming came with the boys, he would be able to handle it. Baemansu said that so far everything was going according to his plan, and Kim Doomin repeated his words and laughed, because this fool was just a puppet in his hands, which they could turn as they wanted. One day, Pemensu decided to visit Kim Doomin's lair, and as usual, there were many motorcycles in front of his gate, but no one was there. So Pensu went inside. There was only one guy inside who was repairing motorcycles. He was on his phone, and did not pay any attention to the man who asked where Kim Dooming and Sonil were. The guy just said dryly that they were not here. And then the pedestrian's eyes fell on the corner of her pocket, where she could see bills for a rather large sum. And of course, greed did not leave the pensioner alone, and he looked at the boy and reached for the money. But when he was about to grab the bills, the guy grabbed the pensioner's hand, preventing him from doing so. He was caught red-handed. It takes a fool to pick someone else's money. The guy angrily asked what this bastard wanted. These funds to pay for his mother's treatment. The man had no sense, no respect for himself. He came to visit and tried to steal the money from the guy like a rat. Having torn his hand, Pensu asked him irritably what he wanted to do with the money, and he did not even hide or deny that he wanted to steal it. He asked the boy what he was going to do with him, and then hit him in the side and knocked him off the couch. The guy didn't say anything, but he immediately decided to start pontificating, and said that even a neo-masked yogi was scared to death of him. And looking at the boy with a frown, he began to mock him, saying that Kim Dooming would not always protect him, so he would continue to serve as his doormat. Pemensu said that as soon as Neomask was out of the game, Doomin would be finished. But when this bastard spoke, he did not think that anyone would hear him, and that was the case all the time, because Kim Doomin was watching him, and he saw and heard everything. Kim Dooming said calmly and with a kind of pleasure that since the Neo-Mask could no longer fight, it was time for him to take care of him. Kim Dooming reminded him of the words he had heard when Pemensu came to him, and the man was frightened, and only now realized that he had heard everything. The time for payback had come, and Kim Doomin said, banging the bat on the grate, that Nopak did not need fools like Pemensu, so he could go and get his share of the battering just like Yunho. Now that Pengsu had finally gotten what he deserved, he was alone. Mensu realized that it was time to run. He was already outside the rebuilding when he heard Neomask's voice, which made him run even faster, and the leopard would be jealous. Neomask realized that life teaches you nothing, and he hadn't learned anything from the last stream when they sent Yang Tesob to the hospital. Going down the stairs, Neomask assured him that Kim Doomin, who had not come to the aid of his right hand, Yang Tesob, would certainly not come to Pemensu, so he cheerfully suggested that they have fun. Running away as far as the eye could see, Pengsu realized that he was in very bad shape, unlikely to get far as the Neomask would catch him immediately. Thinking that he needed to call the police, Pemensu picked up the phone, but fate was not on his side. The gadget immediately turned off. The charge was not enough. Pensu was too confident in his plan, so he watched the live broadcast all the time, and did not think about the fact that he needed to save the charge on the phone for an emergency, which came. Now, having stopped, he began to think logically about what to do in a situation where someone is being attacked or threatened. Of course, there was only one way out: to shout and call for help. To beat on the closed door, which was actually closed with a notice posted saying that because of the hooligans' attacks they had to close for 2 months, but they promised to return soon. There was no one there, but only now did Pemensu notice the notice that said they were forced to close, because of a group of hooligans who broke into the bar at night and drank 38,000 worth of drinks. They had a good time drinking on their tab. The gang had done this before, showing fake IDs and refusing to pay. Their behavior was ruining the life of the place. The staff was suffering, so they asked that it would not happen again. Pemensu was almost crying after reading this. It seems he was one of the participants in the robbery. Looking around for shelter, Pemensu noticed a light in a shop with a lot of flowers outside. It was the same store where Neomask had bought flowers for his sister, and the woman who greeted him was not even aware that he was not a customer. Pemensu stopped breathing heavily at the entrance to the store, staring with undisguised anger at the shop assistant, who was looking at the man in fear. The woman remembered who had come to her, as Pimensu had been to her shop before with Ianthex, Kim Dooming, and Sonil, and she remembered that they were offering their marketing services. Pimensu told the woman to call the police, something she hadn't expected to hear from the gangster, who had recently threatened her. Pimensu flew up to the girl like a madman and grabbed her by the clothes, pulling her close and shouting at the top of his lungs, telling her to call the cops. But the girl didn't budge. Unexpectedly for him, the saleswoman hit him in the face and screamed at him how dare he yell at her. And then behind them, they heard loud laughter, which the girl and the man noticed, knowing who he was going to see. The man was unable to escape from the Neo mask, which left the girl speechless, and the boy, laughing, admitted that it was the first time in his life he had ever seen someone beaten with a bouquet of flowers. But what was even more unexpected was that the man who had recently been trembling at the mere mention of the Neo mask and running away from it as far as the eye could see, now rushed to attack. But it didn't work out, and Pimensu was the first to be hit. Pimensu fell to the floor with a red nose, and the girl turned pale when she saw it. Putting his hand in his pocket, the Neo mask turned to the shopkeeper and said that he had never thought of using flowers as a weapon, but he wanted to try it. Taking out a black card that he had already shown in this store, the Neo mask held out for payment and apologized for the inconvenience. The girl saw the card and remembered that she had already seen it in the hands of a guy who was buying 2 bouquets for his sister's grave. Covering his eyes and clearly smiling at the girl, the Neo mask assured her that he would pay for everything. Standing in front of Pence, who had already gotten to his feet and was holding his nose, the Neo mask said that before he beat the crap out of the little guy, he asked permission to ask him why he was huffing and puffing and making a fuss. Warming up, Neo mask said that he really thought that if he was a 6th-rate Emil and Nopaku, then one day the whole world would be at his feet, or that he could have such a simple life. Pimensu hesitated, and Neo mask kept up with him, asking him to help him a little since he had already invested so much money in this fight. But now it was clear why Pimensu was delaying so much. He wanted to take the flower without being noticed. While Neo mask said that he had killed 40 guys and had killed the boss, and had the right to at least know the answer to that. But Pence had other plans. He wasn't going to say anything and threw the flower in Neo mask's direction. He immediately ran away as fast as he could. But that was not to be. The Neo mask caught Penguin by the scruff of the neck and made him cough. He threw the criminal away from the door and began to pelt Pina with flower pots. The Neo mask knew that Pensu would not say anything, so he suggested that they skip the small talk and grabbed the pot that the man had thrown at him. He managed to shield his head from the pot, but it still hurt his hand. Taking hold of a large plant and pulling it out of the pot by the root, Neo mask said he meant well. The Neo mask admitted that he was trying to talk to him, but the offender chose a different path. As he accelerated toward Mr. Pina again, the Neo mask kept holding the plant and asked him if he was asking for too much, just to leave people alone. The Neo mask hit the man on the head so hard that he drooled and seemed to lose consciousness. But the Neo mask did not stop there. He hit Pina on the cheek again, wondering why they could not live in peace like normal people. Heavy artillery was used. The Neo mask grabbed a bag of mixed fertilizer for plants and said that they had chosen a place, decided how many of them there would be, and the guy had to deal with those who came without an invitation. And asking how much longer they had to put up with these antics, he threw the bag right on the man's head. But now, holding 2 bouquets of flowers, the Neo mask said that he advised them to close their eyes, or they would regret not listening. The Neo mask screamed and rushed at Pensu with the flowers, hitting the criminal with them, and the only thing he could do was to cover himself with his hands, saying that life was as bad as this freak. Pimensu decided that he could command here, and began to order the Neo mask to stop. The criminal had too high an opinion of himself. The Neo mask did not like this and was irritated. He shouted at Pimensu to shut his mouth, and was about to attack him again when the guy was blocked. Neither Pensu nor the Neo mask could believe their eyes, because they had not expected the shopkeeper to defend this criminal. Neo mask was shocked and put the bouquet on her shoulder and asked her if she really wanted to protect the scumbag who tried to destroy her business. But the girl didn't back down. She stood her ground. The neo-mask didn't understand this act and thought she was sorry for the flowers, but he assured her that he would pay for everything, and while the guy was busy with him, the woman should take care of the store, because she had suffered a lot from these idiots. The woman looked at the flowers and said that the neo-mask didn't have to pay for them, and she didn't seem to be defending the loser. The way they called Pansy angered him, and he took the opportunity to push the woman in the back right in front of the neo-mask. Only one thing was interesting. Why did she stop the guy? The girl was falling rather unluckily, avoiding the neo-mask, and the neo-mask himself, already lying on the floor, put his hand out so that the girl could fall head first on it, and not on dozens of pot shards and not get hurt. She held her head and thanked the neo-mask for his help, but without answering he ran after the man, who had already fled the store. Running out into the street, the neo-mask stopped and asked himself where Pimensu could have gone, because he was running too fast on his short legs. But then the neo-mask heard the sound of a motorcycle and immediately turned around. Now it was clear where the short man had gone. Penguin was coming towards Neo-Mask at full speed on his yellow motorcycle, holding a bat. Flying past Pimensu, wishing Neo-Mask death, he aimed the bat directly at him. The Neo-Mask froze in place, unable to do anything, and watched in horror as the furious Pimensu with the bat rushed toward his head. Ju Sejin burst into Cha Sunbin's apartment as if he was angry about something, and kept calling out to his friend. Juhee was sitting quietly at the table, surrounded by books with a cup of drink, and she asked him why he was shouting so loudly, and he asked where their neo-masks were, and if he really decided to fight the Imel gang alone. Jihaye turned away and calmly drank her drink, asking Ju Sejin why he cared, but the boy didn't understand his calmness, because he was sure that Cha Sunbaek would never be able to fight them. Ju Sejin was irritated. He didn't understand why Cha Sunbaek never told anyone what was on his mind. Juhee continued to write quietly, telling Ju Sejin to let it go and just take his fee and pretend that nothing was happening. But the boy was not happy with this idea, yelling at the girl and asking her how he could let it go. Juhee was distracted from her writing, and was surprised to see this reaction and concern for Cha Sunbin. She could see that the boy was not in a good mood and was really worried about the situation. Juhee assessed the situation and picked up her phone and told Ju Sejin that she had sent the address where Jae Sunbaek was located. Looking at his phone and the address Juhee had sent him, he was surprised, because he knew where it was. Jihae told him to go there, since he said he didn't understand Cha Sunbai, and to look at this girl, so he would understand why Neo-Mask was doing all this and would be able to figure out how to help him. Ju Sejin finally arrived at the place where Cha Sunbin was standing, dressed in black, and breaking the silence, he said that he was a little confused by the fact that the boy had been looking at the photo of his sister for an hour, but the boy replied that it was normal for him to stand there and watch him all this time. Looking at the picture of the little girl with the flowers in the frame, Ju Sejin now seemed to understand why Jae Sungbin was so cold and what he was trying to accomplish. Looking cautiously at Cha Sunbaek, Ju Sejin said that maybe it wasn't his sister, but he was confused by the fact that his friend was driven by a desire for revenge. Jae Sungbin remained silent and thought about it, and said that he felt as if Yebin was still living somewhere far away. That's why Cha Sunbin is not going to fight for revenge. He wants to protect people. Neo-Mask just wanted to protect them, no matter where they were, no matter how old they were. Ju Sejin listened and said that he knew that Sunbai's sister was not the last victim. So in order to prevent any more, Ju Sejin told Cha Sunbaek that he would have to stop him. Hearing this, Cha Sunbai reminded him of Ju Sejin's words earlier, when he said that he understood his friend's purpose. Ju Sejin said that he did, that he knew everything, so now Cha Sunbaek had to be ready. He had no right to lose. He would not lose until Ju Xiong came to stop him, but now he came to help his friend, and kicked the man off the motorcycle. After Ju Sejin's attack, Peng Su lay unconscious on the road. Yunho remained unconscious in the bunker, where the Neo-Mask had left him. Someone approached Chu's sister, Chu Jinmiri, who was wearing the same jacket with an embroidered dragon, and she asked if it was the right time. And someone watching the live broadcast on a tablet said with satisfaction that at last they all got what they deserved. Jantesob was walking along the road, reading his daily routine. He had already been discharged from the hospital. On Monday and Tuesday, he works in the team from the beginning. On Wednesday and Thursday, he works on the website and merchandise. On Friday and Saturday, he has an internship and does research work. But Jan Tesob decided to take a new path and use the business card that NeoMask gave him. He looked up from his phone and realized that he had a lot to learn, but thought it would be better if he watched some startup videos on YouTube instead of doing something stupid. But then Kim Doomin stood around the corner and asked young Tesoba how he was doing, and the guy didn't expect to see him so soon, although he probably realized that it was unavoidable in the hospital. Kim Dooming said that he wanted to visit Yang Tesob, but he had already been discharged from the hospital, and he had not come to help him here, and he had not visited him in the hospital for a long time, and now he was suddenly needed because there was no one left. Kim Doomin was very cunning. He approached Yang Tesob, who said that yes, he had been discharged recently, and the thief said that he had seen the stream, and if he had known that it would be so difficult for him to deal with them, he would have come to help. But Yang Tesob knew that NeoMask had sent text messages to everyone that night about the boy's whereabouts, but he did not say anything, just agreed. Kim Doomin said that he had invited Heck and a couple of other guys from Troll Fam to a meeting with Nopak today, that Pemensu had lost and needed new people to join the team. The man said that he had asked Sohung to find a new bike for Yang Tae-sob in honor of his discharge from the hospital. But interrupting Kim Doomin, the guy said that he was leaving Nopak and wanted to live a normal life. Opening his eyes, Kim Dooming could not believe his ears and asked Yang Tae-sob. Kim Dooming jokingly said that he was afraid of the NeoMask, and Yang Tae-sob replied that even if he was. The man put his hand on the shoulder of the thesaurus, clearly not liking the answer, and asked who was scarier, him or the NeoMask, and the boy said that the thief scares him because he does not understand what is in his head. But the other is much more frightening because he knows how far the NeoMask can go. John Tesob immediately said that they have no chance to cope with NeoMask. Because he is incredibly strong, the joyful fake smile immediately fell from Kim Dooming's face. Seeing this, young Tesob realized that Kim Dooming would not let go of him easily. And he was right. Kim Dooming realized that Yang Tae-sob really wasn't going to return to the team, and decided that it was best to kill him. Jo Sejin walked along with Cha Sunbaek and tried to convince him to go to the doctor. Jo Sejin said that he and Mr. Buck were worried when Cha Sunbaek came down with a fever, but the boy assured them that it was just a couple of bruises and that he was really fine. But then Jae Sungbin picked up his phone and what he saw was confusing. Jo Sejin noticed his friend's reaction and asked him what was wrong, but he didn't answer, and together with Jo Sejin they turned into a street. What they saw there shocked them, but neither of them could say a word. Yang Tae-sob was lying in front of them. His clothes were scattered around him, and he was coughing slightly, so the boys noticed that he was alive. Jo Sejin helped Yang Tae-sob to his feet and said that he didn't have a chance. But Kim Dooming did his best, and it looked like he hit him on the head, so he asked him not to move too much for now because he might have a concussion. Yang Tae-sob looked very bad and said it was very humiliating. Cha Sunbin asked if that was all he could say. Wasn't he the biggest gangster in the neighborhood? But Yang Tae-sob couldn't even look at the guy. His face was swollen, and he just asked who he was. Cha Sunbin saw him in this state and asked him to tell him how he felt. He said that his boss had given him a lot of tasks to do, and that if he worked hard, he would be allowed to work in the company after graduation. Cha Sunbin was annoyed because he thought he had finally put an end to it. But Kim Dooming had not learned his lesson and would continue to commit crimes. Jung Tae-sob asked Chu Sejin his name and asked if he was Sunbin's friend, and he said yes. Yan Tae-sob recalled everything that had happened, and crying, repented, and said that he was very sorry and begged him to tell Cha Sunbin that he was very ashamed of him. He realized what a fool he had been, and an ambulance took him away. The guys watched in silence as Yang Tae-soba was taken away, and a colleague who arrived angrily said that this gang of freaks was the way to get rid of those who wanted to leave the gang and start a normal life. After thinking about it, Cha Sunbin turned to Chu Sejin and asked if he was free today, and the boy confirmed. Cha Sunbaek also approached Mr. Baek. He said that he wanted to ask him to organize a joint meeting. Mr. Buck asked if he needed to call all the editors and managers. Cha Sunbin said no, He needed absolutely everyone. There were a lot of bikes outside Kim Dooming's den, as he said, and the troll gang. Heck, and all the others were going to be there today. Kim Doomin was sitting in his chair as usual, his feet up on the table in front of him, his partner standing a little further away, and everyone else who had come to the meeting. The two guys were talking to each other. One was bored and asked if NOPAC was recruiting new guys, why they should be here. But the other was curious and asked if his friend didn't want to know who would be appointed as executors. But laughing, the guy suspected that his partner just wanted to shake hands with them, because he already knew that he was the best among these guys. Jung-soon said they were looking for new performers, so he asked for a show of hands from those who thought they could fill the role. But after what happened to Yang Tez, there were no volunteers, because there was talk in the group that they would face the same fate if they came forward. But the hesitation was overcome by the fact that someone had a chance to become cooler and that Kim Doomin would highlight the stories. But still no one raised their hand, so Jung-soon asked if anyone had the courage to raise their hand. So he repeated the question one last time. If someone considers himself worthy of the position, he should just step forward. After some hesitation and thought, there were those in the group who were almost ready. But before anyone could take a step forward, a large van drove into the gate of the building, and Kim Doomin, who was sitting quietly, was blown up without realizing what had happened. The silhouette of a guy appeared from the shadows, and he asked if it was Kim Doomin looking for a tough fighter, but the guy could not say anything. It was Neo Mask who turned to Kim Doomin and told him to lift his ass, and the boy slowly stood up. Neo Mask said that there would be no streaming today. He was going to finish this gang today. The van was brought by Neo Mask. He completely tore down the gate to the building where many hooligans were staying. The guy knew when to come. Most likely he was informed about the meeting by Yan Thesab. Neo Mask was standing right at the entrance, and behind him was his entire group, editors and managers. Kim Doomin was shocked to see him. The gang members had different emotions. Some were terrified of Neo Mask, while others were angry with him. In a moment the slaughter began, and without further ado, the managers and editors, led by Neo Mask, rushed at the gang inside. But the main target was Kim Doomin, and he knew it. Neo Mask's team was knocking down anyone who got in their way. Jung-soon stayed out of the fray, staying close to his leader. The one who was happy was Kim Hak, the first-rate manager, whose eyes literally sparkled at the sight of the fight. The guy was obsessed with it. Kim Hak was eager to get into the fight, shouting that he wanted to participate, but his partner, who came with him, held him back, saying that he didn't need to complicate the situation. The other guys in the gang did not share this enthusiasm and zeal. On the contrary, they were ready to run as far as they could to get away from this mess. And yet they did. Shouting that it was time to run, most of the newcomers ran wherever they could, just to survive. There was no hero there who would be willing to get a few bruises and fractures for someone else. But then one of the fugitives did not notice the man in front of him, who was always looking back, and crashed into him at full speed. Not realizing what had happened, Ye fell to the floor holding his nose, and the man standing next to him asked timidly if the man was a member of the NOPAC gang. A group of heavy-set men stood in front of the boys, who were a long way from being the age of these poor miners. And when one of the men saw the preschoolers, he said that he finally knew what the gang of dumbasses everyone was talking about looked like, but he was disappointed to see them. It was a mopping-up team with only one task, to block all the exits. One of the men said it was clear it was a cheat. Neo Mask fought separately from the team. He knew that his men could handle it, and meanwhile he hunted down the leaders of the NOPAC gang. His first victim was Jong Sunil, who was holding a knife and saying in a trembling voice that he would cut Neo Mask into pieces while he was sweating in liters of fear. But the Neo Mask silently took the toy away from the thief, and there was no point in pointing it at everyone. Neo Mask was obviously pissed off with this gang of scum, and without a word he turned the knife over and drove the handle into the forehead of the vat of Sonal. The guy fell to the floor holding his face and cursing at the top of his lungs, while the Neo Mask slowly approached his main victim, Kim Doomin, who had already exploded from his chair. But Neo Mask called out to Kim Hek and asked him to fight him, as he was a long-time fan. so it was clear why he was so torn with happiness when the fight started. He introduced himself and asked if he had heard of him, but Neo Mask didn't want to waste his time on Kim Hek and told his men to deal with him. He didn't have to say it twice. The managers and editors rushed towards Kim Hak like a bullet. Ju Seijin was a little surprised by this, perhaps because Neo Mask had decided to give this guy to his comrades. But it didn't make Kim Hak less happy, because he knew everyone, including the manager, Joy, and the editor, Ki Tai Han, and he said that he was very happy to finally meet them, because he was a fan of theirs. Meanwhile, the Neo Mask started to attack Kim Dooming, grabbing the table where he liked to put his feet up and throwing it right at the criminal. The guy covered the table with his enemies and added a kick to his leg. Kim Dooming tried to push the furniture away, but nothing worked. So now this thug has a chance to prove that he is really stronger and scarier than his enemy. The Neo Mask took down the Dooming and crushed him to the floor with the table. Crouching on top of him, Neo Mask let Dooming in on his thoughts, namely that it wouldn't be long before he would completely defeat his pathetic gang. Did Kim Dooming really think that the boy didn't attack because he was afraid? But to Neo Mask, he was nothing and a nobody. Kim Dooming didn't like what he was hearing, but he didn't say anything in response. But then, when Neo Mask was about to strike Kim Dooming, Manager Joy flew past him. The girl was out of the game for the time being, and it was just Kite Han and Kim Hak who were laughing with joy at the opportunity to fight with Neo Mask's team. Kim Hak wanted to strike at Kite Khan, but the guy easily dodged, and the criminal flew past his target. But he did not fall. Kim Hak managed to grab Ju Seijin by the throat, who did not expect such fighting skills and tricks from this thief. Trying to escape from Kim Hak's clutches, Ju Seijin had to admit that he was too strong, like a machine. Ju Seijin tried to knock him off balance with a kick to the back, but for this fighter, it was like a massage. Turning to his opponent, the manager, the guy was surprised by such a light blow, probably because he had seen the broadcast of the fight. He hit Manager angry with all his strength and he fell to the floor. The guy was disappointed, and Ju Seijin was surprised. Kim Dooming remained lying under the table, and the Neo Mask left him and slowly walked toward Kim Hak, saying that he was very stubborn and that he didn't like the way they beat the crap out of his friend. But Kim Hak laughed and said that if he was talking about Kim Dooming, he was not his friend. He only tolerated him because it was fun to watch him try to chew his way to the top. Ju Seijin, having a chance to catch his breath and think, drew conclusions from the situation that Kim Hak was not only strong, but also so fast that he, Manager Joy, and Kite Han could not dodge in time, and he was able to withstand the guy's punch, and maybe he was even stronger than Neo Mask. Realizing this, he looked at his friend as if Cha Sunbin could read his mind, and thought to himself that he shouldn't do this. And after all, this guy was on a completely different level. He was eager to fight, and for Kim Hak it was the same as having fun. And near the van which Neo Mask and his colleagues had brought, a real massacre was taking place. The cleanup team was doing their job in full swing, fighting a dozen hooligans, but they had little chance. Miners no match for well-trained fighters. Biquan went to the manager of the Sum and said that he was almost done, and asked how they were doing. And when he saw a silhouette in the distance, he asked if it was Kim Hak, but the guy just looked forward and said that he wanted to fight with the Neo Mask. Ju Seijin helped the manager to leave, and when she saw them idling, she said that she and Kite Han had to stop Kim Hak. Why were they standing there? She didn't look very well, like she had been hit hard. Putting his hat back on, Ki Tai Han huffed and said that she didn't see the robot put them together with Ju and Manager Gong, and Ju Seijin said that the only one who can handle him is Neo Mask, and even he might be too strong. Meanwhile, the fight between Neo Mask and Kim Hak continued, and the boy was ready to strike. But something stopped him, and he didn't hit Neo Mask. Kim Hak grabbed Neo Mask's arm and pulled him aside, stopping the fight. Ju Seijin, standing next to Kite Han, saw this and didn't understand what had happened, because Kim Hak had already grabbed Neo Mask's hand. Looking at Neo Mask's hand, Kim Hak was embarrassed and said that it would not work. The guy was shocked by the act. As it turned out, Neo Mask was wounded and his palm was dripping with blood, which happened when he took the knife from Jong Sunil. But Kim Hayek wanted an equal fight, so he said they would fight when the wound healed. Kim Hake said that 2 months should be enough time, so he suggested a summer vacation, saying that Neo Mask still needed to practice and let go of his hand. The boy was still in shock. Kim Hak was not like his men. He said that he had seen Neo Mask fighting with Yunho, and judging by his movements, he could not win at the moment. And he was sure that the boy himself understood this very well. It was quite strange, because he could easily kill the enemy while he was exhausted, but he did not do it. Kim Hake really did look several times bigger than Neo Mask, but he assured him that he shouldn't be upset. He really wanted to fight one-on-one, so he gave the boy the right to decide where and when it would happen. Kim Hake, hinting at Kim Dooman, who was still crushed by the table, assured him that he would personally take care of anyone who tried to interfere. Neo Mask calmly agreed and said that he would pick a day and they would fight to the end. But Neo Mask stopped him from having fun, saying that he was too early to rejoice, and that if he won, he would have a condition, and Kim Hae asked what it was. Neo Mask said that if Kim Hae won, he would reveal his face. This condition pleased the guy, and he took the promise from Neo Mask. At the same moment, the furious manager of the Joy flew up to him and grabbed him by the gate, asking him what the hell he was doing, why he was letting Kim Hek go. They could have beaten him today. But the Neo Mask assured her that she was wrong, which made her even angrier. The guy, realizing the strength of his opponent, said that it was the opposite. He was letting them go. And Kim Hake, meanwhile, bragged to his partner, saying that he would fight Neo Mask himself, and was sure that Ijin was jealous of him. But the guy did not share this joy, assuring him that he did not care and that he would deal with Daniel himself. But someone was watching the goings-on in the Nopak's den. When Chu's sister, Sejin Chu Miri, came in with her helpers, she noticed that the Neo Mask team had already taken care of everything, and she hit the guy who was sitting at her feet waving a fan in the head, saying that it was because someone needed to do less digging. The guy behind her asked what they were going to do, because they could still join them, and his partner said that it would be awkward to interfere at the end. He told everyone that they were leaving, and Chu Miri looked down at something and thought about it. The guy downstairs reminded her of someone, and if not for the color of his hair, she would have been sure it was Chu Sejin. She looked for a long time. If she really knew that it was her brother downstairs, there would have been a lot of noise, but she was still hesitant. The hair color was confusing. She thought that it was unlikely that it was Ju Sejin, and she walked away, flanked by soldiers who were ready to do whatever they were told at any moment. Yang Taesob was back in the hospital, talking to his supervisor, who assured her that he would return to work as soon as he was well enough. But Pemensu had his own problems. The boys who had failed him at school were looking for him everywhere, so he had to hide in the corners, because they vowed to kill him. Jung Sunil walked without looking back, holding onto the wall. He seemed to be out of it and cursing at the Neo Mask. He was lucky if he didn't have a concussion. The guys who were walking behind Jong Sunil were talking to each other. One asked his friend what he thought would happen to Nopak, and the attacker said that he hadn't seen with his own eyes how Kim Dooman was killed. The answer was obvious. It was over. But no one knew that Neo Mask would come with all his men, and even to their base where Kim Dooman had just come out from under the table. None of those present cared about him. Not a single one helped him. The table seemed to be quite heavy, because after Kim Dooming lifted it, the man who had been sitting there was shaking himself and gathering his strength. He remembered what Kim Hawk had said about how he was just tolerating Doomin, and watching him try to chew his way up the mountain pissed him off. It was a wonderful and beautiful place, very similar to an English palace with 2 roads leading to it, bypassing a small garden in the center. 3 guys were talking in the shade of the trees near this building. One of them was told by Kim Hake that Neo Mask had agreed to fight him one-on-one, and it was mega cool for the guy. But the man asked on what terms he agreed to it, not just for fun. The interlocutor understood perfectly well that without conditions, the Neo Mask would never fight him, and so the condition was indeed there. In the privacy of the room, Kim Hae-kook told him about Neo Mask's conditions, and it seemed to shock the guy because he sat down on a bench. His partner turned to the other man and asked if he had heard, and assured him that Kim Hae was crazy, but the guy just laughed and said that it was very similar to him. The guy realized that the trolls would be shut down in a heartbeat if he had to do something, even if he was a Neo-mask. But his partner assured him that this would not happen. The troll will not fall just like that, of course. The guy would like to know who is hiding behind the Neo-mask when Kim Hek wins. But there is something more important. Everyone calls Kim Hak the strongest among teenagers, because he is. And these words were like a balm to the boy's soul. But then the boy asked if the other man had an invitation, and he replied that it came from far away. And the gang went inside, and the boy was sure that he was not the only one who was invited. He didn't like it for some reason, and it was clear from his eyes that what he was holding made him angry. It was the same invitation that had come to the other guy, but what did it have to do with Cha Sun-bin? The Neo-mask channel was becoming more and more popular, with 12 million subscribers, and some people were not happy about it, saying that they could not lose to it and that they had to work harder. In the room were two guys in masks and a girl who was watching a Neo-masked content from the Continental Night Channel. And then they heard the sound of footsteps towards the door. The guy looked around, asking if the door was closed. Someone came into the room, and the guy apologized and said that it was closed. But the guy didn't answer anything. This stranger had a photo in his hands and was looking for the person on it. And it was this guy, so they were looking for him. The guy realized who it was and said that it looked like this stranger had come for them, and he was alone. The stranger was holding something that looked like a piece of fishing line or a skein of thread. But whatever it was, he was holding it very tightly. The stranger's face was covered by a hood, and only an evil smile could be seen underneath, which did not bode well. A plane landed at Seoul International Airport in South Korea. A guy came up to the girl who was sleeping soundly and told her that they had already arrived. The girl woke up and stretched out of her sleep, and the boy went to the exit and asked the conductor to send their bags to the hotel and prepare the car. Wearing her sunglasses, Katarina Sharma was pleased that they had finally arrived. Katarina Sharma told the Emir that it had been a long time since they had been here, and it was probably time to visit their madman. Chasunbei, Jihae, and Dukil arrived at the hotel in Seoul, all dressed in formal attire. Katarina Sharma was happy to meet her old friends. The first person Katarina approached was manager Joy, who called her a Korean weirdo. And she also said hello, but she was not very happy to meet her, and returned the favor by calling her an American weirdo, and said that she had heard that her boss had started learning Korean, and apparently the lessons were not in vain. She also said hello to Dukil, and asked him how much money he had managed to earn, and he replied awkwardly that he was slowly making it. But looking at Cha Sun-bin, Katarina Sharma was not very happy to see him, and did not speak to him first. Cha Sun-bin, on the other hand, was not bothered by this and greeted his boss himself. Once they were seated, Katarina Sharma began the conversation she had come here for. She read from her tablet that last year their channel had 1.2 million subscribers, with each video getting about 3 million views. This year they had 12 million viewers, but the views had not increased. Jihae mockingly asked if Katarina Sharma had traveled all that way just to tell them off, and offered to pay for their fuel for the return trip, and asked if 5,000 won would be enough, and the Neo-mask seemed to like this response to the complaint.
Katarina Sharma lost her temper. 5,000 won. She completely lost her mind, and asked if Jihae had forgotten that she was the boss of Chasunbek and 10 years older. But the girl did not care. She said that she was trying to behave like Americans, so to speak, to adapt to her style, eccentrics.
Amir Sharma was already sad and suggested that he get down to business before he deleted the Neo-mask channel, reminding him that he could do it right now. But Cha Sun-bin asked him not to threaten him with his own channel. Amir Sharma took out a case and opened it to reveal a new neon mask combat suit. A heavy-duty military-designed fabric with knife-cut protection made of graphite, so it is also bulletproof.
Katarina Sharma smugly asked if he liked it. A 9mm bullet would hurt like hell, but he wouldn't die.
Neo-mask said that it means they brought him a new super-strong and bulletproof suit, let's say. But in fact, they traveled all this way. The Neo-mask took it out and showed it to his boss. Katarina Sharma didn't say anything, but it seems that the Neo-mask was right. A few days ago, the Continental Night Channel was taken offline, and everyone was shocked by the news. Jihae was the first to ask if it was a joke, because they all studied at the martial arts school. But then Cha Sunbin asked the manager to leave the room for a while, and she was surprised by the request. But Cha Sunbin asked her to do so, and she did not argue. Joy left the room, slamming the door, and Sunbin asked if they were okay. Katarina Sharma replied that the police had arrived on time, so no one died, but they were beaten to a pulp. She was sure that whoever did it wanted them to suffer. Cha Sunbin asked if the meme was behind it, but Katarina Sharma didn't know who did it. But if it was an order from the Amim group, or the Triad as they are called, they are definitely pros, and Neo Mask was interested in the fact that she still thought they were behind the attack. They tried to hire Continental Knight to go to Katarina through them, but apparently they refused. And then they attacked them as a message to others. They want to show them that they are ready to take out anyone who stands in their way when they take over the country. This attack is a warning of what will happen to those who oppose them. And if they have reached Neo Mask, it means that they have already contacted the trolls. That's how they operate. Amir Sharma said that they either absorb existing groups and use them as their representatives, or if they refuse to cooperate, they create separate gangs and destroy the existing ones. Neo Mask should understand that its channel with 12 million subscribers and large-scale networking, and trolls with unlimited influence on teenagers in the country, are the most convenient ways for MMA to enter the country. Cha Sunbin said that if possible, he would like to focus only on the trolls now and if they could stop them. But he was interrupted by saying that it is useless. Even if they try to stop the information from they will find ways to monitor the Neo Mask channel. Amir said that his sister has already learned her lesson after what happened with Continental Knight, and is now pretending to cooperate, which is why they came to warn him as soon as Cha Sunbin received the invitation. Katarina said that she had already told them that these bastards were responsible for what happened to the Emir's legs. Neo Mask does not think that supporting the channel cost her anything. The woman stood up and said that from that day on, he would not just hunt bad guys. They would have to put their lives on the line, and if some of his team did not want to work at that risk, it was better to let them go. Katarina Sharma said it was time to pay the piper. Cha Sunbin seemed to know exactly what she was talking about. The neighborhood was a nondescript one, with the most ordinary houses. Some of them were living a bachelor's life, eating nothing but instant noodles and drinking a couple of bottles of alcohol. Kim Dooman recalled what Neo Mask said about how he thought Neo Mask didn't touch him because he was afraid. And Kim Haik said that he put up with him just to have fun watching Dooman try to chew his way up. While cursing at the top of his lungs and barefoot, Kim Dooman knocked over a table with everything on it. Kim Dooman looked as if he hadn't been out for a week and almost tore his hair out, saying that it wasn't over, that he couldn't accept his defeat. Kim Dooman promised himself that Nopaku would definitely return. Dooman walked quietly down the street until someone called out to him. He turned around and saw Jong-sun walking toward him, his forehead tied up in a bunch of tears. He greeted him and said it had been a long time. They sat down together and talked, and Jong-sun said that they had reached the point where they couldn't even check what the store owners were doing. The guy was completely downcast, saying that now all they do is sit in this park like two idiots. They blamed it all on Neo Mask because there was no one else, and no one wanted to look for the cause within themselves. Kim Dooming asked what Jong-sung was doing all this time, but he didn't have much to say, so he just went to school. Jong-sung said that it was not easy to cover for Kim Dooman, but he said not to worry, because he would get Nopak back soon. But Jong-sun asked him how. They needed money to attract more people, and the Neo Mask had taken everything they had in the lair in a van. Digmin said they'd just get new ones, but Jong-sun asked how he planned to do it, if anyone had a hole under their mattress, and laughed. Dudum assured him that he had a secret weapon that the Neo Mask didn't know about. He was referring to the boy who repaired motorcycles, and now Jong-sun realized what he had come up with, and how he would use it. Neo Mask was treated at the hospital for a cut on his palm. The doctor said that fortunately, there were no signs of infection. The wounds were healing properly, and the boy thanked her. The director of the medical clinic, Dukil's wife, Hemi Yeo, told him to try not to do anything stupid and not to grab a knife with his bare hands. Dukil thanked his wife and assured her that he had told Neo Mask not to overdo it. But then the woman's gaze became fierce and she asked her husband for a word. He silently went out after her and immediately the Neo Mask heard the woman questioning Dukil about where he was when the boy got these wounds, and before he could justify himself, he received a new portion of anger. He went to the manager, Cha Sunbin, and asked her to leave, clearly not wanting to interrupt their conversation, which was too personal. Juhi asked timidly, as if she was afraid of the answer, if Cha Sunbin was really going to these mums. Amir Sharma showed her the data. It was really some kind of syndicate, and she thought the guy was not ready. Neo Mask said he thought so too, and realized they were strong, but assured her not to worry. Jihi started to pack and asked when did Cha Sunbin start listening to her. But the boy, remembering Kim Hak, said that he had been getting food to think about lately. The day came and everyone was back at practice. Ju Sejin stood in the middle of the room with his eyes closed and imagined something. He was practicing his breathing, learning how to take a measured and calm breath. A good practice when you need to recover quickly. He also remembered Kim Hak's fighting tactics. He was thinking about how to get around him, where to strike him, and where he made a mistake last time.
But then someone began to pull him out of his thoughts, knocking him on the head.
He saw Kim Hak right in front of him. The guy immediately went on the offensive, lunged and prepared to kick. But he miscalculated and missed, and the Kim Hak rushed toward him, quickly catching up with his victim. And when Chu Se-jin lost control of the situation, he suddenly lunged forward with his whole body and struck his enemy in the chest. Chu Se-jin tried to break free, but Kim Hak was not about to let go. Then the boy opened his eyes, sweating. There was no one around, and Ju Se-jin was sitting alone on the floor of his room, letting his imagination run wild. And now it paid off. Chu Se-jin realized that Kim Hak was the first-ranked mixed martial artist, the strongest among teenagers. No matter what he does, Ju Xiong imagines he can beat him. The difference between their fitness and skill level is too great. Ju Se-jin wondered to himself if Cha Sunbai could beat him, even with that heck, but if he could at least beat Sunbai. But then he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Seha, who had also come to the training and said that it all depends on how he fights. Only now did Chu Se-jin realize that he might have been speaking out loud, but the guy denied it. Just looking at him made everything clear. Ju Xiong asked what Seha had to say, but he didn't understand what Ju Xiong wanted from him. Speaking of Hak, their opponent is a trained professional fighter, at least 6'2" tall, and he has spent his entire life training in various martial arts. So unless Cha Sunbin finds another way to fight, he has no chance against Kim Hak. Ju Se-jin said that he has thought about all the martial arts he knows, but he can't imagine beating him using any of them. He's tried everything, attacking, keeping his distance, trying to grab him. But he's still much stronger, and his basic fighting skills are so much better than the guy's that it's useless. Cha Sunbin is the only one who can match him in terms of strength, but since they are not equal in all other ways, Ju Se-jin is not sure that will be enough. Taseha said it was more than enough, but Ju Xiong didn't understand. The guy said that they had someone who could match his strength, and that's all they needed, and that Cha Sunbin had his own street fighting tactics. But Chu Se-jin said that the day they fought the Emil gang there were just more of them, and they were much weaker than Sunbin, so he didn't think that sudden attacks or trying to stall the fight would work against Hak. When he stopped pounding the pair, Sek asked to be honest. He wanted to know if Ju Se-jin thought that Neo Mask and Sunbin were the strongest in the team, followed by himself, and the boy confirmed. But the guy said that out of all the team members, Ju Se-jin is the weakest of the team, and that would certainly hurt the guy's pride.